It's time for Post-Orthodoxy, a show about changing our minds.
Yeah, baby.
With your hosts, Dark and Ainsley Sevier.
Maybe what they believe about reality isn't all of reality.
What?
I know, right?
We're on a mission to have a better time with more people more often.
The question is more, how do you get there?
Post-Orthodoxy explores strongly held beliefs, how those belief systems divide or connect people, and what might be found beyond those reality bubbles.
Keep calm. Don't lose your head.
I've got a piece of chocolate here with me because I got anxiety about doing this.
Welcome to this neighborhood, neighbor.
Welcome to Post-Orthodoxy Marathon Extravaganza Subscriber Palooza Day 2. If anybody is familiar with Post-Orthodoxy, we usually do our show Sundays noon to 2 o'clock. And we decided when we started the show, people were like, hey, we really like your show. How do we support you? So it took us about 2 or 3 years to build the platform, build the studio, figure out all the whatnots in order to take people's money. And then in that time, we forgot who said they wanted to support us. So now we're just going to be blasting 8 hours a day, 4 days in a row, until hopefully those folks see me through the restrictions of the AI, because they said they've knocked us down in the feed. I've been knocked down 90 days again in the feed of Facebook because apparently
You're the man.
I'm unpopular with the algorithm. I'd like to introduce our guests over here. We have John Ivankovich, and we have Mark French. And Mark has come in for the whole duration of the Subscribe-a-Palooza. And John volunteered to come in and be a guest on the show. He's somebody who we have had interactions with since the very beginning, pre-Post-Orthodox, when we were doing, some of you may know the story about that strange summer where we had 3 Zulus come and visit us. My friend Mokai Malope spent the first time here. This is actually, I think, the anniversary of their second trip to Butte, Montana. But in the first trip, Mokai.
This is the anniversary of them preparing to come out here for the very first time in 2017.
Oh, is that right? Okay. So anyway, when they were here the first time, the visit was somewhat sponsored through KBMF, local radio station, that a lot of people would say has some sort of maybe left-leaning politics. And in the whole build-up to the Zulus coming to America, Ferguson was on fire. A lot of people were concerned about the new president being a racist. The Zulus were checking up on America to find out, what is America? Where am I going? What's going on? And they're like, is it safe to even go there? And then they came to Butte, Montana, which is probably one of the safest towns you can go to, no matter who you are. They don't care what color you are or what your religion is. All they care is what you think about Butte. And
doesn't that make it kind of dangerous then if you don't like Butte?
It could be. It could be. Yes. So they didn't know whether to like it or not. And so the first trip, they spent their summer sort of in a partisan bubble of Butte, America, and the radio station within that bubble. And towards the end of the trip, my friend Mokai said, you know what, I want to, you guys apparently voted for Trump for president, but I haven't met one person who voted for Trump for president. So, where are those people at? And I said, well, dude, next time you come out, we'll find some folks that can explain to you why they voted for Trump, and you can access that side of the story. So we went on a hunt. We put out a public message saying, hey, is there anybody out there that leans right or is a supporter of the Trump presidency that would like to be on our show? And we had a number of back and forths with a cat named Dark Money. We never got him on the show.
Hey, I am a Bobcat, too, by the way. I mean, I am an alum, so what you just said is actually...
Cat.
I'm a cat.
Yeah, that's right. Very good.
Go Cats.
We're going global, so you have to say what school that is.
Montana State University.
Montana State University. So we went back and forth with Mr. Dark Money, and decided not to bring him into the station because we had problems around whether or not Dark Money could be reeled in the rules of FCC law. And so we had a middle ground where we actually invited him out into a bar and did a show live in front of a studio audience without the FCC involved. And ever since then, Dark Money has been a participant in the Post-Orthodoxy show periodically.
But you are a little inaccurate in what you were saying when you were in search for somebody who voted for Trump.
Oh, you didn't
in the
vote
first
for Trump?
election. I didn't.
But you were.
But I became a supporter of him. Yeah.
Represent somebody who was supporting Trump as president.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I like about this show, what happened was Mokai, after the interactions online, I think sometimes our interactions online can be a little different than our interactions in person in general. So Mokai ended up running into you.
It's a lot easier to be an asshole
online
when you're texting something.
Yeah, when you're
a keyboard warrior, you're a power tripping maniac.
Right, and when you're out of the range of somebody's fist, it's also a lot easier to sort of range
fist,
around.
eye contact. I mean, just this whole mentality of this cyber world has turned all of us into people that we don't know how to interact with each other anymore.
So tell me about when you actually met Mokai. So Mokai wanted to talk to somebody who represented support for Trump. And so do you remember meeting him the first time and having that conversation?
Yeah, I was with a young lady named Tony. Her and I were out wandering around, and she actually found Mokai at the Party Palace.
Okay.
And we just started interacting with one another, and, it just... I guess... how do I believe Mokai interpreted me what he probably thought I was, and then he got to meet me and was like, maybe this isn't who I thought he was.
Right.
I guess. So I can't sit there and say that I know what he was thinking.
So do you feel like that you express a gap between how you interact in person versus how you interact online personally?
I guess it's one of those things that anybody can be. You can take anybody what they text, and you can make it into what you believe it is.
I think when you just have straight words in a comment thread, there's a lot of nuance that gets missed. So I think it's really easy to have miscommunication online, and it's
very easy.
It's a little easier to pivot in person and see how you're being received and make sure that you're communicating clearly. So I appreciate Dark Money's perspectives on our show. I think if you took his timeline and my timeline, you would not imagine that we would actually be friends in real life, let alone online. And so I appreciate you always being involved and open to our perspectives, whether you agree with it or not. It's a rarity in the world today.
We need to have some integrity in this world. It's gone. It's gone.
What does that look like?
Integrity?
Yeah.
It's just honesty. I mean, I think you look at things the way you look at them, but you're still smart enough to realize they're your opinions. They're not facts.
I know my own biases, and I'm willing to work
and you're
with them,
willing to sit there and say, this is, I mean, we've had our differences, but I've always been very open with who I am, and you've been the same.
Right.
That's integrity.
Right. I like you. You're a person in my neighborhood. And I think we should be able to get along with a person in our neighborhood, whether we agree on politics.
We can get along but even though we don't agree. We can be able to get along even though we don't agree.
I think that's kind of a shocking concept for a lot of people who live a lot of time
It's gone.
online.
I mean, let's face it. It's getting tore apart. You have a left hand, you have a right hand, and you have the extremes on both sides ripping that apart.
Well, I appreciate you coming in and being in the actual den of post-orthodoxy.
Can't be afraid to interact with people that are different.
Well, you can. And we get a lot of that, so I really appreciate your participation in the show, even though we don't always see eye to eye on the thing. And I'm wondering if maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
You're 6'10". It's hard to see eye to eye with you.
It's true. We're both sitting down though. So you must have read my height online because they always get it wrong. I'm 6'9".
They had to say you were 6'10" for Saved by the Bell because 6'9" is
Little salacious.
Yeah, and inappropriate for a kids show.
They did say I was born in 1969 too, so they couldn't avoid that one. But anyway.
I guess that is probably where I got your 6'10". You know, you're always going to have that following you. But is that a terrible thing?
What, the Saved by the Bell thing?
Yeah.
We're going to tell the story on Sunday. I've never told the full story. It's kind of like one of those things like we all do things when we're younger that we're not proud of. And a lot of people are like, what are you talking about? You're on TV. But for me, it almost feels like my porn past of like, I was young. I didn't know what I was doing. They offered me some money and I did the thing. But I'm going to tell that story on Sunday because it's a post-Orthodox perspective on children's programming. And entertainment in general. So
we're all whores in one way or another, bud.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And I can forgive myself because I was like 21 or something like that. But I
can I forgive myself that I was one of these people that watched the show?
Oh boy. See, this is the problem that I have because like people are like, oh, you're on the Saved by the Bell. I'm like, you're an idiot for watching it. And I was like, that's not nice. That's not the nice thing to do. Because that's my own personal bias because of a traumatic experience I had with NBC Studios, right? So like maybe it's the show, maybe it's the fact that I was an idiot that got involved in a story I didn't know anything about. So I'm trying to heal my traumas around being, as Bill Hicks said, tainting the collective unconscious and making us pay a higher psychic price than we can imagine. But I'm trying to come to terms with that thing because it's when you Google my name, that's one of the first things that comes up is known for his appearance on Saved by the Bell.
Yeah, I don't see it. While there's probably just horrible things about it, it's TV, it's media. It is what it is. It's a part of who you are.
It popped a reality bubble for me. I thought I was going to Los Angeles to do one thing, and then when I got what I wanted, it was rather shocking.
And I apologize for having to do this, but I was supposed to be baling hay this morning, and I have to do it after this.
Oh,
so well, and I made a commitment to help my nephew. So I don't know when it's going to be. It's probably not going to be for another hour or two. But when I hear my little ding dong,
check your phone.
That's not me being I'm bored with you people. I need to
make all the tones go off because this is a telethon, even though we're not using telephones. So the more that there are sounds coming on, it sounds like people are giving us money. Since we are doing a telethon, I thought we would try to do a little, like, it's hard for artists in general and me in particular, and I think also for Ainsley shares this anxiety around asking for support for the work that we do. So we brought in some people who support our work in the course of the show, and we're asking them to shill for us a little bit in terms of like, why do you guys support what we do?
Again, because you're trying to bring integrity. So I think for $60 a year, that's a good investment on my part.
I appreciate
whether or not there's going to be so many times you and I are going to be like, nope, I couldn't disagree with you more. You're bringing something to the table that's back to where we need to have that. The society needs to have sex sells, but let's quit watching sex and drama all the time. We have to have something. We have to have something with a little bit of soul.
There's not many people I know who are opposite side of the spectrum that are willing to sit in that chair and say the things that you said. Why do you think you're able to do that?
Because I'm not on the opposite side of the spectrum. I'm in the middle. I'm a moderate.
All right, let's talk about that. Let's talk about what that means, because people on the left and people on the right basically consider moderates people who are not in the game, even though that's the majority of the people.
We're not in the game.
Right.
The sad thing is I tried to get in the game.
Yeah.
And all I did was upset both sides.
You ran for Congress, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How was running for Congress? How did that go? Tell me about the process, because
it was a joke, and let's leave it at that. It should have been. I had never had a chance to win. But you have to, if you're going to commit to something, you have to sit there and say, you know what? I've got to give my best effort. I've got to be serious about this, even though I knew.
You're playing around with a sacred institution.
That's we all know is not sacred. We all know. we all know the whole thing is so corrupt that it's just like, but anytime you know, everybody, I agree with that. But then all of a sudden we get into what we believe and your mind just goes off. My one biggest thing I wanted was term limits. And everybody agrees with that. But let's talk about something else because it will never happen.
Maybe we can talk about politics. I don't know if I would call myself a moderate. I would probably, I think I tend to, or at least I used to, tend to identify with what would be more considered like politically left. But the bar has moved so much that I don't even know where the left is in the landscape anymore.
I don't know what the left is.
Because the left and even people who call themselves progressives are like Reagan Republicans now. In terms of their feelings about war, not really taking care of abandoning the working class and actually just dealing with the pajama class, the people who can work out of their homes whenever the world is burning down and not have to deal with the ramifications of their with the things that they're endorsing.
Sure.
So like I would like to let's just talk politics for a little bit.
Hot topic of the hot topic of politics right now. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. So
this is what totally makes me. I'm the guy that totally believes. While I'm not maybe as extreme as the "don't tread on me" people, I agree with them.
Right.
If I'm not hurting you, fuck you. You don't need to know what I'm doing. It's none of your business. If I'm not hurting you, your opinion isn't gospel. And I'm also of the opinion the more power we give government, the more problems that's going to create. People need. We can't have the government controlling every single thing that we do. Conservatives, they play to that. They're the ones that sit there and they believe that until all of a sudden women's rights come into motion. I'm somebody that believes in the Constitution. Well, in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America, right there, black, red, and white, is Roe versus Wade back in 1973, almost 50 years old. So do I want abortion? No. But because I say I'm pro-choice in I didn't believe that people for the last couple of years should be screaming at people, put a mask on. I'm because I believe in freedom. I believe in liberty. I try very hard to believe in that on all sides. And what you've seen now is you have seen hypocrisy blow up in this country. And everybody is sitting there pointing the fingers of, well, you started it. And it's just like, what do you do?
How did you go about setting up a platform for your campaign? Like, can you tell us a little about, you're going to run for Congress.
Well, and to take that a little further, out of curiosity from my perspective, when I heard you say, it was kind of a joke, I assumed and took that to mean, and if you don't mind, would you clarify, after the fact, did you come to the determination that open seat was already basically bought and paid for?
It was going to be between two people.
Yeah, got it.
It was done.
Yeah,
there was nobody. That was not going to change.
Got it.
I mean, it's no different than probably right now. I don't know who the Democrats are putting in for the new House seat, but Zinke's going to win.
You think so?
Oh, it's going to be a landslide.
It's all going red across the country.
No, I don't believe Zinke's going to win. He's going to win the primary. But when you start dealing with the counties he's in, Missoula, he's got to win Missoula County, Silver Bow County, Lewis and Clark County, Deer Lodge County. These are predominantly left-leaning voters. It will be an absolute upset if the Democrat doesn't win this congressional seat.
I kind of have a feeling that they won't.
You think Zinke's going to win it?
I don't know if it's going to be Zinke or if he's going to win it, but I feel like
it's one of three people. Do you even know who the other two are?
I don't even know yet.
Nope. So they're in it right there. There's where he's already probably got 8/10 of the vote right there because he's got name recognition.
I wanted to talk to you about this story because Ainsley and I, when we found out there's a new congressional seat opening up in Montana, our population, enough Californians moved in, I guess,
sure,
that now we have the population to have a second congressional seat. We only had one before.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of fuckery going on in terms of like, where is that district?
And how does it get gerrymandered?
And how does that get
Where's the gerrymandering taking
Where
place?
The line's drawn. Yeah.
They're trying to do it. They're trying to do it in ways as what's going to benefit Who's in charge? Where are they going to benefit? Where the line gets drawn?
Exactly. It was supposedly a bipartisan group of people, but it's a bunch of cronies who are going to do whatever the overlords want them to do.
The reality is right now, the right is always the Eastern Montana is going to vote right, but now Bozeman is growing, one of the largest growing cities in the nation. Is that going to move the needle left? Or is it, Montana is so big, can it? I don't know. Is there, like you said, right now, it just seems like for the most part, people really despise politics so bad, and I can't blame them. It's a cesspool, man. I mean, even going into it, trying to make a mockery out of the whole thing, you still try to give people credit, and I will always give everybody credit for trying to run. I mean, trust me when I tell you, politicians, they are the hated people. They have to take on that role. You're never going to make everybody happy. But you just start realizing that you put yourself out there like that, people are coming after you in ways that are kind of disgusting.
You're talking about when you're running.
Yeah.
So I want to find out about that because Ainsley and I had talked about running for the new congressional seat against each other. Because... Pat Paulson was a guy that I grew up with. Most people younger than me don't know who that is. Pat Paulson was a perennial presidential candidate. He was a comedian that ran for president every time there was, and he lampooned the presidency and candidacy and the whole game back in the 70s. And I always liked that guy. He was like this doddering old fool making fun of everybody we were putting up to be our president. And it was always salient every time. And I always liked that role because I think humor is really important. Us being able to laugh at ourselves allows us to sometimes get out of the seriousness of the game to realize the absurdity of the game, which then allows us a little more movement towards curing the problems that we have. So I thought the idea of running for office, cynically, it's like the best way to get stage time as a comedian. If you want to get stage time, run for office. And you get all those little tiny sandwiches everywhere you go to. So I thought tiny sandwiches and stage time, that sounds great. It's a way to work out a routine. And it's also a way to inject...
Do it then.
Topics.
Do it. What he's waiting for. Do it.
Topics into the discussion that need to be added. That's why we would run against each other. Because during the move towards legalizing marijuana, there was a famous case of two people who ran against each other. One was on pro-marijuana, anti-hemp. The other was pro-hemp, anti-marijuana. So that those things could have to be ejected into the dialogue.
Sure.
And it worked. It was a part of the movement out of prohibition. And so, I can come up with a platform, partially serious and partially ridiculous. I ran for mayor of my hometown when I was 18 years old with a partially ridiculous, partially serious platform. One of the guys I was running with was just running because he was unemployed and needed a job. It was like the bar was low. So like an 18-year-old had a chance to win. So when you decided you were going to run, I also, to put it in context, I was a campaign photographer for a U.S. Senate candidate in 2016, or was it 2014? 2014. And who was endorsed by the Democratic Party, which means I was on the Democratic Party train going to where all the Democratic blue no matter who people were in every little town, and the money people and the people who met her at the ice cream shop, and got a really deep window into how politics work and what are the odds of an outsider actually ever getting in. So I would like to hear your experience, because you weren't running on a... Were you running on a party?
Yeah, I ran as a Republican.
You ran as a Republican.
I knew there was no way I was going to win, because how do you run as a conservative that is pro-union and pro-choice? But how can you run as a Democrat when you're saying I'm endorsing Donald Trump? You can't. Right. There's goods on both sides, there's bads on both sides. But the reality is there's two players in the game. You have no chance running as an independent. What was so funny is at the time when I did this, I mean, this is how crazy politics are. I gave myself the nickname Dark Money because I worked for the largest land drilling company in the world. And, our senior senator basically said he was going to keep people away from me. And our senior,
money, right.
And this town loves. He's not a bad man.
Who's that?
John Tester.
Right.
But I gave him the nickname Big Candy because he gave me the nickname Dark because he was accusing me of being dark money. So it was all satirical at the time. But I'm somebody that will put your money where your mouth is instead of just being a keyboard warrior. Try and do something about it. So I did. I took it to even that next extreme, knowing what the outcome was going to be. But you also then have to be like, look, if you're going to do this, you have to play the game. And I kind of lost track of it. I lost train of thought.
Did you? So you decided you filled out the paperwork.
Oh, I was on the ballot.
You were on the ballot. So was there interaction between you and the official Republican Party?
I spoke. Yeah, the problem was I was 2 weeks on, 1 week off, working out in the oil field, so I didn't have time.
Right.
And then COVID hit, and everything got shut down.
Right.
So when I made my plans, my big plan, I still have something like 1,500 Ivankovich with a Montana logo and Dark Money on the back that I was going to give away on St. Patty's Day, and we shut St. Patty's Day down the day before.
Right.
And then all the Lincoln Reagan dinners, when I was going to go to those and meet all the people that I was supposed to meet, shut them down. Everything got shut down. And back to where you guys are at, where you have to have money. You either have to have money, or you have to raise money, or you literally, that's your job. One of the reasons why Matt Rosendale was going to win, he spent his entire time, even as the auditor, all he did was on the phone, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Well, that's what anybody in office
And then
does.
2 years later, he's running again. So it's like, there really isn't nothing, there's nothing being done in Congress other than we win, we have to start raising money to win again.
Right.
Well, what good is that?
Well, it's good for some people, apparently.
But at the time when this was taking place and I saw, I'm like, how can I in good conscience ask people to give me money 2 years ago when everybody was losing their jobs? And I was the guy that was fighting for labor. I'm the guy that was pro-labor. I wanted to give labor a voice. And we're losing our jobs left and right. Well, but you better give me your money. No, you better figure out how to pay rent. You better figure out how to buy food. Don't give me your money.
So how did you go? I want to talk about your run because I think it's important, because I think a lot of people think about running and don't know what that actually entails, whether you're running on a ticket or whether you're running as an independent.
Are you running to win?
Well, that's the question. Because I think I wouldn't have run, if we decided to run for Congress, right? I wouldn't do it unless I thought there was a wild card chance. And I don't think there's ever been a better time for a wild card chance than right now. In terms of terms of the big offices, because the polling that I'm seeing, Biden's base, this is not Democratic voters, but Biden's base, I think it's 34% are willing to endorse, are excited about him running again for the next presidency. So there's the vocal.
Are you excited about voting for having the choice between two 80-year-olds?
I haven't been excited
because that's what's going to happen.
I've never been excited about a presidential vote. I've never been excited about it. Obama, I gave up on that stuff for a long time, but when I heard Obama, and I'm like, here's a guy who actually has a sense of humor. He's quick on his feet. He seems present. He doesn't seem to be reading from the script, and he seems intelligent. He actually energized me. I'm like, maybe this motherfucker can change the game. And that's it. Very quickly, what we found at this point in his presidency, 2 years in, he basically turned his back on the base that he had energized to elect him.
You mean Biden?
No, I'm talking about
Obama.
Obama.
Oh, okay.
Obama said, there's a really famous recording of him at a big union meeting where he said, look, you guys, you have to get me the House, the Senate, and the White House, and I will get you what you want, and we will get universal health care. He promised it. And then 2 years in, he's all like, maybe not. Burp, burp, burp. And the whole thing went away, and everybody was like, oh, the country just turned racist. No, people that were promised stuff by a hope and change guy said, he's just another motherfucker who's going to go bomb people and give money to the goddamn banks.
And
that's why everybody went to Trump. It
I
wasn't
hooked my
because
train.
they were
I hooked
fucking
my
racist.
train up when I was running to help diabetics. That was going to be a start. That was going to be a template for healthcare to start helping diabetics. Most of the people I worked with were left voting, but they embraced me. I embraced them. We fought terrible, but they realized, I mean, I can honestly say I spent time, I spent money. I was doing everything I could to try and find out why is it that type 1 diabetics have to pay $600 every time. But who is doing it? You start asking, who are the people?
Right.
You know, show me the people that's actually happening to. You started finding out they figured out their loopholes to get their insulin. So it was just, but it was one of those things that it was all the Republicans' fault that there's no good health care for diabetics. Well, that was 2 years ago. Has anything changed with the diabetics? And who's in charge? We know who is in charge right now. Has anything come about in terms of health care that everybody promises all of this better health care that's coming? Who's been in charge the last 2 years now?
Right.
It's a majority.
That's well, he's doing the same thing that Obama did. Is he's like, you know what? We're going to take care of some things. We're going to get universal health care. Not a peep.
It's just this
Not a
cycle.
peep. So this is why there's going to be a bloodbath in this year's election, because again, they said we're going to do this stuff and are not doing this stuff. We have a comment from Deborah Lynch. She said, centrism as such is a double-edged sword. Thanks for expanding my bubble. The difference between I don't care and pro-choice is important. There's a website that maybe Ainsley can pull up that we reference all the time on the show. It's called hiddentribes.us. And you fill out, it's a questionnaire you fill out, and then they put you in a box. So it's about the various tribes, mainly political tribes in the U.S., and they ask you questions, and then they decide whether you're extreme right, extreme left, or some permutation in between. They found that there's the vocal left and the vocal right, which is about 9-10% on the wings. The largest group they found was a group 67, I think it's 64% now. It's changing. But when I first read it, it was 60, somewhere in the mid-60s. 64% of U.S. citizens identify as what they call the exhausted majority. They want compromise. They want to be able to solve our problems. They're tired of the yelling on the left. They're tired of the yelling on the right. It is the voting bloc. These are the people who will vote. But they do it style because they don't like either side. And yet nobody's coming in to represent that group of people, because when you watch the news, it is the left who are half the country and the right who are half the country, which is a fucking lie at this point.
But it's still the whole NIMBY effect. It's theirs. They own it.
Right.
Those two parties own it, and they don't want you coming into their backyard. They can't say that because that's the politically incorrect thing to say. But both of them are just like, this is who it is. We're the two power players. That's it. And it's true. You know a Democrat or a Republican is going to win. You know this.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you like them or you don't. That's who's going to win.
So that's the frustration that a lot of people have. When I was just after a few beers at the bar and I'd start talking to a friend about possibly running for Congress and start talking about my platform, people were like, I'll give you fucking money. I'll vote for you.
Then
Shit,
do
tell me
it
about
to put your platform to this, because this is a media.
This is a media.
That's who controls who's going to win, is the media.
So the difference between you and what I'm trying to do is that I do want to ask people to give us money. Because if you are concerned about politics, but your only outlet is stations and media outlets that are paid for by both parties, or actually the companies that buy both parties, then you're never going to have change as long as that's the medium that you're looking at. And what we are trying to do on this show is actually start talking about the 67%, the majority of the folks that are tired of the bullshit. But as we've learned, when we get online and we start having some poppin' debates on Facebook, suddenly, as soon as things start to pop, the interaction drops. It's not because people are not interested in the conversation. It's because we disappear from the feed. So we are streaming on Facebook right now, but we have very little interaction. Our interaction has gone down as our community has grown and more people are interested in the show. Our availability to be seen online has gone down. And it's not like a conspiracy theory. They sent me the note saying, fuck you, we're knocking you down in the feed. So the reason we're asking for money, the reason we're doing this insane 8 hours a day for 4 days is we want to see, we're testing the waters to see if there's actually support.
But it costs money?
Yeah, it costs money to do it. Like, it's our overhead, it's our gear. It's like the money that it costs for us to set up a website to take money costs us more than the money we're making.
Imagine how much it costs to try and run a political campaign.
I know. Well, our thought was like, I think there is room for outliers. The one thing that I really liked about Amanda Curtis, whether you agree with her politics or not, she was whether you agree with that or not, what she was doing was really smart, is that when she was running as a district rep in the state Senate, whenever she came out of the chambers, every day she did a YouTube video to talk to her constituents. She said, this was what was on the floor. This is what these people said. This is what these people said. And she educated the population, her voting base. She educated them, not just like, I'm going to tell you what you want to hear, but this is how it happens, and this is what happened, and this is what I did in it. So people at least had an idea of how the game was even being played and how they could get involved. And I think in the age where we have this, every fucking politician should be speaking directly to their constituents when they come out of a decision and a choice that they made. AOC did the same thing. That's one thing that made her popular, is that she used social media to talk to her base and explain the things that were going on.
Donald Trump.
And Donald Trump is the same guy. He did this. He did the exact same thing. He spoke to his base. He spoke to them in terms that they could understand. He didn't get into the nitty-gritty of the politics, which is part of the problem that I felt. He played to people's willingness to not understand and just feel what was going on, and that was his big game.
Well, but he did things differently in ways that, you know, he when he comes out, no doubt narcissist, no doubt, I mean, always says the inappropriate thing. Obviously, you know, took credit for everything, blamed everybody for everything. I mean, that's not what a leader does. And at the end of the day, this is the most powerful person on the planet, in the free world. You know, those definitely were things that
BlackRock Vanguard.
Yeah. But when he comes out and goes, look, we are sick and tired of every other country. We're protecting every other country from everything. You're going to start paying us or we're gone. You know, this country is going broke. We have to figure out a way to realize this. Then he came right out and said, here's another problem right now. What changed it for me is somebody has to do something about China. And I'm going to start a tariff war with him. Now, what's so funny about this is every time the man said anything, he was so hated that it was like it got turned into this massive blow up between this country. Now you're seeing, I just seen it last week. President Biden is looking at an idea to help with this massive inflation, Chinese tariffs. And it's like, really? You know, it's just who's taking, what are we doing? We're not, it's almost like this bird flying, but it's not going anywhere.
Right.
And
well, we keep focusing on the wings and not the body. That's the 67% or 64% that I'm talking about. They keep acting like we are all the wings, and we're not.
But you have to love politics to stay in it, man, because it's a toxic cesspool.
I don't want to be a politician. I just want to run for office.
But that means you got to be a politician. It comes with the game.
Well, being an entertainer is being a politician. Most politicians are some form of entertainer.
We're all politicians in some form or another. You have to do something you love.
Well, you can get killed immediately. And when I mean killed, I mean canceled. I mean, all you have to do is one slip up, one phrase. Like, do you remember the Howard Dean yell? Do you remember that thing?
Kind of, yeah. He was like the front runner.
He was going to be the president.
And then all of a sudden he said something totally offensive or inappropriate.
No, he didn't say anything offensive.
No, he screamed.
He just
he
screamed.
did the Dean scream.
He did the Dean scream, and he said, yeah. And there was a little crack in the voice, so it sounded maybe weak or weird. And they just played it over and over and over until they took him out of the game. It wasn't a policy.
No, he went out of the game, boom.
It wasn't a policy. Yeah. It wasn't.
He's like, we're going to New Hampshire. Then we're going
excited.
to Iowa. Yeah.
And he did the yeah, and that killed him because the vultures of media took that and played it fast speed, slow speed, whatever they could do to make him look like a nut job. And they took him out of the race with just a scream. No policy position, nothing. And that's, that was one of the, I remember watching that.
Well, and they did that to him because of his policy positions.
Because of his policy positions, exactly.
So after they spanked him and grounded him, he actually became just another shill lobbyist for pharmaceuticals. And
he stayed in the game.
Yeah. So
but he changed his
He just got rich instead. Yeah,
exactly.
Like he just went to work at a think tank and started lobbying and got paid by Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson or whatever.
We got a comment. Centrism. What? Bottom one. Richard Brody says, in Virus of the Mind, the price of civilization is compromise. And this is the thing that we're not allowed to do. This is why I like having you in our feed, is because I don't know if we compromise as much as we actually do listen to the other argument, whether we agree with it or not. I think there is room for compromise. That's what the 64, the exhaustive majority want. They want us to stop talking about the same old, so we can actually address age-old problems and move forward. Abortion and gay rights was something that was kicked around in every election, especially since the neocons took control of politics.
The neocons?
The neoconservatives, when they took control of the Republican Party, when they became the new Republican Party in the 80s, they activated the evangelical base who were not voting people. They didn't get involved in politics. But they said, you know what? If we deal with their two sacred cows, which is the gays and abortion, and make it a holy battle that they must get in to save the soul of their country, we can say fuck the Catholics, because we've been talking to the Catholics because their abortion thing and the gay thing, but the Catholics are going Democrat, so let's just energize a group of people who've never been in before.
Because Kennedy was correct me if I'm wrong, Kennedy was the first Catholic Democrat,
and he changed it. So
the first Catholic president.
Yeah, that's right.
Kennedy,
so it just was this
post Kennedy, you had to have the Catholic vote to win the presidency because Kennedy activated the Catholics. So what the Republicans did was they activated the evangelicals, changed the game, and they would pull out the dog and pony show of gays and abortion, and then get all the evangelicals in, and then they would get into office, and they wouldn't do shit about it for 4 years.
Well, listen to what you just said, too, about the Catholics specifically. So you have all of New England and the Northeast, all the way from Boston down to D.C., the only thing in a poor neighborhood, that's a large population of the country just in that very small train ride area. And the only way that poor people could interact in a meaningful way and access services that weren't provided to them was their local Catholic church in most circumstances. And then you have all of the Catholic university as well, Seton Hall and all the Philly schools, on and on and on. So that's how you have such a large collective of money and power and influence attached directly to a very dense population.
It was a sanctuary for people that didn't have any other out.
And it got utilized in
and
political terms.
But that is a good thing. Don't discount that from people, and that ends up what happens. But then the reality is you have to come back and go, people, there's religion and there's politics. We have to have a separation of church and state. While I'm conservative, so I basically believe in a lot of the mainstream things. I'm pro-Butte. I'm pro-Montana. I'm pro-America. I am that basic ABC guy. I believe in that. But because I believe in that and somebody doesn't believe in that, that doesn't make my opinion a fact. And you've seen such a hatred from progressives against religion that they will literally do anything they can to tear that down. And it's wrong. I mean, they have the right to believe in what they believe in too. But then yet the sad thing is, you give anybody a little too much power and believe in it, they take advantage of it. For me, like I said, I sit there and say, if it's my choice, I wish women would choose life. It's not my choice. And when you want to talk about a passionate bunch, if I got one letter from them pro-lifers when I was running as a Republican, I bet you I got 2,000. And when I would try to explain my situation of, you know what? At the end of the day, what are you doing? You want to pass a law because you believe, do you believe that abortion is killing? They are. They're a bunch of baby killers. Okay, so you want me to pass laws that are going to convict these women of deliberate, premeditated homicide. I'm not going to do it. I refuse to do that. And the way I see this, for me, I think conservatives have a great way of debating a whole lot of issues, and then everything they believe in, less government control, less everything, let people be who they're going to be, it all dies right there then when it comes to abortion.
Well, isn't it?
We have to have the government come in, and we have to tell these people they have no right to do this because they're a bunch of baby killers. And so then we get into the whole, does life begin at conception? Well, if you want to believe it does, that's fine, but tell me I'm wrong. The earliest premature birth that's actually survived is 24 weeks, and the intent of Roe v. Wade was 20 weeks.
As Bill Hicks said, you're not a human until you're in my phone book. That's where life begins. But without going into the intricacies of the abortion debate, what I found interesting was how you're saying the Republicans became hypocritical when there's they want independence, and yet then they want to enforce a law.
You should have no right to force mask mandates on me.
So
you should have no right.
My body, my choice.
No,
completely.
Government, government control. Quit trying to change the Constitution.
Right.
And then all of a sudden this comes up, and Mississippi tries to change it to 5 weeks. Texas tries to change it to 15 weeks. And now everybody is deflecting on something else. Oh, there's a food shortage. Quit worrying about this right now. Quit worrying about women's rights. I'm sorry. I can understand why women are getting so pissed off.
Well, I can also understand that. What I find interesting is that I feel like it is a very cynical political football. And by bringing it out, you've definitely, in the way that people on the left could make fun of the right for being hypocrites about the abortion issue with their general political platform.
I know where you're going.
Now you can do the exact same on the
vice
left.
versa is the same. These people that screamed
My
at
body,
you,
my choice.
just shut up and put the mask on. Just shut up and take the shot.
Yeah.
They're the same women. They're the same people that are like, how dare you mess with my uterus? And it's just like, this is the explosion of hypocrisy
Right.
that is the United States of America right now. And it's like, how do you fix this? Because it seems like clearly everything I try to believe in, that I side on, that I work with, it's gone. It's irrelevant.
Well, let's talk about a political platform. What if the political platform was talking about the crisis of accountability and ethics? Because we can't have a civil society if we don't have ethics. We can't have it. And if you have complete hypocrisy within both parties on a tired, it's an important issue. But as what I really liked, what I enjoyed, what I learned from Mo Kai when he was talking to a pro-life person on Copacetic Conversations before we started doing this show, the forerunner to this show, is he was asking a Catholic pro-life person who is very active, making sure that pregnant girls get all the help they need. She's trying to do outreach, but she has a very firm position. He got her to ask him, how is it dealt with in South Africa? And he goes, well, it's not a political issue in South Africa. It's a health issue. Like, that is too important to leave into the gutter of politics.
Okay, fine. That's all fair, fine and well and good. But that being said, you want universal health care. There are a lot of people struggling right now having to pay for daycare. They're barely making it right now. The middle class, that now all of a sudden we're told it's universal health care. That means taxes are going to pay for this. Why should I have to pay for Ainsley to get an abortion? That's not up to me. That's not my responsibility. But it is health care. So, it is this double-edged sword. We talk about the forgiving of tuitions.
Right.
Okay. Who's that going to fall back on? Because the wealthy people already have enough tax loopholes that they get away from all of this. It's the laborer that goes out every day, the person that's making the $30 an hour, that's making a good wage at $70,000, $80,000 a year, but it's not a great wage.
But can't we sort of move around that by talking about the $11 trillion that were just magically made to give to the banks? We can make $11 trillion to deal with what the banks want.
Yeah, we can print money.
We can't produce a few $1 billion to take care of student debt.
So again, when I first got laid off, I was the first one that said, do not bail out the oil companies. When you bail out huge corporations, you're not bailing out the corporations.
So isn't
you're
that
giving
the
a
bigger
bunch
issue?
of you're giving a bunch of money to individuals who are controlling. They're the executives. They're the upper management people. They're going to pad their own pockets.
Right.
Greed is never going away. It's never going to go away. Something should have taken. This has been going on since mankind, and it was horrible during the right when Bush got elected. Enron, Montana Power Company, Goldman Sachs. These people all got together and they screwed everybody over, and a handful of people got extremely wealthy. I mean, wealth inequality is massive. Now you've got both, you got one side saying that's because everybody's lazy and don't want to work. When you're getting free handouts, people are going to take them. But the reality of this is unemployment is low. Now, the narrative on the right is, people there aren't working. Yeah, but they're not a burden on the taxpayer. You're not having to pay for them. What do you care?
Can we take a little sideways trip? Because I appreciate what you're saying. I feel like sometimes when we're talking politics, what keeps us in division is dealing with issues that are prescribed to be divisive that could be solved by dealing with the larger issue, which is the $11 trillion that were given to the banks and the management. What do you call it? What is BlackRock?
Firms. They're hedge funds.
The firms.
Yeah.
So it feels like to me, and I don't think I'm way off the map with this, that we keep talking about our government when our government is managed by hedge funds. The government is just a tool for hedge funds. So when we're talking about what the government's doing, that feels like something to keep us from talking about what the hedge funds are doing to our government, which is the bigger, trying to zoom out a little bit, because we're trying to pull weeds out of the cracks of the sidewalk when the bulbs are just going to keep sending up weeds. It's a Sisyphean task to try to hold our government accountable when it is accountable not to us, but to these massive hedge funds that are running the world. And so I wanted to put something up in the feed. Can we do that thing from the notes page? They haven't seen this yet. I wanted to get their real time, and I want to get them involved also in the discussion for a minute and your input on this. I found this the other day. I thought it was interesting because as we're talking about misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, censorship, this is a big issue for us since we were censored and gagged. It's obviously become a very personal issue for us. So the idea of freedom of expression somehow has just become the right wing's thing. Somehow freedom of expression is totally mutable with left-wing politics. Like anybody can be canceled at any time for our safety. So, and with that wave came the boom of the term conspiracy theorist. So if you say anything that goes outside of whatever the narrative is, you're a conspiracy theorist. The PSYOPs, it's right there. Go down, hit that link. So when you talk about PSYOPs, people are like, yeah, everything's a PSYOP. There's no such thing as a PSYOP. Yeah, that's it.
But then they find the people that are kind of nuts.
So we're gonna,
and they use them as the character to what everybody believes. And then the sad thing is there's so many radicals that it's just like, then the second you question, the second you become a free thinker, the easy way to attack that is, oh, you're QAnon. Well, no, I'm not. I'm asking a question. I'm asking why.
Yeah, that's not a good idea anymore. and let's talk about why, because this is a video that I found. This is from the 4th PSYOP group. It's a aspect of the U.S. Army. This is a video they put out this month.
As the world watches and listens in horror, the peaceful pro-democracy demonstration in China comes to a violent and bloody end.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Wolves hiding nearby, whispering do or die around me. You say your last good night while I
There is another very important phase of warfare. It has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
The target of psychological warfare is against the enemy's mind.
It is words and ideas.
The ammunition used by PSYWAR.
Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy soldier, and at the same time
is expected and encouraged to study foreign languages and the social sciences such as history, economics, and sociology. He must have a broad and sympathetic understanding of all phases of human experience.
Gripping at my skin, the walls of night close in.
But the use of this force as an integral part of combat has now taken on new form.
My last goodbye.
Loud.
These are the PSYWAR soldiers.
That is a recruitment video for the U.S. military to become a psychological operations soldier. That is produced by the U.S. military.
Yeah. The CIA just recently released one where there was a minority Latin woman that says, I'm non-binary, I'm this, I'm that. So it was all the woke buzzwords, And so we were supposed to feel good about a Gina Haspel situation, that it's going to be a powerful brown non-binary woman that's murdering people all over the planet Earth. The Army and Air Force, their commercials are becoming integrated and censorious as if it were a first-person shooter video game in this metaverse.
So much.
So this is so you have these dispossessed kids in poor neighborhoods that the only decent job for them to get and be able to leave home and get out of a broken situation potentially is to join the military. It allows them some level of independence and travel. So as the economy continues to bifurcate, and the military becomes the only viable option, look at how preposterous the Pentagon budgets are getting. How do you reinforce a budget that is literally cannibalizing the rest of the country in some way or another? And this is interesting about what John says too. Like, we have to do something about China. Okay, what's that something going to be? They are clearly advocating for a new Cold War situation where the something to do about China is to spend them broke through military spending instead of just being full of ingenuity and dynamism like Americans are and actually competing with them intellectually and economically. This is going to be your solution. It's going to be war everywhere all the time. So if you want to be on the take too, and you love your country, come get this PSYOP money, son. Let's get to work.
And I want to dial one notch to the left, not in any political direction left,
Sure.
just like one notch away from the U.S. military exploits poor kids to back to FYI, this is a real ad that was really made by our government to recruit our neighbors to spy on us and manipulate us. It was like when Butte paid narcs.
Yeah.
Butte paid Butte citizens. The government in Butte paid Butte citizens like $25 an hour to go around to Butte restaurants and bars and narc on the restaurants and bars if they weren't following the Butte health code strictly during COVID.
Well, you just made a great point too. Through all these current censorship campaigns, they're already showing you that these tactics are going to be mostly used on our own citizenry.
Yes.
This is not just for...
We're being manipulated.
It's not just for foreign engagement or to prevent foreign engagement.
No.
This is NSA spying and collection against us. Like, we're paying to be spied on like this and then censored if we say anything about it.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Do you think we still need military? Does our country still need a military?
Well, I mean, it can't be completely disbanded. I mean, that's clear. But, Trump supporters, the one thing that, resonated with a lot of people is when Trump said, we're going to end a lot of these pointless foreign engagements.
And he gave the common soldier a raise. The person that signed, we've never had I don't think we've had a draft in my lifetime. These people are going out and they're putting their names on the dotted line to serve and protect this country. They believe that. Mm-hmm. And that president sat there and said, thank you. He showed it with the check.
God, when was the last time the U.S. military got a raise? I'd never
it had
heard
been
of
a long time.
I'd never heard of that happening.
long time.
It'd been like 25 years.
So the reality of all of this is there is no perfect world. And so where do you look at this? I look at this in terms of I am very, very grateful that we have young men and women that are willing to whatever is going to take place in the military now. It's a whole different war. It's an IT war. It's a cyber war. But these kids are going out there and they're trying
to do the right thing.
And they're mentally doing this and they're putting themselves on the line for us.
Yeah.
So, because again, you come back to greed. Look at what Putin is doing. There are many people out there like this. These people, they want power. They want control. Just because technology has made the human being what we are now, it's still no different than medieval times when Edward de Longshanks was just trying to kill everybody to take power of everything. Mm-hmm. There's still always going to be that I'm the master, you're beneath me. Mm-hmm. And while our country isn't perfect, I still like the fact that we should be about freedom. They're trying to protect our rights. And that's a real difficult thing because freedom of speech means freedom of speech. And that means you can't, I can really disagree with what you're saying, but I have to be okay with the fact that you get to do it. Now the cyber world is not allowing that to take place.
No.
You know,
and that's what that PSYOP video brought up for me is like this. We've been worried about Russia influencing our media. We've been worried about disinformation agents influencing people's thoughts during the COVID thing. Like, I think we've always known that the U.S. government, and we cross our fingers that it's mostly for our own good, but they decide how much we know about international conflicts the U.S. is involved in. There's a Wikipedia article now we can go to that lines up all the different U.S. conflicts that have been portrayed differently than what actually happened. But nobody's going to go back and read that Wikipedia article now because you don't know. We just think we went over there and did a good thing when what we really did was fuck over their economy so that we could take their resources and put a dictator in place that we wanted to be running the place or whatever was going on.
Nobody even talks about AFRICOM
that stuff
right now and the current African engagements.
But like this PSYOP thing, this PSYOP thing for me is like, especially with what's been going on over the last few years on Facebook and other social medias, is I remember using Facebook when you could just see what was actually happening most recently. You could just see what your friends and loved ones were talking about and thinking about and saying most recently, the most recent stuff. And then several years ago, they changed it to top stories. So now when you get onto your neighborhood online to go see what your friends are saying online, you only get to see what the algorithm thinks is the most important stuff based on what you've liked to look at before, which creates a tunnel. It creates a feedback loop. The algorithm shows you stuff that you interact with most, and then you begin to only see the things that you interact with most, and then pretty soon you've just got this super narrow window of your neighborhood because you're only seeing the algorithm is feedback looping your own preferences. You're not seeing an organic expression of the people around you, which is what happened during COVID. Is a lot of people thought that everybody thought the same around them because the algorithm kept showing them, the stuff that they liked to see, that they interacted with. So that's just a bot. We can, at best case scenario, hope that that's just a bot, right? But we know now, post-COVID, that the bot is being fucked with to specifically suppress people that are saying things that someone has decided you shouldn't be hearing. Yeah. So if the four of us are in an online neighborhood,
sure,
and Dark is saying some shit about what's going on in Ukraine, or he's saying some shit about what happened with the shots, or he's saying some shit about Elizabeth Warren's voting history, and the algorithm is like, we don't really want you guys thinking about that. It's not going to show you his shit. And that's happening on a widespread level on social medias right now.
But that takes the responsibility of the viewer to sit there and say, hey, sit there and question everything that's being told to me.
But you don't know what you don't know.
People don't want to take the time to do that.
No, they don't have the time. They don't have the energy.
Sex sells, drama sells. Let's deflect to something else.
Too many people are dealing with being a single mother, working 3 jobs,
so
whatever.
that's our job as human beings to understand. Look, this is what it is. You know, the cyber world is what it is. It gets information out to way more people, way faster, for whatever reason it might be. It doesn't matter what it is. More people are going to know about it. You two are putting out your market right now. You're putting out what you're selling right now, and you're getting way better feedback. You're getting it out to way more people than just your AM radio station. You're global.
I disagree.
But you're global.
No, but we are theoretically global. We have the right to be global, but no one is seeing this. There are 3 people watching this stream right now, and I'm broadcasting on Rumble and Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and Twitch.
It's also the Kentucky Derby.
Right.
You know, I mean, but you know what
I'm saying? Like,
there's lots of stuff to watch.
There's a lot of stuff going on
for sure. But between all of us, between between us and all of our platforms, we have over 4,000 people that are connected to what we're doing and should see the notifications that are coming up. We should have more than 3 people seeing what's happening right now. No offense, Deb.
Thank you.
We love you. But yeah, so like there is throttling happening. It's not organic anymore. When we first started Copacetic Conversations and Post-Orthodoxy, we had 15 to 20 people tuning in every week on the live stream, and we were getting feedback from people who were listening on the radio also. So, Dark, you wanted to...
Yeah, Mark?
Nope. Yeah, you're going
to... So you talked about on the Hardline...
Yeah.
About the MSNBC video where they were admitting that we were using PSYOPs on our own senators.
Yeah,
you
right.
remember talking about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just went to look it up, and it's blanked out.
Whoa. Well, there you go.
You can't even watch that video.
Yeah.
So MSNBC was talking about how brilliant it was that we were using PSYOPs on our own senators.
Yeah.
Gaslighting our own senators.
Right.
To do things.
Yeah.
And laughing about it.
Right.
And now they blanked it out, so you can't go back and check that. This is where that video that we just watched about the U.S. government PSYOPs.
Gone.
When they said anything can be a weapon.
Right.
This show could be regarded as a weapon.
Right. Absolutely.
That they want
if
to
you're
take
not
out.
on a watch list by now, you're not trying. Period.
Yeah.
It's who makes the watch list right now? AI has decided that I should not be seen.
All right, good for you. Take that as an honor.
Oh, yeah.
No, they don't even need to put us on a watch list because we're dangerous, because they can just keep people from seeing us, so we are now no longer dangerous by facto.
Yeah.
De facto.
It used to be if you haven't been killed, you're probably not a threat. But now it's just like if they take you out of the feed, that means you were a threat.
I mean, to go along with this Ministry of Truth, Biden's disinformation agency, to go along with that, that's within 10 or 14 days of the FBI red-handed, hand in the cookie jar, getting busted, scrubbing 35 million people's web history without warrant whatsoever. I mean,
get to know cyber, get to know technology, use it to your advantage.
We're doing it right now.
Yes, you are.
Welcome to the fundraiser. If you would like to support independent journalism and independent media, it's only the people watching us right now that can support us, because the more people that support us, the more we can do more work and spread on other platforms. But it's going to take a small
You need to
group
get
of
some.
people to
You
do
need to
it.
get some tunes to do this instead of you doing that. You need to go to and it's something you guys don't use. Look at possibly when you go to for your fundraising, when you by the way, our telethon, give us money. Do something radical, like some death metal music. Because that's not you guys. You guys are all, it's soft. I'm in my quiet place. I'm in my happy place. But give me money, give me money, give me money. Have some kind of change that thing up. What the hell was that?
Well, let's take this.
It's marketing. It's good marketing, guys. I've told you this. You guys need some dynamic marketing to your show.
Let's apply this to your congressional run. If you had a message that you believed in, and you had other people who believed in your message, why didn't you just get it more out there, John? Why, if that message was good and important and people believed in it, why didn't you just market it bigger and become a congressman?
Because I didn't have enough money.
Thank you. If you would like to subscribe, you can go to postorthodoxy.com.
Give him money, give him money, give him money, give him money.
See? Yeah, it's a tough game. It's not about the free market here anymore.
But you're going to hit them with music, dude. They get sick of listening to our voices. People get sick of listening to other people's voices.
Joe Rogan says no. Whenever people say you need to do 2-minute bits and 5-minute bits because everybody has a short attention span, Joe Rogan talks with one person for 4 hours straight and is the most popular podcast on earth, dwarfing the ratings for MSNBC and CNN and Fox.
But he's done some extreme things. Prior to politics, his name was out there, and then he's not afraid to get in, like you guys are too. He's not afraid to get into real issues.
He's too big to fail now.
And now he actually climbed that hurdle.
We're not,
but they're
too big
still
to fail
trying
yet.
to say, yeah, you're not there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just, it's a hard truth. It's what I dealt with when I found out, like, I wasn't the little fish in a big pond. I was a sperm. In the ocean. That's literally.
Yeah.
And so, it's fine, but the fact of the matter is, I did it as a joke. Mm-hmm. I did it to mock. I was the class clown. I was the comedian. I was that creative guy that made people laugh. I'm not passionate about politics.
What advice would you give to somebody who decided that if they really gave a shit and they wanted to run and they know that they're going up against two parties? Like, what did you learn that you would give to somebody who's serious about wanting to run and wanting to win and wanting to serve their constituents? What did you learn that you could pass on to somebody that would want to take on the task that you did in a serious way?
Do the things that made you feel. What did I take away from this that made me feel good?
Yeah.
Do those things. Don't let this. You cannot let this wear at you. Because
what did you take away? What made you feel good?
I thought it was pretty creative.
Yeah.
I wasn't just some keyboard warrior.
Mm-hmm.
I put my money where my mouth was.
You actually went and filed the paperwork.
I went and filed the paperwork. I actually.
How much does it cost to run for Congress?
What was it? $1,500, $1,200, something like that.
Right.
The actual money that you had to pay the state, and it was so funny. I walked in there with a buddy of mine. Walked into the Secretary of State's office, and I was playing welcome to our house.
Mm-hmm.
This is my house. I walked in and I'm like, I'm Dark Money and I'm running for Congress. And the Secretary of State was also running for Congress at the same time. And people are in these, $300 suits, and I'm wearing a Captain America t-shirt. And my buddy literally was just like, Dark Money just walked into the Montana State Capitol building, or Captain America just walked into the State Capitol building and declared he's running for Congress. It was hilarious. They're just like, this can't be serious. The first ad I did was I simply just had a black screen on it. Ad-libbing Darth Vader.
Mm-hmm.
And people, are you serious? I mean, so then they literally take it. You can't take this guy serious. He's a joke. He's not taking it serious. Why are you taking your politicians so seriously? They're a joke.
So
all of them.
Our idea of running as a joke was not fully a joke. The idea that we would run was also paired with the possibility that if you create something that goes viral, if you do something that really, really hits somebody and it gets out from under the algorithm, which requires people to say, fuck it, I'm sharing this, I'm sharing this, I'm sharing this. That PSYOPs video that I just showed you from the U.S. military tells me that our ability to do that is dwindling rapidly. The ability to create something that is good, that sparks, that reveals the illusion, that people say, holy shit, somebody's saying the thing. Like, if I ran for Congress, what would I say? I'd say we need to have ranked choice voting. How do you feel about ranked choice voting? That gets us out. Do you know about ranked choice voting?
No.
Do you know that story? Ranked choice voting is not you have to vote for this party or that party. Ranked choice voting is like, I have three choices. I'm going to put them in order of what I want. Like, this is my first choice. This is my second choice. And if those guys don't make it, this is my third choice. So you're not just voting for one person. That way, it all comes up in one voting pool where everybody is ranking their choices so that it takes down the proprietary nature of the two-party system and having ballots where, like, if I am a Democrat, I can't vote for anybody on the Republican list.
Isn't that just ridiculous?
So ranked choice voting
it's ridiculous.
says I choose the Democrat first, but I like this Republican second.
You have to
choose the Democrat first.
You have to designate what you are. Even though I might like this person over here, you can't do it. Sorry.
Ranked choice voting is starting to catch in a lot of places around where people are tired of the stranglehold of the two-party system. It's a way to get around the two parties. Keep the two parties.
The other thing that takes place is the hardcore party people, they'll jump ship to try and get the person that they know their person can beat in the general.
My dad ran for some political office in Oklahoma as a Republican, but the Republicans didn't like him enough that they found a Democrat to run against him that the Republicans funded.
Dark, I got called. Okay, I was working in the oil fields. My nickname was Dark Money.
Uh-huh.
And the Green Party called me and asked me to be their candidate.
Shut up. Oh, that was what was going on. You were being fucked with.
It was literally like, this guy is, we'd like to have you consider, we want you to run as our candidate. And I'm like, for the Green Party? He goes, yeah. I go, you realize I work for the largest land drilling company in the world, and I'm promoting using our natural resources. And has the Green Party changed in the last 20 years? And he's like, well, no. I go, did you do any research, or are you doing this because you, like most people, are just, they don't even look at the ballot. They just look at DR. So it's, we have to, as citizens, we have to take the time to look to see who we're voting for, but people aren't going to do it. They're too busy. They're doing other things. And the reality of this is, can we all just sit here as a foursome and complain about it? Or how do you win?
Well, I think this is about diagnosing, like, it's good medicine, right? You have to diagnose the problem first before you can solve the problem.
Sure.
Ranked choice voting is a cure.
Great idea. Love it.
Is a cure to a problem.
Love it.
There are things that we could be doing that the majority of the people would agree upon, but if you cannot get that information to the people who agree with it, then it's a problem. This is the problem that we're having with this is why I like the idea of making Facebook a public utility, the way that Montana Power was a public utility. Okay. How do you feel about making the commons, where we communicate, where the Second Amendment or the First Amendment is no longer applied? Like, the First Amendment is not in the terms of service agreement.
You're basically saying social media has gotten so powerful, it's not allowed to be its own entity. It's not allowed to be its own business.
Well,
government has to take control of it.
We know that of all the big social media companies, Alphabet, Google, Facebook, Twitter, when you look at those employees and who they donated to in elections, it was like 95% blue, which means if you have a political ideology that is behind all of the technology that we're using to communicate, that could be problematic.
Oh, it's horribly problematic.
It doesn't matter if it's blue or red. It doesn't matter.
No, exactly.
If one side is controlling the medium by which we communicate, that's a little bit of a problem. That's why I think the idea of, and that requires public will. And how do you get public will if the means of communication are not allowing those dialogues to go out? How do we cure that problem? That's the things that I think we should be talking about, rather than being excited by this memo that was leaked concerning a political football that gets pulled out for every fucking election, that just happened to come out the same day that Pfizer released another 80,000 pages of data showing that they knew that their shot was only 12% effective for only 7 days.
And the former head of the FDA is now on the board of directors of Pfizer.
Yes. And the former head of Reuters is now on the Our People page of Pfizer.
But what
Who's
do
doing
we do?
fact checking on
But Dark,
coronavirus
what do we do?
issues?
Do we just sit here and be like, oh my God, I hate this, I hate this?
No, we do this
For
show
me,
and we have people like you ask our people to give us money. That's what we're doing.
Listen.
Give them money, give them money, give them money.
and listen to how great John's point is too. Like, this is not just that one specific thing, right? So you have idiots like Paulson and Bernanke and Geithner going back and forth from Goldman into the Treasury Secretary, Yellen, who's out of Yale. And so when you ask these people and look them right in the face and say, hey, do you think it was a good idea to let Larry Fink write the COVID bailout? And they will literally stare right back at you and be like,
what are you talking about?
Uncynically, well, who do you think we should have asked? Of course, we're going to let the bankers write the regulations and bailout bill. Who else would we call to do such a thing? And they really feel that way. So you get into these silos and monopolies of groupthink. and it's just round and around we go on the hamster wheel, right?
Well, let's have people who either work for Pfizer or on the board of Pfizer decide whether Pfizer's product should be released.
Yeah.
For check the safety data, and let's have people who are invested in that product financially decide whether that product is safe for us. Makes total sense.
Right, exactly. Yeah, no conflict of interest there.
And yet that's happening all the time. We have a laundry list of this unethical, unaccountable system that we are subject to and is killing. It's a life and death issue.
Well,
people are being killed by this stuff.
We're really close to a breadbasket, right? Like, we grow a lot of food in this country. Look at just ag-gag laws and farming monopolies. I mean, you now have Bill Gates as the largest farmland owner in the United States. Why? Why is this sick, unhealthy computer nerd from the 80s
dominating farmland?
Yeah, and then also investing in pharmaceutical companies and donating to the WHO. Like, why is this guy so interested in everyone's bodies?
Oh, my God.
Like, small farmers are hurt by some of these ag-gag laws, the equipment that they're absolutely forced into, these financial agreements. A lot of times they're not allowed to fix their own stuff. Like, there's a lot of problems there. I have a feeling that Americans just want to feed Americans good food. And I have a feeling that everybody would love for our farmers and their families to be paid the right way.
All ranchers were asking for was for cool to be implemented on the Packers.
What is that?
It's the labeling.
Oh,
where is this product coming from?
Right.
Where is the origin? Where is the meat coming from? Where is the origin of where it's coming from? And it was called Cool. God, I got to remember what it stands for.
It's all right.
Anyway, that's basically all the American Packers were asking for is just put that label, have them put it on. But there's like 4 meat packing companies that run this country. And so your small town rancher
want to buy their Brazilian stuff.
The small town rancher, they're sitting there, they're driving their prices down.
Yeah.
But they are the only ones that are allowed to buy their product. You know, it's just we all sit there and say that we want competition because competition is best for everybody. But then once, the biggest guy is always going to win, then you got to ask him, look, all right, you won. Now do what's right for the rest of the world.
Why would they do that?
And they're going to be like, why? What good is it for me?
There's no incentive.
Financialization always tends toward monopoly. That's why inequality is what it is right now.
So that's why wealth inequality is, and it's only going to get worse. And then I always use this example. I went to work in the oil fields in 2012. When I went to work for the largest land drilling company in the world, a guy named Anthony Petrello became the CEO of Neighbors Drilling. Drilling was taking a whole new aspect at that time with pace technology. The rigs were using AC voltage. It wasn't just your conventional rig. They started using electricity. They started using artificial intelligence. They started using computers. It was more precise. It was more, it was a more perfect way of drilling. And these B rigs that the company came out with, we killed it. I mean, when we set our minds to become independent of foreign oil, we were doing it, and we were doing it great in 2012, 2013. And let me I have to take that in a second. But anyway, back to the story.
Hit the button.
No, people don't want to be. 2013, the CEO of my company was the highest paid CEO in the United States. His salary was $2 million. They decided to give him a $67 million bonus that year. In that same year, they took 25 cents a mile from all of us that were driving around fixing these rigs.
He must have been working really hard.
And he kept taking one every year for like 7 years.
Right.
Neighbors Drilling, the largest land drilling company in the world.
So why did the employees put up with that?
You have no say. Take your paycheck or deal with what you deal with.
But taking your paycheck, isn't that also endorsing that model? I mean, it's tough because we got to eat.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
But this is what we're doing on the larger level: is we keep like, well, I guess we'll vote between syphilis and gonorrhea again, instead of saying fuck
or I'm
that
gonna
shit,
leave,
right?
or I'm gonna leave.
Right. It's I really appreciate that you decided to come and give us an hour of your time. We've already gone an hour and a half.
I know.
And
I got to go. That was the phone call I was waiting for.
You got to go bale.
I got to go bale hay.
And we got some other guests coming in, and I really appreciate the time that you came and spent with us on the show today. Do you have any final words you want to wrap up with, or
give them money, give them money, give them money?
Yes, we need it. Yeah, we'll take that moment.
You do, and you've earned it. You guys have worked hard. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I think it's great what you're doing. I might not agree with everything, but I do love the integrity.
Great.
All right. Take care.
Thanks, John.
Take care.
We'll see you out, and then we're gonna ask people for money on the heels of that amazing interview and discussion.
All right. Take care.
All right. See ya. Okay.
How was that?
So sweet.
Folks out there listening, thank you for being a part of the show, participating in the show. We do have that chat bot up so that you can talk to us. So that if you have any questions, we want to get to them. And if you have any topics you want to talk about, please introduce them into the dialogue.
Mark, we had a request from Deb.
Yeah.
And I want to jump right on it.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, you saw it. Will you please express your thoughts about the economics of political affiliation?
Well, we can go, by the way, hey, Deb, we can get into that as much as we think that we need to, but the very quick breakdown is very simple. Republicans have been bought by gas and oil, and Democrats have been bought by Wall Street. So
what do you mean by Wall Street? Because I feel like isn't everybody bought by Wall Street or?
Wall
say
Street.
more about that.
Well, yeah, okay.
What is Wall Street? I mean, I think we need to go there.
We
at
can
some
really
point.
get into that too, but I'm gonna go ahead and answer Deb.
Yeah.
So why would Wall Street donate mostly blue? Okay, just look at the current climate. So the Democrats, in a meaningful way, are basically relegated to large metropolitan areas, sometimes not even all of them. But even in the Christian evangelical South, where big oil and megachurches are the ruling money and political authority, even somewhere like Texas, the cities are still Democratic because the actual populations are diverse, right? So you have all of Texas voting for oil and guns and Jesus, so it's all red. But in Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, and Houston, the populations are, it's not only diversity, right? It's not only the Vietnamese and the Africans and Islanders and other people that live in Houston. It's not just the Latinos in Dallas and Fort Worth. What I mean by diverse is the big cities also have all of the high-level professionals and university graduates that tend to side either moderate Republican, and they were completely freaked out and offended by Trump, so they're kind of like the Lincoln Project Republicans. They're totally willing to go Democrat if they feel like embarrassed by whatever crazy stuff is going on with the Republicans. But for the most part, people that are doing really well and make over six figures, and they're highly educated, so all of your lawyers and doctors and everything, they tend to vote Democrat for the most part as well, or at least have a liberal viewing of things. They appreciate diversity within their community. So, but the reason that Wall Street goes toward Democrats is just look at it from a financial point of view. Wall Street firms and hedge funds are fully in support of the markets that they've created. So they're trying to uphold the NASDAQ and the Dow and the S&P and the commodity structures. They need as many customers as possible. they're not willing to offend anyone. So when you look at a company like Nike or Kraft, like these large corporations, all they care about is human consumption. They don't care if a human being is gay or trans or what color they are. So you have these mega corporations siding towards social liberalism. They're cool with all the cultural stuff, but they want to shove this anarchic libertarian free capital down your throat. So they're cool to give you all the cultural stuff, but they want to hoard all the money. Like, you people can eat all the SpaghettiOs and wear all the Nikes you want to, but the money and the derivatives drawn off of it belong to us. So that's the reason that large firms and hedge funds, which are just private capital. So you have actual banks that are publicly recognized. We all know Citigroup and Merrill Lynch and Bank of America and Wells Fargo. So we've had these large banks around for, since basically the turn of the century and the gold rush in California. That's basically the birth of the Wells Fargo Bank, is that drive west of the 49ers. The reason that they were called 49ers is because in 1849, there was the California Gold Rush. So you have the spinoff of large American banks. And we'll probably get further into banking later. At some point this weekend, we'll dive into some really fun banking stuff. But that's why Wall Street and hedge funds and private capital tend to be relegated to the larger metropolitan areas and specifically the ne'er-do-well coastal cities. And then you have the pharmaceuticals, depending on what region they're in. People don't realize that healthcare in the United States is so expensive. It's like 20% of GDP. So you have the pharmaceutical companies are willing to play both sides, and they'll just donate to whoever they think is going to win. And if they aren't sure who's going to win, they're going to donate to both. And that's a quick synopsis of where firm money gets directed in specific regional areas.
So now
by party affiliation, as you put it.
I have to go back and check her question again so I can put everything you just said in context.
Yeah, say it.
Your thoughts about the economics of political affiliation. So you just described this giant top-down, and maybe that's what she meant earlier, the economic umbrella of partisan choices, sort of like the people running the parties economically.
Right. So connect that to a liberal mom, right? She may not have been
asking this,
go ahead. Yeah, tell me.
I'm curious. What's your basic demographic perspective on economically who tends to vote blue and who tends to vote red?
Well, it's what a typical Democratic voter to me looks like. And I'm from the auto capital of the planet Earth. So right. I'm from a union. It's very similar to Butte, just on a macro, on a much larger scale.
Yeah.
So I've lived in the Gulf Coast of Florida, a couple years in Los Angeles, 7 years in Seattle, and now 5 in Montana and 12 on and off in Texas.
Wow.
So I've been in some predominantly really Republican areas.
Yep.
And when you're in that area of the Gulf Coast in Florida, you're talking about retirees for the most part that did really well at some point and came down from somewhere else. So they tended to be staunchly Republican. They wanted the end of their life. They wanted whatever their estate was. And keep in mind, they're probably still managing a household up north somewhere. so Republican all the way. In Texas, Republican all the way. It's all the way Republican, unless specifically you're in a district that isn't gerrymandered enough to get rid of or fracture an entire metropolitan area. So Texas has 3 of the largest cities in the United States. They 3 of the top 10 biggest cities are in Texas. Still staunchly Republican. It cannot overcome.
That's so interesting because usually people are like, oh, the cities are the Democrat places that are making all these shitty decisions for the flyover states, which is the non-city zones where most of the Republican / farmer stereotype that that's what people are imagining,
and if you just take that at face value, listen to how preposterous that is. The large metropolitan areas are the ones generating all the economic activity. That's where all the real estate is being built. That's where all the people live that are paying property taxes. That's where all the lawyers, doctors, engineers, that's where all the economic activity is.
So of course they're making decisions that affect the rest of the country. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Why wouldn't they? Like that's where most of the population resides.
Right. We always have to remember in any time we're having these kinds of discussions where we're talking about theoretical concepts or meta concepts or abstract concepts is like there's the thing, you might be saying, of course they're the ones making decisions. And
I understand.
And people are like, well, but that's super shitty and doesn't take care of
What
everyone.
about me? I live in a cornfield in Iowa.
Yeah. And it's like, so there's the, of course, that's who's making decisions version that is cynical and sensible and logical and empirical and based on finance, which is what the planet is run by.
Yeah.
And then there's the, of course, that a lot of people think about, which is like, well, but what about the empathetic human communal experience?
Yeah.
That's not what's making decisions on the planet.
Yeah. Well,
you
that's the
have
caveat.
values of empathetical communal human experience
For
decisions.
Sure. Yeah.
The planet is actually run by finance.
Yeah.
And that's why when you're that's why you get confused when you vote for someone and then they don't do the thing they told you they were going to do when you voted for them.
Yeah.
Because you're not running them, finance is running them.
And I can come off as crass and cynical with this stuff just because I've had to see it and be in it so long.
Yeah.
I don't
think you came off as crass and cynical.
Oh,
I just understand many people people are like, I just don't understand why we didn't get Bernie. Like it just doesn't make any sense. I'm like, no, it actually makes a ton of sense, but not to our needs. Mm-hmm. Bernie would have made a ton of sense to our needs as citizens of this country, but he doesn't make any sense for the values and the desires of the people that are actually running the country. So it actually makes a ton of sense that Bernie did not become president when you look at who is actually running the thing. Well, our desires and values are not running the thing.
Well, but they are. Like the other side of that is a guy like John who just left that really believes this silly bullshit story that Republicans believe in small government.
Well, I mean,
that's a joke. Like they say that rhetorically. They mean that for you, John Q. Citizen. Yeah, it's bootstraps for you.
Republican citizens believe in small government.
That's the difference between what I always try to tease out is because I found myself blurring the two, much to my dismay and the dismay of many friends, is the difference between saying a Democratic voter and the DNC.
Yeah, right.
The DNC has one agenda.
Sure, yeah.
The Democratic voter has many different agendas.
Sure.
Hopefully, not very many of them are of the agenda of the DNC.
Yeah.
Only the donor class that's giving money to the DNC, and the DNC they're going to set policy, but they're going to tell you whatever the fuck you want.
Right.
To keep you Democrat in voting. And I think it's the same thing with Republicans. There's the RNC.
Right.
And then there's the shuck and jive that they do for the voters.
Right.
That has nothing to do with what the RNC is doing.
Yeah. So to finish your actual question about the breakdown of demographics, having lived on the West Coast so long and hang out with a lot of people I consider brilliant and really believing that they're doing the best that they can to affect human life in a good way. You know, the whole Seattle down to San Diego thing, all of those high salaried people, they like to talk about poor people at fancy dinner parties, but there's not really much getting done. No. So it's turned into just cultural woke stuff. And as long as you're talking nice, then you can still keep going to the dinner parties.
Yeah.
But if you ever bring up, like, are we going to do anything
what about
this month, guys? Yeah.
So now you're talking, that's mid-level. Now you're talking about the mid-level, which is the people that think they're running the DNC and the RNC.
Yeah.
So now let's take it down even one step further to us, the citizens, and our average Joe lives, demographically, financial demographics. Do you feel as though there's a typical divide?
Well,
on who
it's
tends to vote?
new, right? John just said it the right way.
I feel like most Democrat citizens.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't even say that.
It's changing so fast.
God, yes.
It's changing so fast. John hit on a lot of good points.
What's changing so fast?
The makeup of who would
vote
makeup of working class people that would normally consider themselves blue or red.
Yeah.
So me being from Southwest Detroit, I come from what they called the Reagan Democrats. So so all the old Union towns. So if you take the whole Rust Belt from Philly over to Chicago, right? Chicago's an anomaly. That's its own. That was connected to like the cattle. But if you go from Philly over to Detroit, which is a very large population, all those guys used to have really good jobs. Either directly for one of the auto firms or a firm that was attached to the...
We're covering several states right now.
Yeah. So those were like, used to be the blue no matter who. They were like Union.
Michigan is the state that you have to go win.
Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. So and then when you talk about Pennsylvania specifically, you're talking about steel, right? When you get that far up the Ohio River and it attaches to the Mississippi, those steel, one of the original robber barons in the United States was Carnegie. So steel, you're talking about all that steel, you're talking about manufacturing, you're talking about all the cities that literally, Rosie the Riveter, like literally won World War II.
Yeah.
So they were all about union rights, production, let's keep this going. They would deal with some environmental degradation to keep that going. That's over now. Now that that's been taken from them and they got lied to, those are Trumpers all the way. That is now an ocean of red.
Their daddies and granddads got let down by the party.
They literally disassembled those factories and moved everything they could to China, and everything else was left there to rot.
Right.
Their former childhood lifestyle is decaying in front of their face, and no one is doing anything about it. So the only places Democrats win
so are
there
you saying
now.
The Democrat Party used to be the working man party?
Used to be
that's
the
so funny.
Yeah.
My experience has only ever been that the working man votes red.
My grandparents, one was a welder, the other was a farmer, my granddad's, and they were very much Democrat.
Weird.
Yes.
Weird.
That was the working class party. Can we talk about I want to get your perspective on this, because I think I mentioned it maybe yesterday, and I've been teasing it around, and I think I did say part of it yesterday, but I want to like tease this out in relation to what we're talking about right now. There's the idea that of Democrats and Republicans, and somebody told me somewhere, I read it somewhere, that the idea, let's go from Democrat and Republican and talk about liberal and conservative.
Yeah, sure.
Because those are different things, and they're becoming nowhere nearly correlated to the parties as the way they were.
The liberals right now are also conservatives.
This is why it gets confusing, because the terms don't have the same meaning as they did 2 years ago.
That's right.
So when you say that term, you may be landing differently with different people. This is the Tower of Babel shit that we're dealing with now.
Yeah.
So the idea of the conservative type person and a liberal type person, there's the phrase that we've heard, if you're young and you're not a Democrat, then you're heartless, and if you're old and you're not a Republican, then you're brainless.
Oh, got it.
That's a phrase that, one of those tropes that goes around.
Yeah.
The liberal, I found this interesting idea of like culture is created by the liberal class and defended by the conservative class.
Yeah, sure.
So when shit starts to get too calcified and there needs to be some movement, the liberal type person, whatever party they're in, those people come in and break down the old culture, start a new culture, and that old culture is like, fuck you, you're killing our culture, right?
Yeah.
But then when that starts to work and we've moved into a new iteration where, oh, hey, we actually like the way this shit is, then the conservatives are the ones that will preserve that culture again.
Yeah,
and
sure.
to see that cycle that we're in, it's interesting because when you talk about the Trumpers and the deplorables, these are people who there's the old idea of make America great again and we're going to get to the 1950s, but I feel like what they're doing is serving the function of what liberal class always does, which is start to tear down the calcified thing that doesn't work for them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They're defending America, but what they're actually doing is the liberal action of dismantling a broken system and wanting to start a new culture. I think they're going to be the ones that start a new culture, even though they don't think that that's what they're doing.
Sure. Yeah.
Because that's where the energetic is.
And I find that very interesting. So the thing about all the woke culture stuff is
you can't get more conservative than that mindset.
But they think they're actually doing something to change the culture. Like that's their roundabout way of dismantling, like all the 1619 Project stuff and slavery without getting into reparations and on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
It's the people that have been legitimately victimized,
right,
by the capital structure of the country. They're trying to handle that in erasing that trauma and harm in a social way, but completely discounting the most important part is that trauma was created because of a financial structure.
Right, they're not dealing with the big
they're
problem.
not dealing with the actual
The roots,
problem.
yeah.
So like you know, there's a lot of brilliant people talking about healing other people, and that's beautiful, and I love you, and thank you, and that's cool. And yes, more of that, please. And that's what gets so hurtful and frustrating to me at times in trying to do this emotional, spiritual triage relief, if you will, of, okay, so you're Native, and this happened to you. You're African American and this happened to you. You're Irish, so when you got over here to the 5 Points, all 8 of your kids between 8 and 12 years old were in a factory 12 hours a day making textiles. And then you ended up in Appalachia and they blew up all your mountains and took your ability to grow food. And now you're sick and all your water's poisoned. Like, I mean, on and on and on. There's nothing wrong with getting into individuals' history of trauma. I believe in that work, and I think that that's okay.
Yeah.
But if we're going to handle this in a meaningful, serious way, what is going to solve that stuff for a lot of people in future generations? Because you just said something really cool about the time evolution of liberalism versus conservatism.
I think we sound like we're saying opposite things, but I think there is some Venn diagram crossover that I'm struggling towards.
Well, so so then I'll get to your point.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think we actually are articulating, I think there is a Venn thing.
Well, I said all that to say this.
Okay.
How hard is it for this next generation, a little bit younger than us, when they get old, they're going to be so poor. What is there going to be to be conservative about? What will you be conserving of a country and an economic system and a culture that just screwed you over so bad? So I agree with you that that's been the cycle. We're almost 100 years after the Roaring 20s. What did that lead up to? And what do you think is going to happen within the next 7 years, almost to the day? I mean,
I've been seeing evidence, honestly, and I'm only interrupting you for a brief minute. But
No,
like
please.
the more I've been looking into these, I actually started looking into these cycles when I was studying the history of pandemics.
Yes.
And there's a 100-year pandemic cycle also in history.
Don't discount how much you've learned about finance as well. So you're recognizing patterns all over the place.
There's a 100-year financial crash pattern. There's a 100-year pandemic pattern. There's a 100-year new technology boom pattern. Like it's like anytime stuff starts. It seems as though, if I were looking at it from my personal perspective, it seems as though anytime stuff starts going nice for the people.
Yeah.
There are several crashes in several arenas that reset things back to sucking the teat of whoever's in power.
And that's how you always get back to the Great Reset and Klaus Schwab.
Yes.
Because they're talking about it openly.
Yeah, they have a website. It's not a conspiracy.
Yeah.
They're openly talking about this because what you just said is very important. This modern iteration of way the economy is currently constructed, it's actually been a significant crash or downturn every 4 to 7 years since FDR's New Deal started getting dismantled.
Oh.
Look at what we've just gone through in our
FDR
lifetimes.
and Alexander Hamilton were the only two people that got the U.S. out of debt ever.
Ever. And then look what it took to do that. The only reason we even and keep in mind, FDR created some of the most endeared programs for American people during the greatest financial crash to that point in human history.
Right.
We created
shit was fucked, and he still pulled us out of the dumpster.
And it was still kind of sluggish, and it didn't work all the way, but it barely staved off a revolution. You had the AFL and CIO.
Right.
They were very seriously close to bombing Big Bill Haywood and the Wobblies in San Francisco to put down a labor strike.
From a Navy ship.
The American Navy was going to bomb Americans.
San Francisco.
Put down.
Yes. It was that close.
An American destroyer was going to bomb its own citizens.
Why?
To put down a labor strike in San Francisco.
The government was saying, let's do this thing?
Let's do this.
When was this?
This would have been...
Frank Little's time, 1917.
This would have been like 31 or 32,
Oh,
I
really?
think. Yeah,
Okay.
This led up to the negotiating with the AFL and CIO and the creation of
Roosevelt. Shit's getting out of hand.
Roosevelt
God
said,
damn.
if we bomb these people, that's a wrap. Like, this could turn into a French Revolution situation where they could just decide to chop our head off.
Right.
And do their own thing. So I'm gonna suggest a new way, guys. Like,
we got to keep it always
So that's where the idea of
bombing them.
the necessary evil of the Union came in. That's how it was told to me as a Republican growing up. Is the necessary evil of the unions was to keep there from being a flip in the power structures.
We have to be just nice enough to the workers that we don't
They don't chop our heads off.
Well, and we don't have the power to do that anymore. So now what? To bring it up into contemporary time. But FDR at the end of his life, he told the truth, and he said, I did this to save capitalism. So you're talking about an economic structure.
Come on, Republicans.
That was already very young.
Yeah.
And it was already Humpty Dumpty having to be put back together again by all the king's horses and all the king's men. And then you have Jekyll Island in Georgia, which created the modern iteration of the Federal Reserve. The United States had already...
Let's create this thing. It sounds like a federal thing.
Sounds like
that's
it's
not
run
a
by the
federal
government,
thing.
but it's not run by the government.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's like what's dumbest.
Yeah.
I can't believe we put up with this shit.
Yeah,
Because we don't know.
So the only thing that ended up actually finally ending the Great Depression was World War II.
Yes.
And this gets into the Weimar situation that you two brought up in 1929.
You got some notes over there about that, too.
Okay, so, all right,
do we want to
so-
get into that now?
Why not?
I mean,
Stuart will be here in an hour.
Do you think that it makes sense or no? Or do you want to keep going with the... Because
I
now
think-
we're transitioning to banking pretty quick. So what do you want to do?
Right. I want to tie up because I like your contrasting perspective of contrasting and complementary. That's what I'm looking for in this Venn diagram overlap. So the idea of, yes, there's the woke movement, which is about it should have been, I think at the core, it started as like, wake up to the manipulation that is happening to you through the powers that be in the media system, right? That was woke. Like,
And
holy
definitely
shit.
don't victimize other people.
That's all. We're being manipulated by the government. Our votes don't matter anymore. We no longer live in a democratic republic if we ever did. Like the news is not the news. Like that was woke. And now woke seems to have moved into this, like, I think at the core of it, it feels like accountability. It should have been the evolution of like, these things are a problem. Yeah. And now we're going to hold those people accountable. And what they've done is the social stuff.
Right.
How to make sure gay people don't get beat up, which is really important.
Yeah.
But they haven't addressed what is making people angry enough in the society to want to go beat each other up.
Money,
which is the money.
It's always the money.
Right. And so when you're moving over to the right, so they're trying to tear down the colonizer patriarchal paradigm. That's the phrase that gets used all the time. We're going to get rid of this old system.
Right.
But they're not addressing the system. They're addressing symptoms.
That's exactly right. Because the rulers...
And not the problem.
Yes. The rulers of the economic system, they don't give a shit what you call your... They don't care what you call your culture. They don't care about your party affiliation. All they care about is that they're left behind the curtain to do whatever the hell they want to do.
Right.
And around we go. They don't care. They don't care if this place becomes a Christian fascist authoritarian state ruled over by cops in the military and big tech. They don't care what this ends up looking like.
So many of the Republicans that were in the narrative of the Republican Party of like, stop the gays and the gay agenda, were gay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, literally blowing strangers in airport bathrooms.
Yeah, they were gay saying stop the gays.
Right.
Because I think it's kinky.
Yeah.
If it's okay to blow strangers in the bathroom, then it's not as much fun.
I'm sure the stranger's happy.
It's not as much fun anymore.
Yeah. Right.
Like you have to keep it illegal so it stays kinky.
Yeah.
I think there was some aspect to that. There's some bullshit in this, like, yeah, we're going to go after the gays, says the gay man in the closet.
Yeah.
That people in that system know is gay.
Sure.
Because they're all blowing each other one way or another, economically or physically.
But also you have the element that, again, we have to continually differentiate between the people running the party, the people who think they're running the party, and the citizens who think the guys in the middle are running the party.
Yeah, Joe Plummer.
So the guy in the middle who is gay and is repressing it and is secretly blowing strangers in bathrooms in Congress.
Yeah.
May or may not give a shit about the gay agenda, but he knows his constituents do.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
That's what I'm talking
there.
about.
Yeah.
So that's the woke thing, is where you start figuring all that shit out, right?
Right.
Instead of making it so black and white so that all the Republicans are bad, people who don't wear a mask are bad. Like, that is so reductive and dumb. That is the opposite of woke. So I think there's a woke aspect, the people who started these movements who said, hey, maybe we should acknowledge the people who lived here before us. Maybe we should deal with that issue.
Sure.
Like I like that idea. Yes, we should be talking about reparations.
Absolutely.
Even at the least to acknowledge what was done.
Yeah.
We're still telling people in school that shit didn't happen.
Well, not, and I mean, to take it even further, what about the carryover spiritual trauma? I mean, you go to any native reservation.
Oh, the schools.
Their entire way of life has been taken from them. They, I mean, the Canadians just caught murdering them by the hundreds of thousands.
Yep.
At the Catholic schools that they were sent
graveyards.
to. Yeah. So,
that story just sort of got eclipsed by COVID or something.
But even when you're in a predominantly native community, you know, I love to spend time in the sacred rocks areas of our country. It's beautiful. So, I mean, whenever you're on reservation land, whether it be Navajo or otherwise, I mean, you can see these people have been completely dispossessed and decimated for who knows how long. I mean, we completely changed their way of life forever.
Don't do the thing that you evolved yourself to be.
Yeah. Right.
In your environment.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
Don't hunt. Don't ride horses. Don't.
Yeah. No buffalo. No bison.
Your tradition is now gone. Now start from nothing with nothing. Good luck.
Yeah. Right. Here's some casinos and oil.
Well, and that was a fight just to get to that shit.
Well, and then not only that, so you're talking about a group that had very complex societies. When you read about the egalitarian structure of natives, they had women's councils in some of the tribes that would determine who needed what and just give it away. And if everybody was fed and doing okay, they have extremely effusive language and banter with each other because it was part of their social structure to be cheeky and kind of fake manipulate each other out of stuff. Like there was a constant negotiation as if you were like at a Turkish bazaar.
Right,
so it's
right.
I have enough skins and arrows and food or whatever, and my horse is healthy.
Yeah.
But let me go over to the neighbor's house and see if I can get a pipe that I don't have to carve for this, this shiny rock that I have or whatever.
Right.
So like everybody was just like trading the thing. Their architecture was absolutely magnificent. Their math and astronomy surpassed us by far. So you're talking about people that grew complex societies on par with anything going on in Western Europe, surpassing in science and math and knowledge of space, agricultural techniques. I mean, the way that they were able to grow food, their irrigation systems, their architecture, their drawing, their language, and they had been here for thousands of years. Now we show up, and within 250 years, thousands of years have been erased. And then you add on top of that the land that they were dispossessed of. A bunch of African slaves ended up on it to like make a bunch of people rich. And that money's still around. That was only 250 years ago.
So, yes.
So, I mean, the woke thing, cool. I get it. Let's talk about people's stories and trauma.
Yeah, all the way back.
But what's the point if we don't get at the thing?
At the trauma.
Yeah.
The maker of the trauma.
Yeah.
So
of being dispossessed by a patriarchal, hierarchical system that robs you blind every second you're not paying attention to it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really where it's at. I mean, that's the decision everybody has to make.
Do a pause there so we can cut the video at the end.
Of that rant?
Yeah, that rant. Before I step on
I'm
it.
sorry.
No, I love it. It's fucking great.
You're doing a pause,
yes.
so you're gonna be like, yes.
No,
chop that out and put
I'm
it to a
glad.
little bit.
I'm glad you teased that out because when we're talking about the woke, I don't want to be dismissive of wherever the woke movement came from. Some good things occurred.
Of course.
Getting hip to the story that you didn't fucking know, and then you can start making choices after you know the story. People are still being reactive. That is really important. There's the dog. There's the bobbies. There's the what do you call them? The groupies. It's like the woke groupies who think that sexy people are doing things over here. I'm going to dress like them and act like them.
Sure.
And I have no idea what they're doing, but I'm just going to ape those lines. That happens in every movement everywhere. You know?
I want to get invited to the club.
Yeah, these are the cartoon elements that they show on like conservative Twitter sites as the, woke tard lib whatever. That thing. So we know there's good stuff happening in the woke movement, and then there's the bullshit cartoon character assassination version of it.
Yeah.
And the people who are that and doing that.
Yeah.
Now, when we go over to the the deplorables and the Trumpers,
right?
Who in there are willing to have open-minded conversations, willing to do critical thinking, isn't so dogmatically locked into their party that they're not willing to hear what you're doing? There's a lot of people like that.
Yeah.
I found a lot of people like that. Whenever I stopped hanging out with the blue no matter who people, suddenly I started realizing there are people on the right that are far more open-minded than the left, and that was the opposite of my experience in the 90s and other times.
Yeah.
So that flip, somewhere in that flip, are some woke motherfuckers that can have good conversations, real woke motherfuckers that can have real conversations with these deplorable people, the people who actually, whose feet are on the ground.
Right. Yeah.
And find some Venn diagram where there can be agreement that we need to understand where we came from, where we are,
right,
and actually start making our choice for where we want to go instead of following this fucking weird Pied Piper, BlackRock Pied Piper thing that's just leading us into their fucking doomed story.
Yeah, right. It is dystopian. It is dystopian. And if what working people in this country are not able to come together, because you just said it the right way,
there's got to be that mix somewhere.
I think there's a Martin Luther King possibility now, and as the economy gets worse, it's going to become more pervasive. So we've been in a situation where people have barely had enough food and housing. It's like you were saying a few weeks ago, when you were just like, well, all of us have just gotten used to not being able to have a house and make babies and have families. And we've just grown accustomed that this is
not
the
an
new
expectation.
normal. Yeah. Like it's so, but if it even gets a tiny bit worse, like the amount of single family residences that are being bought up by BlackRock and Blackstone and derivatives being created for Vanguard, as more and more people get dispossessed of their physical property, and this is one of Barack Obama's biggest, most disgusting lies and hugest mistakes, he had the option to bail out banks or just write down the debt of normal citizens and let the banks figure it out later. He chose the banks, and American families from coast to coast were gripped up by the sheriff's department and physically removed from houses that they had lived in for who knows how long. So as more people become dispossessed of somewhere to even live, the homeless crisis, there's already like 3 million. Or something like that. It's a lot of homeless people in the United States. That is about to double or triple just over the next decade. And as rents explode, you're literally going to have entire families like living under bridges and stuff.
Hoovervilles. There's going to have to be some Hooverville movement.
So these are the kind of things that have to be dealt with, and everybody has had enough either plausible deniability or comfort to ignore it. So I agree with you completely that the crossover, it can only handle so much more stress and pressure before poor and working people like shut off the TV or like whatever.
There's going to be blue and red people without houses. Having to figure it out together.
They're finally going to be looking at each other in the face under the bridge and go, oh, wait a second.
Shit.
Yeah, I think we both got fucked, brother. Like, now what?
Yeah.
So they're like, the reality is this. It is about personal responsibility, like John was saying. The reality is clear and there's no denying it. And we don't have to feel bad about it, but we can just, acknowledge it and move forward. But the reality is everyday American people they've taken a 50-year break from their civic duty.
Oh, absolutely.
This is what a 50-year vacation from discussing serious things looks like. You outsource some of the most important areas of your own personal and professional life to other people, and this is what they chose to do with it.
Yeah.
So it's your fucking turn now. Like, These things are going to have to get talked about whether you like it or not. Would I rather be discussing cool music and art or like, you know, sipping a whiskey by the fire and talking about what we're going to have for breakfast in the morning or whatever it is or who the new grandbaby is? Yes.
Oh, my God.
I would so much rather be talking about normal, cool shit and having fun and not evil banking conglomerates. Like that's not
Oh my
fun.
gosh, what would our lives be like if we could just like make a living, have a home, and then do things with our friends?
That's really what it comes down to. What do you want your life to look like? Because this is what they're going to make it look like.
This is the problem.
This is the big idea. Like
I want to punctuate the what you're saying about when we're talking about the Republicans and the Democrats meeting under the bridge and saying, we argued ourselves down into here.
Yeah, right.
We abdicated actual responsibility for just the thrill of yelling at each other online.
Yeah, that's it.
And getting our rocks off, spanking people online.
Owning the libs. And punching down at the deplorables.
Punching down.
Yeah.
Like, we did that to ourselves. And that's the thing that, like, I want to talk about the bad guys, but those bad guys can only do that shit if we've abdicated our duty as citizens.
That's right. I agree with that completely.
And whether or not we were manipulated into that abdication, at some point, this is the point here. This is the point of the show. Whenever you are confronted with information that challenges the way you thought the world is,
right?
You have a choice to double down on a shitty idea of the world that you know is bullshit.
Right.
Or
which I consider conservatism.
Yes.
Freezing
exactly.
something in stasis.
Yes.
Yeah, in its most pure form.
Yeah.
That's what conservative means.
Right.
Is doing this. I wrote them I put them in here earlier.
Oh, good.
I put them in here. Conservative.
Oh.
Averse to change or innovation and
Great.
holding traditional values.
Yes.
That's the empirical core definition of the word conservative outside of a political context. In a political context, a conservative is favoring free enterprise, private ownership, and socially traditional ideas.
See, now that's beautiful because look at that. So we have no free enterprise. That's been turned upside down on its head. That's a complete crock of shit.
We think we have the free market, and we keep arguing as if we do, but we do not.
We have overly glorified private ownership to the point where Bill Gates is the largest farm owner in the United States. And socially traditional ideas, what does that mean? Murdering a bunch of more natives and bringing slaves back over? What are the...
socially traditional would be...
First Amendment.
No, we have to expand beyond the U.S. because there are conservatives in other countries.
There
are conservatives in other countries.
I know a lot of right-wing Indians.
Yes, so socially traditional values mean socially traditional ideas means
just like the family.
Generally, the way it's been.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Traditional is something that has been away for a while.
Well, there's nothing...
socially traditional ideas.
Yeah, I get it.
Like, I mean, a socially non-traditional idea is the idea that several children are being raised in a commune by a polyamorous set of adults.
Right.
That's not socially traditional. Socially traditional is mom, dad, house, children, nobody else.
Yeah. The people that I knew that grew up in like polyamorous hippie villages are pretty awesome.
Yeah,
they
all
turned out great.
Fucking awesome. And then like socially traditional ideas would be a boss starts a company, hires some employees, takes care of his employees, retires and hands the company on to his son. A socially non-traditional idea is something like a work share space where a bunch of people who are working freelance at other countries all over the planet, at other companies all over the planet, come together and pay a subscription to have access to a place with internet and coffee and sound rooms.
Tools.
Right. Yeah. And we work already flopped.
Yeah.
Right.
Bad.
So by
it's
contrast,
hard
by contrast, liberal, willing to respect or accept behavior or opinions different from one's own, open to new ideas. That's what liberal is supposed to mean.
Right.
That's why the last couple of years have been so weird.
Because the Republicans seem to be open to new ideas, even though they have their
and free
standards.
speech.
Yes.
And free speech.
Yeah, liberals are like, shut up, shut up, shut up.
Right. That doesn't make any sense in the liberal.
That doesn't make any sense.
In a political context, liberals
Mhm.
are favoring policies that are socially progressive and
Okay.
promote social welfare.
Well, we know that's not true.
Well, but at its core,
rhetorically,
that's what the liberals were supposed to be.
Yeah.
Is rather than the free enterprise, private ownership,
Sure.
and traditional family values
Yeah.
of like monads,
Right.
like my family pod, my company, my town.
Yeah.
You know, the liberals are more like spreading the butter out over all the bread.
Sure.
Like, we all should be making sure that all of us are doing well.
It's a recognition. It's a recognition of your interconnection.
Yeah.
I think is
And
really
both
at the
of those
heart.
ideologies can go way too far in
Yeah.
their extreme directions.
Well, and that's why I think you're right about the coming red wave at the midterms.
Mhm.
Because if you only espouse this stuff rhetorically, but you're not able to get anything done ever practically that people can smell and touch and feel and hear,
Mhm.
if all you're doing is just bloviating and talking the whole time, like, I mean, now basically the Democratic Party, Big D,
Mhm.
apparatchiks and the people immediately connected to it. So they are so in love with Barack Obama. Like they think the party just needs to continue to be Barack Obama. But the reason we went from Obama to Trump and everyone asks Clinton to politely bugger off for
Yeah.
the rest of eternity was because Barack Obama turned out to be a hypocrite and a liar, and it was all rhetorical.
He was a charming hypocrite. and a
He's
liar.
brilliant.
Yeah.
That guy's made me cry probably more than anyone listening to talk. Like,
right.
But I thought he was elected to be FDR because we were already in
Right.
one of those moments.
Yes.
We had just had the .com bubble crash. We had just had the 08 Bush Obama crash. Like, we just had the housing crash.
This would be the time to shake it up.
So exactly.
And he was elected to do that.
He was elected to do that.
Yeah.
I really feel that
Yes.
way. So because it turned out that he lied, and you had to watch a bunch of people like crying and screaming and getting their shit thrown on a curb and kicked out of their houses, that was Barack Obama. Then you add in all the drone strikes. Then you add in all the elimination of posse comitatus when Hedges barely lost his suit against Obama, of saying this is what allowed Obama to kill American citizens abroad without any due process whatsoever.
Yeah.
If he decided that they were a national security threat. He never shut down Guantanamo. I mean, it's just lie after lie after lie with this guy. So now you have a whole party that is still filled with all the Clinton and Obama people that think that is the thing that needs to be cookie cutter replicated forever and ever.
Right.
And if you don't feel that that's a good way, then you're probably just a hillbilly idiot that lives in a cornfield, and fuck you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not healthy. The idea that you are going to ignore, and this is why places like here are turning red. You know, in beautiful Butte, Montana, surrounded by some of the most gorgeous nature you could ever be around. Beautiful, accepting, hardworking people, tough people, not afraid to get dirty, talk with each other, sing with each other, dance with each other, eat with each other, a real community.
The people aren't changing, but who they're looking to for
answers and
is
help
changing.
is changing. And that's why I think you've hit the nail on the head of why people are sick of all the just pretty fancy words. It's really burning them out.
Well, they're getting their feet on the ground. A lot of people who, I mean, it affects all of us. We're all not having as good a time as we could be having.
Yeah.
Because of obvious fuckery that we could call out. And yet we keep having it because it's just not bad enough yet. This is the thing that we've been going to, is it's just not bad enough. People are not hurt enough to actually go down to the building and talk to the fuckers and say, you guys, we've had enough of this shit.
Yeah.
Like, we know you're lying. We know that you're on the take. You're not representing us. That's the fucking premise. And you're not holding up the premise. So something has to change. We're just not hurting enough to do it yet.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And that's why it's so important to me over and over again. The thing that can cut through all of the fancy mind-numbing words is the math, and just show them repeatedly. Like, this is when you got fucked. This is when you got fucked. This is when you got fucked. Oh, you also got fucked here. And you probably took one in the ear on this one. Like, just over and over again. This is what they told you. This is what the policy ended up looking like. This is the monopoly that the state codified. This is the firm that those funds went to. And oh, guess what? It went on your ledger. That's now part of the national debt. So that's you. That's you, homie, driving the truck. That's you, homie, out in the oil field. So I don't know what the hell you guys talk about in your free time, but this is what's going on. It's like John was just saying. Our expenses got increased when our CEO got $67 million bonus a year.
Yeah.
And then you
Hard
ask
worker.
him, and then you ask him to his face, why would you tolerate that? Well,
why didn't you walk up and say, fuck that shit?
Do you honestly think the company has the option to fire everyone making massive corporate profits and just stop activity? Do you think that's
pro-union? That's what a union is supposed to do. You're supposed to say, hey, fuck this shit.
So how crazy is it that a union guy in an oil field, it's a completely foreign concept to him to strike? How insane is that?
That would be a strikeable moment. $67 million bonus on a $2 million salary, and then everybody gets a cut in their pay.
Well, not only that, but he gets it back in stock, which means they're going to take all the other corporate profits just to do a stock buyback to inflate the stock.
Yeah. So that's where you have a union movement. That's where you have a movement within the organization, right? And we're not doing that. And that is just a micro. This is the best example of what's happening on the large scale. We're not connected enough to each other.
We're not connected enough to each other
to say, you know what, fuck this shit.
Yeah, because I would take it even further and say all the way, fuck this shit. No, but
we don't get to be connected to each other because of the algorithms.
But what I'm saying is take it even further. Who in the hell needs a CEO? What do they even do besides rip other people off so they can get giant bonuses to buy back?
Yeah, we're not talking about the guy that runs the company in your town that has 200 employees. We're not talking about that guy.
The American people love the self-made guy that makes the widgets, that supplies the tractor company.
The self-made guy gets thrown under the bus all the time as the example of why you shouldn't be mad at CEOs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing about it is, so this is my position and the only thing that gives me some optimism in the quiet moments of my life. I believe in the work ethic of Americans. They work hard. I believe in their dynamism and ingenuity. I've seen it throughout the course of my very brief lifetime thus far. Like nearing 50 years old, I've seen a lot of cool stuff. Now, when I was a kid, did I think we were going to be flying around on jets and cars already? Yeah, yes. I had just.
Well, you were right. We could be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You were not wrong.
Right, like I was born after the space race. Right, like every kid seriously dreamed about engineering, being an astronaut. Like the world really was your oyster. Like I had access to probably realistically 9 different libraries within my little bike riding area. Like
that's awesome.
I could go to a baseball game for $5. Like I grew up in paradise basically. And I was from a blown out ghetto in Detroit. I had no idea I was poor. I could hop on a trolley. I could take a bus anywhere. I got to go to baseball games. People gave me hot dogs and loose burgers for like 50 cents. I was like, this is sweet.
Woo!
Yeah. So like,
what's a loose burger?
It's a chili dog butt with burger instead. It's just a broken up ground sirloin with the East Coast style chili.
So it's a hot dog. It's a chili dog without the
without
hot dog
the dog.
in it.
Yeah, it's just the burger.
Loose
It's
burger.
just a chili burger.
A
Yeah.
Broken in to fit into a hot dog bun.
Yeah, mustard, onions. I would always get one and one, so I wouldn't feel
An
jealous of it.
even more grabbable hot dog.
Yeah, right.
I mean hamburger.
No,
like-
it's less
Hamburger.
gravel. Like,
Oh, I just mean like it's if you hold it like a boat,
right,
then
yeah.
it spills out less than a
No,
real hamburger,
it was,
I guess.
It was a fork situation, unless
Oh.
you felt like.
A lot of chili.
Yeah. So
speaking of
but-
all
but-
those foods, I think I'm going to go and eat.
Oh,
a
you
food
should. Yeah, cool.
While we until Stuart gets here at 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Old Deb has one more comment for you guys.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna leave it to you.
Very good. Thanks,
But-
engineer.
Yeah, and thank you, Deb.
Yeah, Deb, you're
leadership
holding down
and
the
hope
fort.
and open-mindedness for the greater good. Is that well? Apparently, it is a problem, right?
I think that is the problem.
Apparently, it's a huge problem.
This
I
is
mean,
why we have censorship.
Yeah. So to answer you in a meaningful way, I mean, John was just saying, union, pro-choice Republican from a hardworking town here in Butte, Montana. You know, it takes a lot of money to buy an office in this country. So that needs to be openly talked about and addressed.
And I would add to that, which compounds that problem, my perspective, that novel ideas articulated clearly would get people to support the movement that needs to happen to stop the fuckery. However, we must have access to each other, to see each other and to hear each other for that to happen.
Yeah.
And that is the issue of the day. They just created a ministry of truth, whatever the fuck they call that place.
Yeah.
That is why
the government disinformation board.
That is why leadership and hope and open-mindedness for the greater good, this is a direct attack on that as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
This is about having people not agree.
Yeah.
Making sure that we do not agree, that we stay fighting each other so they can continue looting the whole planet as they're doing. They're doing a great job. It's kind of amazing.
And the other thing that Deb gets to in that statement is that's continuing to outsource our personal responsibility to even have the language and time with each other to hold them accountable. This still just openly assumes that if we just hire the next right Obama or AOC or JD Vance or whatever that looks like for you, that just takes the position that if we just hire the right person, it's going to work this time.
Okay, that's why I think I immediately need to qualify the term leadership.
Okay.
Because when
Sure.
she says leadership, I don't know. I am not thinking of representatives in government.
She might not be referring to politicians either. I think that's a
might
good
not,
point.
and I think that's a good point because I
Yeah.
think you hear leadership and you're like, Republicans or the Senate or the leadership of the party or whatever.
Right.
I don't think automatically of that. When I hear about leadership and hope and open-mindedness for the greater good, that to me immediately is this is a parallel institution yet to occur.
Yeah, that's a very good point because
We're not going to correct the system by
Yes.
the mechanisms of the broken system.
If we
have to make it irrelevant.
That's right.
With another system.
If we keep building community through each other, through this crossover language that you're alluding to,
right?
Stop with the labels. Stop with the divisiveness. Stop with the disagreements before we even get started.
Cancel you before I even hear the second.
Yeah,
the period on the sentence.
Let's get to the meat potato stuff, the kitchen table stuff that's going on in the neighborhood. If we can just continue to talk to each other in that way, the neighborhood ideas will pop up, and then natural leaders that are open to a position like that people find charismatic, that has the time to do it, blah, blah, blah. Everything that goes into really, truly becoming a voice for your neighborhood and community, and that expanding will happen organically and naturally. And then everybody will be like, hey, Bob's a really cool guy. Let's just let him,
I think of Martin Luther King Jr. You mentioned him earlier. I
Yeah.
think of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Intelligent, passionate, poetic, compelling.
Yeah.
He had a community, and he had a paid gig to do what he was doing.
Yeah.
He had a platform where he was afforded himself to articulate the problem of the day.
Yeah.
In ways where people said, "Oh, that's the fucking right. That's the fucking problem of the day."
Yeah.
He was funded by his community to problem solve and to sense make.
Yeah.
In a way where people didn't feel like victims anymore.
Yeah.
And this is what we're missing. We don't have those social organizations where we appoint somebody in our community to be a sense maker for us.
Yeah.
We get it from a corporate stooge on MSNBC or Fox or something like these are our sense makers.
Yeah.
Who are your sense makers?
Well, and then the other beautiful thing about what you just said, if you go back to the Southern Church Leadership Council specifically, look at how far they expanded their horizons. They didn't stay in the antebellum South.
Nope.
They ended up negotiating contracts with Farmer Jack in Chicago and getting people a bunch of good jobs, and then were undermined by the Democratic Party.
Oh, I don't even know this story.
Well, the Southern Church Leadership Council was King's initial growth organization.
Right.
The conglomerate of, but they took it obviously to African American communities that really needed a voice and help. So they took it to Chicago. They were in Detroit. They didn't stay. Their own area wasn't enough for them. They started looking out for everyone to the point where they made it into Appalachia. So when you listen to his speech, The Three Evils of Society, he even thanks the people that he referred to as conscience-stricken wealth. So that were people that were doing okay, which at that time would have been upper-class whites that still chose to be part of the movement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then he mentions the poor in Appalachia and the dispossessed farmers. So it was also a nod to the poor and rural whites. He did not disclude anyone.
Right.
It was not just a black movement. He wanted economic rights. He wanted a bill of economic rights, and he did not care what color you were. He wanted human rights. And so much of what that means in this modern iteration of how the economy is formed is absolutely economic. People do want to work. They do. No one wants to sit on a couch all day long.
Right.
This typical right-wing Fox News trope of people are just lazy, they don't want to work. No, that's not the issue. What kind of work are you offering them?
People don't want that work.
They don't want that work at that price under those terms and conditions.
Right.
And COVID just showed you they will chew you up and spit you out whenever they feel like it. They have no fealty toward you whatsoever.
I'd rather be broke and having a good time than like making my car payment and having a shitty fucking life. That was a lot of people were just like they got a break from they got to actually breathe and like
take a deep breath.
Shit, I get to fill my week the way I want to. What does that look like?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. How much creativity are we destroying by keeping people wage slaves?
All right. This is, I think when I was in my early 20s and I was a budding conspiracy theorist, there always was this sense that I think I've had to wean out of myself that I need to let back in.
Sure.
There was this sense of outrage over the ugliness of the kind of system and people that would be doing what we're living in.
Yeah.
Like a complete visceral, like, fuck those people.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
That made me angry.
Yeah.
Somehow I had to edit that out because it just I become so cynical.
Mm-hmm.
What's the word? I get inured to how terrible things are because it's so much a part of the environment now.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, laugh about it or cry about it or ignore it, right? I mean,
well, I think most people ignore it, and it's like I don't ignore it, and I'm not crying about it.
Yeah,
and I don't think I'm as mad as I should be anymore.
I could see
there
how
should be more outrage.
Yeah, I could see how it could lead to burnout. But what's cool about what you just said is outrage is not the answer right now. Outrage is being put on the megaphone, so it's more divisive. It's being used as a tactic.
Martin Luther King didn't have outrage, but he addressed things that were outrageous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our special guest.
Yeah, and sometimes it's okay to be outraged by things that are outrageous. I think that's completely normal.
I'm eating lunch, but you can come and sit over here.
Here, no, sit on that couch, and I'll take the.
Oh yeah, Jar can take this.
Wow.
Put your headphones on.
Stuart, welcome.
Sure the right turn.
Thank you. While he gets settled in, I'm going to step aside for a moment.
Yeah, very good. Do you want to do the second thing?
Here, this is for you. I'm still in the middle of my lunch.
Okay, very good. Okay, we're having a big mid-show switch up. Stuart's here. Say hello to the folks.
Howdy.
Can we hear you all right?
I think so.
You can hear yourself?
Pull the whole thing down, and it will get closer to you.
Yeah, very good.
Gotta say, I ate some edibles, and I thought I was doing this at 5, so I was like, I came in here pretty.
Right.
I'm pretty blitzed right now.
We can put you in the comfy couch.
No, this is good right here.
I know. So
I just
like he can just hang out for a while until things.
Disclaimer. No,
Yeah.
let's do it. This is some classic podcast stuff. You're supposed to get released.
Right. So thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
You're aware of the nature of our event here, what we're doing?
I think I know the idea.
Yeah, we're trying to get people to give us money.
Okay.
I don't know if you've heard any of what's been happening today yet.
I have not.
I'll catch you up to speed about where we are right now. So apparently, we're heading towards a Hooverville, where mortal enemies of the maskers and anti-maskers and the Republicans and the Democrats are going to be having to hang out under the same bridge. And somewhere in that Venn diagram, there may be the opportunity for enough outrage for people to start changing things. How do you feel about that statement?
What did you call it? A Hooverville?
Yeah, you know what a Hooverville is?
I have no idea.
So when President Hoover was president, there was this is Depression era crap. People lost their homes. Soldiers were supposed to get homes. Soldiers were supposed to get money after the war, and they didn't get it. And then black soldiers especially, were not getting the things that they were promised after the war because the country was broke. So sorry, you fought the war, but we don't have any money, so we can't take care of you. So more and more people were homeless, and so whoever was running against Hoover, I can't remember who it was, started calling these homeless encampments Hoovervilles. To slam the president. And to shame him into some kind of action.
So it'd be like a Bidenville now.
It would be a Bidenville, right? And so what would happen is you would have a bunch of people setting up tent cities on the lawn of the Capitol.
Huh. Yeah, I know they built a fence around it recently.
Right.
So just like they know some shit's.
Well, the fence
down.
is nice because then you can tie the tarps to that, so you can at least have a lean-to shelter with something to tie it to.
Yeah, make it good. Yeah, lemonade out of lemons.
So the Hoovervilles resulted in the U.S. Army coming in and actually removing them forcibly.
Huh. That's the history of the Hooverville.
That's a brief, incomplete history of what a Hooverville is. So the idea of a Hooverville is that we're not saying, hey guys, we know you're fucking us and we know how you're fucking us, and for some reason we haven't said anything about it before, but I think it's time to say something about it.
Yeah.
That kind of event is only going to come when there are enough people uncomfortable
Yeah.
And we're not uncomfortable enough. There's not enough of the mixed people under the bridge hanging out together yet.
And here's another fun fact. Rabbits started getting rounded up into pens and killed with baseball bats and eaten for food during the Steinbeck Dust Bowl era, and they were called Hoover hogs. Because it became a viable food source.
Right.
There we go.
Yeah.
I didn't know that part.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
rabbits are a great source of nutrients, I think. So like poor people, it's like I think it's the fastest conversion of vegetable waste to meat of any animal. So they so it's like a Great Depression thing, just like live off rabbit, but it's
So would this be a good time to get into rabbit cultivation, do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. If you want food security. And it creates like a kitchen economy where your food waste turns into rabbit meat basically.
Right,
so there's very little. It's a cycle. You're just like having a nutrient cycle in your like micro whatever it is.
Like an aquaponics system that uses the fish inside of the barrel.
Hydroponic, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of devices.
Aquaponic.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways.
Closed loop system, if you will.
Yeah, closed loop system for your house. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
But you have to have a house to do that.
It's true.
And that's kind of where we're at this point.
That's been my problem. I was talking to a friend about it today. Like I'm trying to do this Airbnb business, but I could spend time renovating a house to make it compatible with like hosting, or I could spend time working towards food security. They're two kind of opposite goals. So one assumes that we'll have a happy capitalist economy that just chugs onwards,
which is not going to happen.
I'm in denial still. I keep I'm like,
got it.
I'm like, well, maybe like a 20% chance. Like, and if it did, it'd be great. I'd have this little,
The real estate bubble's going to persist, so you'll do fine there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if things get wacky, it's like, will people even be Airbnb-ing? And in which case, I should have done the food security preparation, like getting my rabbit farm figured out, or like closed loop nutrient systems. Like, I was practicing or experimenting with worm farms at the beginning of COVID. And like, there's some cool stuff with that, like worm tea. I was like designing this bio machine thing that had I do CNC work and industrial design, so a little. A series of boxes and tubes and tanks and whatnot and like pumps and nutrient injectors so that you
they're moisturized and aerated properly?
Well, I was trying to invent a way to harvest the worm they're called worm castings.
The worm castings.
Yeah.
I built those before.
Oh. Yeah.
I built boxes. I had it like basically a wooden box with levels of mesh screen. And you have then you have the compost on top of there, and as the worms are crawling through, they break shit down. So it's composting, but that's where a lot of the worm castings
go. I was trying to design this system. Like the system would like flood the bottom of the tray, kind of liquefy the worm. A casting is just worm shit. So liquefies
Call
the
it
shit.
what it is.
It precipitates into a lower tank, and you're supposed to do this fermentation process where you inject like molasses.
Oh yeah.
You do molasses. So like sugar causes like rapid plumes of microbial growth.
Oh sure.
You put like a bubbler in there, and so the bubbler enhances like the aerobic bacterial breakdown.
Yeah.
And you're left with like a highly active, but I think it's a short-lived shelf life for this substance. But it's like worm tea. Then you use it to irrigate your plants or do like it's like aquaponics, except you're using worm shit instead
of the fish. Yeah.
I was starting to fantasize about biomachines for a while.
Yeah, right.
But then I got on the stupid track of like Airbnb, like totally esoteric, making art, like useless objects. But even for Airbnb, like stuff, I don't know, interior design stuff.
But this is the thing about the economy bifurcating, right?
Right.
Like someone this smart and cool should just. This is how I grew up.
They should be making shit like that. Yeah.
I grew up believing that you could just be a dude tinkering around in your garage, and like do okay and really help people at some point when you find something that like works.
That was the American dream that I was raised with.
Yeah, like people should be able to live life for a living. Like,
I know.
Look at where we're outsourcing all of this human capital and intellectual output. It's going to the stupidest
But
places.
instead, we're like, do I get some art supplies or do I get 5-gallon buckets of oats?
Well, the U.S. is really bad at art grants or like
Yeah, it's really
grants
bad.
for most of the public funding is like the Department of Defense giving money to universities to do experiments that are applicable to military. So then like nothing gets designed outside of the principles of militarism.
Well, that's such a cool thing to say because spoiled millionaires have really poor taste. Like no one cares what they think is cool.
I know,
Like,
but they're the
cool.
ones. They're the ones commissioning everything. Like I worked in the art industry for a while, and we were basically designing, building, transporting esoteric objects that were rendered into existence by like some fanciful billionaire guy. And they were, it's like some late stage capitalist shit. I called the movement like Neo Rococo, or like, or you can call it Pomo Rococo. So
that's
like,
awesome.
The Rococo was like a French art movement that it came as a byproduct of like a newfounded globalism in the French Empire, because like ships and like merchant sailing operations created like the first version of globalism, and that created like a burgeoning class of metropolitan dudes that would just gallivant around in Paris. Like they had the salon, so they would hang paintings everywhere, and everyone was a painter, and everything they painted was like lifestyle objects. They're just like, isn't that fucking cool? Like, look at me, like on a picnic blanket or something.
Right, that's awesome.
And, so I was thinking like the new art movement is like postmodern is like Pomo.
Yeah, right.
So Pomo Rococo.
Yeah, it's cool.
Well, that's what I was doing, and I was like, wow, what a waste of time. Like we're like heading towards a brick wall at like 100 miles an hour, and I'm like carrying like a metal cast like Donald Duck, like peeing on some kind of logo,
Awesome.
and like selling
funny.
it to like some celebrity, like Leonardo DiCaprio bought this duck 3 months ago.
Yeah,
you got to put it in a crate.
And by the way, we're creating an NFT on it tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
yeah, that's the choice. I would also like rather to be doing that kind of stuff. I was thinking the other day, I would actually like to stop thinking about all the stuff that I think about every day.
Yeah, right.
But it feels dumb to stop thinking about it, and yet unproductive to think about it.
Sure.
Because it makes doing things in the regular way seem absurd.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's the things, my idle thoughts are absurd. I'm like, well, I'm gonna make this cool decorative thing, and like just knowing like there could be a massive famine next year. And then I'll be sitting there starving, like, why did I waste my time?
But this piece of wood looks great.
I'm like, this is an undue burden. Like, no one should be having to face this bullshit.
Yeah, right.
Just like, and you're not insane for thinking it. That's the problem. It's like, I wish I could say that I was insane. Like,
sure,
I could talk to some therapists who are like, these thoughts are unreasonable.
Yeah.
But they are reasonable.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, when I moved to Hawaii in 2020, it was like to pursue the idea of sustainability. Like, how do we get off the grid, right? And Hawaii is a great place to do that because you don't freeze to death if you get it wrong.
Yeah.
And I learned a lot about like composting and food cycles and like, growing your own animals and your own food, which in Hawaii, like you can compost your dinner to grow some shit at breakfast. Like that shit breaks down so fast. And then I got really discouraged being up in the frozen north because you create a compost pile and it shrinks to a smaller, drier version of itself and then doesn't do anything.
Yeah, right.
It doesn't. You like have to work to compost. It's like a job.
Yeah.
To make the natural cycle happen the way it's
when it's really cold,
where you could actually utilize it. If you're trying to like turn food waste into fertilizer, like fuck you in Montana. Like it all has to be indoor.
Yeah,
well, that's why
which is completely unsustainable.
That's the biomachine thing that I want.
Yes.
Like,
maybe you can help me because I want to do that, but it just seems too labor. That's the thing is. How to make it not labor intensive.
There's actually someone local. There's a local rancher. Shout out Tom Hegland. So Hegland Ranch Meats, he has sorted out meaningful composting But he has a big operation, though.
Right. I
like
just
he
got
has
like two of us and a couple of dogs.
Yeah.
Like,
But I believe, if I remember correctly, to keep his pile hot enough, he does like have to put it in giant tents, if I remember correctly.
right. Yeah, you got to cover it.
You got to cover it.
You got to add
Like,
water. You
yeah,
got to do all this.
it takes access to resources for sure. Yeah.
I learned a lot about it, and I that would be a hobby for me. Is like, how do I transform shit, right?
It's the there's industrial food manufacturing.
Yeah.
And a lot of the devices are, they're designed to do things like that. It's like, oh, we need a giant tray to like shake for 5 minutes, and then go to tray B with a mesh that's like this spacing, and then it gets flooded with water. So like people spend a lot of time designing machines like this, but most of the time they're used for like making potato chips or something.
Yeah,
right.
But it's definitely possible to create things that are like household size.
Yeah.
The place that I lived at, I had a nursery in Hawaii, and I had a composting toilet, and then somebody gave me the Humanure handbook to tell you how to compost your own shit, literally, into something safe enough that you can use on your vegetable garden.
Yeah,
I never got brave enough to do that. I always used it on my landscape garden.
Yeah.
But it was a study, it's like that. I like this idea of the closed loop system and the earth ships. And
well,
like,
the other thing the other awesome thing Stuart just said was, like single family residence or whatever you consider a household to be independence, right? Because we're kind of getting pushed into that Eastern European post-Soviet Union, like we're all going to be Poles pretty soon and like forced to like subsistence.
Yeah, I was talking about that just today.
Like, so whether it be producing energy, food,
boots,
figuring out clean water, not letting your local municipality tell you that you're not allowed to collect and filter your own rainwater that hits your own place that you paid for.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah, so like little stuff like that. It's like it is going to come down to really native longhouse recreating whatever our version of little earth ships are going to be. And like if everything does go away, what are we going to eat? How long is it going to last? Where's the electricity going to come from? Like,
it's a different story in Montana. Like this had there was some kind of gas heater or wood fireplace right there, and another one back there, and another one over here, and another one. There were 8.
Well, I mean, those work and they stay really hot, but where are you going to get all that wood?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You're just going to chop down trees the rest of your life? I mean,
I worry about being in a place that gets 30 below zero and knowing that my gas could be cut off.
That is an issue here. It's also an amazing opportunity because there's a lot of sunshine here.
Yeah.
So if you start rethinking the materials, like there's hay around here sometimes a lot of it.
Yeah.
So if you start building not more than 2-story structures with hay and then covering it in plaster,
the cob houses,
like cob house style, and then making sure the windows all face the sun because there's a lot of sunshine here. And then if you're up in Walkerville and you can tap the geothermal, you might want to you just got to figure it out for your specific, like, where am I? What's going to work for here? But all those things are going to matter. And the conversions are going to have to take place in a meaningful way.
Are you familiar with you're familiar with Earthships then, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of this documentary. I don't know if it's Trash Warrior or Garbage Warrior.
Yeah, I think that's it. One of those.
Trash Warrior. Oh, that's somebody who actually will come and get stuff from my house. Earthships. Anyway, that guy, it's an amazing documentary of a guy who's figured out to have the idea of a Earthship was that it's close to a spaceship in that it's all self-sustaining. All your pee, all your poop goes back into your garden, which goes back into you, which goes back in the water. Your house is a rain catchment. Brilliant, great. This kind of stuff that you and I as a kid, like, let's invent some cool shit. Like, I want a house that's round, whatever.
Yeah.
Build it out of beer cans. Like, he was doing all that stuff, but he ran into all this trouble with coding, building codes. which is then sort of defined by the reigning interest around you. You can't get a different kind of thing.
The real estate conglomerate and donators, right? And that's why, and we get into this with each other all the time. So as more and more professional people get put out of work by technology and software, as the economy continues to bifurcate and the deprivation starts to leak down and descend to people that, you know, are educated and degreed and previously were doing okay and on the take and everything was fine, as it begins to reach them or their kids or both, they're not going to have a choice. If you're a civil engineer and you have figured out something cool and you have a buddy that's a lawyer, like, these little towns can't afford well thought out big lawsuits. We're literally going to have to start inundating municipal judiciary with lawsuits when we know that we're right. So as we begin to build these collective environments, and you have a buddy like Stuart that can build almost anything and is an outside the box creative thinker, I guarantee you give him a lawyer and a civil engineer and a pipe fitter. If we start hanging out with each other, we can build a conglomerate heavy enough and be like, hey, look, we know where your money comes from, and we know the real estate guy we know where the hedge fund is that gave you all your campaign donations. But we're telling you right now, we have figured out a structure and a good idea that's going to work for everyone, and we're going to flood the town with it. Our financing's already in place. We already have investors for the idea. So it's not our fault your coding comes from post-World War II, 1952. We don't care. That's your fault, not ours. So we're filing suit. You have 6 months to sort this out, or you're going to lose. So you're going to end up paying for this anyway on our losses because you're holding us back from providing a benefit to the community. So, and that's the kind of things that we're going to have to start doing in a meaningful way.
When we had the Zulus here in the U.S. and they were trying to figure out how we do things.
Yeah.
And when I explained to them that, like, no, we work all the time because we can't not work.
Yeah, right.
Where the Zulus were living on Zulu land. So I'm like, yeah, I have to work because I have to either pay rent or pay a mortgage. And even if I pay my rent or my mortgage, I have to pay property tax. And I also have to do my utility bill. I have to blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I have to pay taxes. They're like, wow, the city's so clean. How's it so clean? I'm like, we pay money.
Yeah.
To make sure that there's not shit everywhere, right?
Yeah, right.
So I'm like, how does it work in Ngoma, South Africa? Like, let's say I wanted to get a piece of land and build a house. Like, so what do I do? And he goes, well, you get a 12-pack of beer, then you go to the village chiefs and a bottle of brandy, and you guys drink that, and then you talk about what you want to do with the place, and then you go do it. You don't own it, but we know who you are now.
Yeah.
And you're gonna build a thing out of trash, out of like cans and bottles. Shit, fuck, go for it, right?
Yeah, right.
So, and I was like, so let's say I want water.
Yeah.
I can dig a well, right?
Right.
So maybe I got land where there's water, so I could get some water. And he's like, well, no, you can't really dig a well because it's too expensive. And I'm like, well, how much would it take to drill a well? And he did the rand to dollar conversion and says it's about $1,200 or $1,500,
which by comparative standards is cheap.
Yeah, you can't do it, right? So I was like, man, you could go over there,
right?
And if you got the village chief's approval, you could. The idea, this is what I was talking to the Zulus about, is that they're trying to catch up to the Western story, which is already in decline, which is a sad thing to try to do.
Everybody else on the planet talks about that except Americans.
Right. Right.
We're very hopeful. It's going to work.
So the idea is that the youth in that country or in that particular location, 70% unemployment rate.
Yeah.
Youth unemployment rate. They want to do shit. They want to be entrepreneurs.
Right.
They're the first post-apartheid generation.
Yeah.
They can do all the stuff. They just don't have the means to do it.
Yeah.
So I was like, you can leapfrog over us because you don't have the shit we have. You also don't have the shit we have.
Right.
So, like, you could build, they don't have trash pickup. So they
Right.
burn their trash, and then whatever's left over is just laying around.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you could be building houses out of that in the shape of your traditional Zulu houses, which
Yeah.
were a shape for a reason because of where you live.
Right.
Like, build shit out of shit, and there's nobody to tell you not to do it.
Right.
And then you have an eco-village.
Yeah.
And then you have a tourism economy.
Yeah.
Right? You could develop that
Sure.
by not, instead of trying to have the nice car so you can impress the boss, so you can get the thing, so
Yeah.
you can go down this weird clusterfuck free market story.
Yeah.
I was envious because I'm like, we can't do that here. Like, if I wanted to be creative and just get a piece of land and design new architecture, I can't do that. I can't do that at all. And that blew their minds. They were like,
what? Yeah.
They didn't realize how
The
much
freest country in the world can't
They
build
didn't
new
realize that
cool stuff.
Everybody's a fucking wage slave. They didn't.
Yeah.
They're like, you guys have nice stuff. I'm like, we can't not. We can't not. You can't just be here. And
Well, and then you also have to qualify nice. Like you live in one of these new crappy McMansions.
Right.
I mean, they're built terribly. I would never live in one. So you like, depending on what neighborhood it's in, for $350,000, $750,000, that's not a small thing to sneeze at, and it's immediately deteriorating. It's completely energy inefficient. The materials are trash. Like, it's just, I mean, what are we doing here?
I like the idea of with the vision that you're illustrating of like a new longhouse, a community space where
Sure.
we have to rely on each other, and so we get innovative with it and make some cool shit to
Yeah.
do it with, right? How do we get to that point in this country?
There
Part of
was
me is like,
some-
fuck it, I gotta go to Costa Rica or something and like figure out where the
I have a
laws are
sweet
lax.
spot picked out in Slovenia,
So-
just in case.
Right.
There's a guy that did this thing called the Global Village Construction Set.
Okay.
He's a TED talker.
Okay.
Named Marcin Jokubowski. And his idea was to create an open source catalog of machines.
Yeah.
They could be made, like fabricated with like, CNC routers, 3D printing.
Yeah.
This type of stuff. And I don't know, for a place like Zululand, the concept would be to have some of the fixtures of industrialization.
Yeah.
The idea is that they're cellular fixtures. So like our current brand of industrialization requires like massive shipping networks.
Right. Sure.
And so like I went and visited Marcin Jokubowski a few times because he was in Missouri.
Cool.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I looked at his spot, and some of it was smoke and mirrors, like fundraising shit, which
Sure.
Like we were talking about with American funding for experimental things, it doesn't really exist. So it's unfortunate. But one of the main things he did was a mud brick press. So he was pretty smart in some ways. I think he had a couple of PhDs in engineering or something like that. But he decided that this mud brick press was like one of the most pertinent building materials because like mud is
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if it's clay heavy, then.
Yeah. And in the Southwest, they already do this. And I was kind of
right.
like, I was looking into that at one time. It's pretty interesting. There's a lot of old wisdom around how to deal with mud bricks and what types of things to build.
Yeah. And the Italians too, have figured out clay heavy 3D printing in a meaningful way.
I think I've seen some of those.
Yeah, the cost ratio is not quite there yet, but they're doing it in that domed honeycomb structure.
Yeah.
And it's pretty fast and it's pretty cheap and it seems like it could be viable and meaningful at some point. There's just a lack of ideas and investment like you're getting at. Like,
well, I mean, you don't even have to get fancy with a 3D printer. You can just,
Right.
it's just a machine that's just like,
right.
It's making bricks and then
repetitive,
and they just stack them. It's like, but what I'm realizing now about construction, because like we're in the middle of a building material shortage.
Right.
When shit goes down, you you're not really thinking of like this fanciful 3D printing like
Of course
touch.
not.
You're just like, what do I got? Like,
Yeah.
I found some old scraps of plywood, or like,
sure.
There's like Montana has like a lot of standing
Corrugated
dead
steel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, so you just kind of use whatever you have. So like, I don't know. Now we're in kind of a weird period where we still have access to things. Like the global economy is like slowing. It's like kind of grinding to a halt, but we're in like a transitionary moment where I could still order some like obscure part if I needed to.
Yeah.
Soon no more.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting convo, but I think that there's a guy that has a thesis called 1177, I believe. It's like the reprise to like 1492, but I guess in the Mediterranean, I think it was 1177 BC, all the civilizations collapsed. And so he attributed this to the interconnectivity of their economics. So there's like 5 empires there.
Yeah.
They all traded with one or another in like this web. And so that trading practice made their economies much more fragile.
Yeah.
And so like when globalism takes off, it creates this very interdependent economy where if one thing goes down, like,
yeah,
like if you, I don't know, if you make widgets in America and like the steel supply from China is interrupted, suddenly you're not being able to make widgets.
Yeah.
And then like downstream from your widget making, there's someone that needs your widgets to make something. So the whole thing kind of falls apart very quickly.
Well, and it's happened repeatedly. And you just
Yeah.
said something really cool. Like right now in contemporary times, we have this rhetorical war against China.
Yeah,
to the
it's
point.
it's insane.
And how insane is that? So
Yeah.
So like, you know, a large percent of the Chinese economy is American firms.
I know.
That are
Yeah.
there. Like, so these idiots are talking about tariffs on China, which in the middle of a massive inflation about to lead to stagflation is going to increase prices again for everyone.
Yeah, I think that right now the moves they're making politically, it almost seems like malice. They're like so doomed to failure that it almost has to be intentional, or like,
yeah.
I'm just like, are they trying to wreck everything?
Yeah.
Or,
right.
They're
how can this many Ivy League attorneys be this stupid?
Like when there was a lumber shortage in the U.S., Joe Biden added a lumber tariff to Canada. It was
Right.
like, wait a second, what? It's like the worst prices
Yeah.
ever, and let's like add it. Let's make it just a little worse. I was like, this is just. It's like signaling. It's like, yep, we're trying to crash this car. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No surprises there. Deb Lynch asks, Americans seem to be a scared herd. Who is on board to challenge that meme? Do you guys have the perception that the U.S. is a scared herd? The citizens.
Well, I
I'm
think
curious
I
if
think
there
with
was-
all the yelling and anger and constant like
yelling and
reactionary
anger comes from
fear,
feeling defensive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
fear
Yeah,
is
it's a fear response.
Yes.
To be overtly angry and blustery and mad. I think I think all the yelling and screaming and crying is really childish, which indicates
It's a childlike response to being destabilized and fearful.
So I think it's dangerous to call Americans scared, because that's when they'll just go grab a gun and shoot you in the face. But
Right.
I think they're confused and uneasy. I'd be comfortable saying that. I wouldn't
Yes.
call it fear. Like there's
Scared herd.
It's a pretty it's a violent country that's prone to violence, and that can be expressed in numerous ways.
I think the media is well, during COVID I got really into the Jim Jones cult.
Oh, okay.
Is that the Kool-Aid guy?
The Kool-Aid guy. That is the Kool-Aid guy.
And so
yeah.
one of the features of the, I think it was in Guyana.
Yeah,
Guyana
that's
and
right.
Compound, was that they had a megaphone system throughout the camp where they could just blast sermons all day long.
Oh, wow.
And
That's healthy.
I'm into the conspiracy stuff, so I'm like 95% sure that was an MK Ultra thing that was done by,
neat.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't look at it from that perspective.
No, it was
that Jim, the Reverend, had been in MK Ultra.
Oh yeah, the whole thing was the CIA
and that
apparently
he was
held the least.
weaponized to do that thing.
Well, like Ted Kaczynski, the Oklahoma bomber, was an MK Ultra guy that they drove nuts.
Right.
Yeah. So the
Are there any crises that ever happen? Here's a flip side question, Deb. Are we really a scared herd, or are we just being continually manufactured to be a scared herd?
Yeah, but to complete that thought, the megaphone system in Jim Jones's camp was a brainwashing experiment. So they were seeing how like if you never had the chance to have like an internal voice, like if your own voice were to speak in your head, like, and you're always kind of tuning into this megaphone system.
Yeah,
it's really effective, and it was
it's a big deal.
Yeah.
And
it feels like we have a megaphone system.
Yeah. Yeah. So if the media's intention is to scare people and we're plugged in like this megaphone system way,
in a Mockingbird project
then
way,
it has to work. You have to, what I learned in COVID is that propaganda and brainwashing are effective. They've been very well researched. The methodologies are ironed out perfectly. And it works. Like even smart people that you know are fallible, like you're fallible. Like you could fall victim to these techniques that are known to work. If the right conditions are brought about. So it's like, are Americans scared? Like I would say the answer is like, if the media wants them to be, then yes. And I would say yes, the media wants them to be scared.
Yeah. Seems like constant fear and anger is getting blasted out on a megaphone.
We've been many U.S. citizens have been traumatized and then traumatized again and then traumatized again to the point where a hairpin, like hits a hairpin trigger for U.S. trauma, anything will set a lot of citizens off to just have a freak out. And that's the only thing they can think about.
Yeah.
They have to be, like we've been trained in like Black Widow in a fucking mind control war army, except that we don't know we've been trained into a mind control army.
It's like being constantly put into a fight or flight response, right? Like when you're on the razor's edge.
No, it worked. Like people are.
Oh yeah.
Fucked. Just like
at any given moment, we can be. Many U.S. citizens can be fed an issue, and then they just go ballistic over it, and it covers up anything else that was going on.
It's called triggers. So like an MK Ultra trigger would. Yeah. So MK Ultra was modeled after this movie called The Manchurian Candidate, and it's like this situation where art makes life. So I think The Manchurian Candidate is a movie about this guy getting brainwashed, and then he assassinates someone, I think. But it was a fanciful kind of sci-fi concept at the time, but then the government was like, "Can we do this?
But for real,
let's do everything."
Started doing it.
Yeah, and so it's like
it was released at the same time Kennedy's assassination was happening, so they didn't release it.
It was released at the same time as Kennedy's assassination, so they didn't release it. That's
the
what
film
he said.
Manchurian Candidate.
That's what he said.
Oh,
yeah. But. So they're called triggers. So in the Manchurian Candidate, there's something, I haven't seen it in a long time, but when he sees the parrot on the windowsill, it's bam, like suddenly he becomes the assassin.
Yeah.
So like you can see it in American politics and like news, it's like mainstream media, like people get triggered and then it's like, I've been just imagining the Wizard of Oz for like the dancing monkeys, where it's like, the monkeys all start dancing in unison, like dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
I'm like, dance, you little
dance, monkey, dance.
We just watched this horrible video,
and it's an ominous dance.
It's like
it's the dance of death.
If anybody could zoom out past their own experience and see the big picture. Either the big picture across the country or across the globe spatially, or the big picture temporally, and what's been happening over the last several decades or 100 years or however the fuck far you want to zoom, like you would be able to see these patterns. And you would, like if you were, imagine you were an alien in the future, 200 years in the future, and you look back at what happens on Facebook.
Yeah.
Like an issue comes up, and Facebook just gets flooded with people needing to say something about that thing.
Yeah.
It's no longer an organic space for interaction with your neighbors.
Sure.
And it's no longer an organic space for discussing any particular important topics.
You got to get some distance from it to see the
right.
like
forest through the trees.
I mean, it'll probably be laughable in 50 years. They'll be like, and then
I can't believe they
get
did
this.
that.
Like, everybody just submitted their personal information freely to the internet.
Weren't they dumb? Oh la la.
I keep thinking about the Middle Ages and how, well, they supposedly dumped their own feces into the streets, and that's the one thing we laugh about with the Middle Ages. We're like, they were so stupid. They didn't understand watersheds and poop. And I think we're in a similar situation now, though. Like, there's a lot happening now that will be laughed on thoroughly if for the people that survive this mess.
Yeah.
Where are we? So we've been going 3 hours and 20 minutes so far.
What is that?
Yesterday we did 8 hours straight.
Hell yeah.
And we're doing another 8 hours today.
Nice.
We're seeing if we can. I don't exactly want to be the speaker system at Jim Joseph's compound, but inundating for 8 hours straight, I'm hoping that we might be able to catch people who are flowing through the stream of the feeds to tune in and catch some new people for the show. I'm glad you came down.
Yeah, it's fun.
How long you got with this?
I mean, I'm chilling. I got stuff to do at the house, but it's my own schedule.
That's very good. Good.
Chill.
Do we have any other guests lined up for today?
Ray at 5.
Ray at 5. Okay, so we got plenty of time. Holy cow. So I wanted to let everybody know who wonders why we're doing an 8-hour podcast. Our media maven and show producer, co-host Ainsley Sevier has put aside a little thing in the little black box saying what we're doing. We got to raise some money to keep doing what we're doing. We're hoping to have these kinds of conversations more often with more people, and that's why we have the chat bot. And thank you, Deborah Lynch, for being involved in the conversation today. And we're looking for more people to have the conversation with. So we're asking $5. So we were struggling yesterday with this idea of exclusivity, like where you get stuff if you're a member.
Where you put the paywall.
But you don't get stuff if you're not a member. But you get free stuff, right? So you make stuff available for everybody. And then I've been struggling with this idea of exclusivity, and I think I've finally gotten over it through the lens of personal safety of the viewers and the participants and myself in an age of hyper-censorship and persecution. So it's not like you're the elite that gets to be a part of our stuff. Like, please come into our safe house, but it costs $5 because we got to keep the heat on.
It's a brave house.
It's a brave house.
Yeah, we came up with that, but yeah. Or
we didn't invent brave space.
No. Brave house, though, that's ours.
Yeah. So we're creating a place where we can have the conversations that some people don't know we should be having. I think we should be having these conversations, talking about what might be versus the thing that we're supposed to be excited about right now, the current thing.
I hate the current thing.
A lot of people think it's a drag.
Fucking hate it.
Yeah.
So tired of this rat race.
I don't think people want to live burnt out and exhausted from reacting to the thing.
The current thing? The current thing?
Right.
Not that other thing, this thing.
Yeah, like the actual thing.
I know you're just starting to formulate your opinions around that thing, but we're not doing that thing anymore.
Yeah, right. Now it's another thing.
Yeah. And if you care, you'll get on board with this thing.
I know, but I still need 3 more hours at least to suck my thumb and cry about the other thing.
You don't care. You obviously don't care then.
I know. I'm insensitive. I care about my thing.
Yeah. Crying about that thing that I'm not over yet. I like these ideas of moving forward. I want to hear more references. This is why we also have the chat. We can put things in the chat. I'm looking for alternatives and references. There are people who are actually thinking forward and thinking about how we might move forward. The question is how can we move forward? What is it possible to move forward?
Well, I think what Stuart just said. I mean, how cool is that though?
Tell me the thing.
The thing is rabbits or Airbnb.
Right.
Like
Right.
Do
You
I
gotta make a
Do you
choice.
spend
Yeah,
your
you-
time on food sustainability?
Yeah. Do I figure out how
or
to
hoping
take this?
capitalism is going to go on?
I have I have been blessed enough to have this little piece of dirt.
Yeah.
So and that's the other interesting thing about the fake scarcity people, right? Like everybody says there's like too many people and we can't do this.
Right.
Like, okay, that we can't do it like we're doing it. That could potentially, like, there's some math there that's believable. Like, even in the early 90s, when I first learned about the Pacific Garbage Patch, it was already the size of Texas.
Right.
So, I mean, no one talks about what it looks like in 2022. I'm sure it's like one of the largest continents on the planet, probably, of plastic that's
it's
choking this.
4 billion of those blue surgical masks.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So when we get into the rabbit farm Airbnb situation, it's like, okay, I have a piece of dirt. Do I try to join the rentiers and turn this into a supreme rental property? Because I'm going to be in Costa Rica a month from now and Greece 3 months from now anyway. So like, can I just pop up a couple of dozen Airbnbs and shut it down to the public, you know, after I pay all the employees for not being there and I buy all the coffees and do all the towels and laundry and everything and it's fancy, I still get to keep 28 grand a month for me. That's fine. I'm cool with that. I'll be in Greece anyway.
Yeah.
Or am I so nervous about this that it could get dicey and I need to get my composting and rabbits and tomatoes and everything in order and make sure this place is insulated properly and I'm capturing my rainwater in a meaningful way and my windows are facing the right direction?
Earlier you were dissing modern building supplies, but I've done a lot of research into building and I'd say that they're absolutely essential in achieving energy reduction.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Like
Just
cheap wood?
Even what I found is that even McMansions are made of pretty good stuff. Like,
interesting.
Like the modern house has like R19 insulation.
Yeah.
And it's just so much better than, and there's like vinyl windows that are like double
Than the wool
paned.
or whatever that used to be used.
So like, also you were mentioning firewood. In Montana, like I'm always thinking of like optimal solutions or like prescriptions. Like if I were to prescribe a lifestyle that would lead to certain goals in Montana, I would say the best combo would be synthetic building supplies and wood heat.
Yeah.
Sure.
There's a vast amount of wood available, and it's honestly like not harvested or tended to properly.
Yeah.
Well, we have a ton of standing dead because of beetle kills.
So all the beetle kills
that needs to be cut down.
Yeah, we're having massive forest fires. So like
that
CO2 and that smoke will be released regardless.
Yeah, right.
So it's like finding a way to harvest that and then using like
well,
synthetics.
that's a really important point. Localized use it. Like, what is the smartest thing for this piece where I'm at? Like, just because I come up with a good thing because I live in a desert in Nevada is not.
Everything is different. And like earlier, you were mentioning hay bale houses, and those don't work in Montana. So any places like high humidity, like water gets past the stucco, and then they rot away. So like every single place you go, it's kind of a different recommendation for like what the ideal system would be.
Yeah.
Right.
But
wherever the available,
and that reinforces the Rabbit or Airbnb. Like,
right.
Am I gonna figure this space out to make a whole energy independent miniature ecosystem that I'm gonna be able to like feed people and live here as long as possible? Or should I just rent it out to people passing through and move on to the next one?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm trying to ride the line, like
I have
make all my plans for both so I can, like try to capitalize on a temporary situation, but then eventually convert everything into like sustainable stuff.
Yeah.
I have problems on that fence because I want to think in terms of sustainability, part of me is like, I would like to see a broken system collapse. It doesn't have to be riots in the streets, but I would like to see the thing finally be recognized as the broken thing that it is.
Yeah.
So that we can do something more interesting.
Well, that's where you
I would
have
like to see that.
Yeah.
And another part of me, so that's part of me is like, that's the desire. Like, so whenever my eyeballs are looking for the bad news because I want to see the shit fall. The other thing is that I've been doing this, the end is near thing since I was 21.
Yeah, same here. I'm like, is this really the end?
Is this one gonna be the one? You know, like, so when I left LA, I was gonna go to Alaska, and my friend in Great Falls, Montana, said, "No, you can't go to Alaska. Y2K is coming. The ships will stop running, and you won't have any heat, and you'll die, or whatever." So he's like, "Come up to Great Falls, which might as well be Alaska, but we're connected.
That's not that different.
We're connected by more shipping and trucking lines.
Sure, okay.
So, and he and I was music director for this radio station, and he was in this community of people that were doomsday prepping for Y2K, because the story was everything was going to stop working. And the dream of the people indebted was that their debts were going to get erased by Y2K. So people had this gamble of like, I've got $30,000 in credit card debt, but I also have $30,000. So should I pay off that debt, or should I buy a bus with a wood heating stove on it?
Yeah, right.
And there were a lot of people doing that. I mean, the neighborhood that I lived in was like literally people buying buses from around the country, driving them into Montana, converting them into livable spaces with Wi-Fi and shit.
Yeah.
Figuring out what a co-op is, figuring out what your neighbors have and what you have, creating this idea of, and there was a guy who on his own accord printed magazines, a monthly edition leading up to Y2K to help neighbors get to know their neighbors and to prep for the worst case scenario.
Yeah. Well, you two have both brought up such good points. I think that's the thing. We've allowed so much hoarding to occur already. I think people are going to be shocked at how resilient the firms are that already have access to all the resources.
Firm is a good word for it, because that shit just keeps lasting.
Yeah. So you're going to have a permanent underclass, if you will, and we're just going to be left to figure it out. They're just going to keep owning all the cities, and if you don't like it, you're getting spied on all the time. Facial recognition, the censorship, they're shut your money off now whenever they feel like it. If you say something naughty, I mean, it's just so it's just going to be Silicon Valley technocracy financed by the people that have done all the hoarding.
Yep.
And then all normal people are just going to have to sort out what it's going to look like for us going forward. Like there's no one coming to save us.
If you're dependent on globalism, then your life is in danger right now.
Period. He just boiled it down. Stuart just nailed it.
If you're not dependent on globalism, then you're fine.
You'll be fine.
Then you have to think about all the fixtures of your life that are delivered to you through this intricate, sprawling global network that's incredibly fragile.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So and that gets into neo-mercantilism and a bunch of cool stuff. And like, so the other fun thing is like the poorest people have always been poor, right? Mm-hmm. They're alive anyway.
Right.
So when you look at the global south and other poor regions that have still sorted it out, they're close to barely enough water. They're close to barely enough food.
I was talking about this earlier today, like, in the coming change, whatever it is, the first world is like counterintuitively, the first world is at higher risk than the third world.
They're in for the farthest fall.
Yeah,
the hardest
so
and fastest.
There's less preparations. Like I was talking to a friend about Togo. Like I had a few friends that went there by coincidence, and they were like, "It's fine in Togo. Like they grow their own chickens already. They have their own gardens. Like you can't really affect them with the collapse of a global economy. Like they'll just continue doing what they've always done.
Yeah.
Whereas in the United States, it's going to be total pandemonium. And like,
right.
Like,
well, even in Hawaii, which is a place that could do that.
Yeah.
The island of Oahu has 800,000 people, but at any moment it's 5 million people because of military and tourism.
Wow.
And yet
That's
most of their farming land where they could be growing food for themselves, and one of the most amazing growing areas on the planet is turf grass for developments of houses.
Whoa. So they're doing the same. economic bifurcation, like deciding whether they want sustainability, food security, or short-term gains.
They've gone short-term gain.
They can buy more bullshit.
Well, I mean, the funny thing happens too. Like, we talk about Texas sometimes. It's held up as the shining light of right-wing economics in the United States, right? Like, so, but as far as the eye can see, they're building old 50s style LA suburban sprawl, just pointless thing after point, and everyone has grass, and it's like, where are all of y'all's pet cows? Like, why is this? Why are you growing grass in a desert and you don't already have water?
Nuts.
They're suing every state that touches it for water. And like now Utah has joined the fray and they want more water, but it's just for like this rich community of 12 golf courses. Yeah. And it's just like, wait, what? Like, no, like, what are we doing here? Like, tear up your grass, shut off the sprinkler unless it's for food. Like, where's the American Victory Garden? People are going to get caught off guard by this thing. And it's gonna make it weirder and uglier.
Well, this is the thing that I hear, and I want to have this conversation because, like, as just folks who have to rent from other places don't have land, right?
Yeah, right.
And
we're in a current moment of real estate dispossession again, and creating a permanent
good luck
renter
building something, right?
Yeah, right.
And so you want to make a garden, but even up here, like, that's its own art form.
Yeah, right.
They say you have 80 days of growing season in Montana.
It's horrible here.
Yeah,
it's the hardest place on earth to garden.
Yeah, 80 days of growing season, but they're not in a row.
Right.
So good luck putting stuff out too early, and good luck getting the full yield.
You have to have a greenhouse. That's it.
You have to have a greenhouse. And
Yeah,
these are the things that we
right.
could be doing if we were serious about this. But
I
like,
just
you have
lived
to have
here
a
5
permanent place to do
years.
it.
You what?
I just lived here 5 years, and
Okay.
so I'm, my 2 growers that gave me most of my stuff for my restaurants here, I knew what they were dealing with and going through. Like, it is
having to grow.
It's a unique.
It's intense.
It's an intense environment.
Like the soil in Butte specifically, not even Montana. Butte
right.
specifically is like this horrible microclimate, like high winds. Like the soil is all poison
Rocks.
and like arid, like rotten granite, and like the temperature just fluctuates wildly. Like it'll snow in July. Like I'm pretty sure the growing season of Butte is actually 2 days. Like not a joke. The Farmer's Almanac says there's like maybe 2 days out of the year it couldn't possibly snow on you.
August 6th and 7th.
Yeah, be sure to plant your tomatoes and harvest them the next day on August 6th and 7th.
So yeah, I love these ideas. Like I was in communities in Hawaii that were doing it. I had an organic farm.
Yeah.
People doing CSA boxes, growing food so you knew where the shit was coming from.
Right.
I was really into all that, and it got crushed when I moved here. I was like, there's nothing like.
No, I heard. I had a friend that worked on a farm in Bozeman, and I guess that's the more viable farming region.
Yeah.
But all the farmers are selling up their land to people building like the trophy cabins, and then the trophy cabin people on holiday. Like the billionaire, like the Johnson & Johnson CEO's like niece is like trying to go on holiday in Bozeman, and she goes to the farmer's market, and there's like no food there now because all the farms are gone. Because like,
that's a good joke.
Oh my God! Like where are
That's
the
funny.
vegetables? The farmers are like,
You're
other farms.
You're the one that took it.
You're sitting on them.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you two both keep continually bringing up this fun dichotomy, like. So many people work to death just to go on vacation and chill out somewhere quiet and have a campfire and like strum a guitar and just like chill out with each other and eat good, clean food and maybe fish in the river and pull one out and like do all the stuff. Like, what if we just did the stuff? You know what I mean? So property rights are going to be a huge, like.
Can all the humans on the planet fit in the parts of the planet that sustainably provide food and ground that can grow food year round?
Well, that's a fun thing to say. Every
You are deaf.
There's a lot of waste.
There's
Like you're
that
like,
too.
why don't we just all grow a garden? It's like, because I literally can't.
Well,
in
this
Montana.
is my thing about the Agenda 21. Let's Soylent Green kill everybody. People, right? Is like every single human being on the planet right now can fit in the state of Texas. So like physically, if every single person
7 point whatever billion.
Yeah. Everybody could physically fit, not even shoulder to shoulder, in the state of Texas. So when people say things like bringing up false scarcity, it's like, well, we haven't tried anything new yet. So I agree that it could become problematic if we continue to do this post-World War II American cheese whiz spam race car thing.
I mean, we kind of have already, we've done some horrible, glyphosates, like even if we stopped using them now, it'd take 50 years to.
That's all true.
So it almost has like the same half-life as a nuclear bomb. It's like Hiroshima took 50 years for the plutonium to finally disperse enough to,
no one talks about Fukushima.
So it's like this glyphosate stuff and like actively ruining farmlands and depleting topsoil. Then
the topsoil thing's going to be a thing.
Interrupting water cycles, which then produces desertification. So like high yield gardens are possible, but we don't it takes years to establish soil. It's like, as we've all learned as transient renters.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Like I can't have a garden because it takes a lot of work to develop it.
Yeah. And I'm just doing it for someone else.
Then the landlord will
and
take
they're
it
gonna
and
put grass over it.
It's awful. It's like you can't make a garden on land you don't own.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's exactly right. Yeah. So but that's the thing. So property rights and this is the stressful thing about the radical centrist liberals. Like this, at what point, like how bad does it have to get before we start doing things? Like all of the talking and being nice to each other is cool. And I agree that I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But like, at what point can we start getting our hands dirty and do some of this stuff?
I have an interesting story about, so just to expound on the Marcin Jokubowski stuff.
Oh, sure.
So he was trying to run this, he had a brilliant idea, like I really like his idea, but it was very poorly executed.
Okay.
And going there and seeing his compound, it made me realize that it would take an organization the size of NASA to properly develop these things and have the budget to design.
Okay.
And like technological incubators are expensive.
Right.
Like if you want to hire dedicated people, get all the tools, and have like a real staff of industrial designers, like access to everything, and people that are ecologists that can like, okay, we designed this type of wood burning stove. What are, a chemist that can figure out how it's going to impact the environment, or like feasibility study, there's so much stuff. And, it gave me a lot of respect for big government at that moment. I was like, there's there's types of technological incubation that can only happen through cooperation and government. Like this GoFundMe model, it was like the dream of the 2000s to the 2020, but it was kind of like, it's like Jokubowski, it was like a smoke and mirrors operation.
Yeah.
Where he spent all of his time making I call them like marimba videos because they play like dun, 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 dun.
Okay.
It's like World Economic Forum does it. Like every single World Economic Forum video, the soundtrack to it has this like stupid ass marimba music. But it was like the TED era utopianism. So like Marcin Jokubowski's just out there like dun, 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 dun. We will develop the tools of the future. Dun, 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 dun. But at the end of the day, when I went there, I crashed his land just without telling him. I just went on there and I found this kid who's jamming hay into a mattress slip, and he was like, I'm making a hay mattress. This is prototype 2.0. I'm going to put it on the wiki. They had a wiki where they would catalog hay mattress 2.0, all the how to make things? Yeah, how to make a hay, how to jam hay into a cotton sack and then sleep on it, and then the design features, the failures, the triumphs,
R&D,
yeah. So, but you put it on the wiki. It's the same type of stuff they use for developing software. Where a variety of people in a community can contribute and talk about known issues with the thing and like design more stuff and like publish documentation of their process and all this stuff. But it occurred to me, I was looking at this kid on the floor just like manically shoving. I was just like, he's just shoving hay into a bag.
Yeah, right.
And then Joe Gabowski
But there's a story around that. There's a big story.
It's a fun story. But okay, so the problem came when he developed this tractor called the Life Track. And I think that was the name. Don't quote me, but but it was like, or no, it was something. Maybe it was the Compact Earth Brick Press. He started like kind of selling some of the machines he designed, which is weird because he's publishing the designs openly, but funding the program by selling the machines. So like there's an immediate conflict of interest. Like he couldn't get enough GoFundMe money to do something, so he ended up selling the machines. But there were like known issues with some of the machines that he covered up in the wiki in order to sell them.
Oh boy.
So yeah. So then people just, I don't know, the skepticism grew really quickly, and like I think everything, like he did cool work, he just didn't have enough funding, or like if you had just given this man money, it would have turned out great. But he had to, and like the whole TED thing too. TED is like this weird like intellectual grooming camp where they're like,
yeah, it's gotten pretty bad. Yeah,
it's so like they don't want you to, like, I don't know. I had a friend that did it. I've had a few friends, and they say there's like a speaker instructor that comes to you, and they're trying to construct TED moments. And so everything has to be compartmentalized into this like weird little marimba music kind of thing. Like, it's like, and you like wrap it up with like a punchline that's like pop, and then everyone's just like, oh my God, it's so inspirational. But like that structure did not yield actual results. It like inspired everyone, but it created like I like to think about the Global Village construction set because it's a perfect example of something that would have just been fucking amazing if it was done right.
Yeah.
The brilliant idea, and then just seeing in practice like the failures in our own like system for, you know, technological growth.
Well, and it gets so fun into Bernays, like when you bring up and the Mad Men culture and the marketing, like everything is just slick marketing to turn it into an NFT or a hedge fund, and then away we go, and that's supposed to save everything, right?
Right.
Instead of like actually just funding someone.
You
like
have to just fund someone.
Just fund someone, right?
Like,
so like why?
And you can't have intended outcome. You just have to be like, we know you're smart and you're interested and trustworthy. Like, here's some money.
Yeah, and that's the other badass thing about what you said. Like, look at the big things our government has done and does do. They're just doing it in the wrong direction right now. Right. So we did a lot of cool shit a few times. Like we built a lot of infrastructure that we all love to use, right? Bridge collapses in the Twin Cities a few years ago. A bunch of people die in rush hour traffic, and no one even talks about it. So we built all this cool infrastructure. We use it. We have a space race. Awesome. We use all that technology, turned into the internet and a bunch of other fun stuff. So Americans have had big ideas and they've been financed, but now look at the only thing that's getting financed. It's just this fire hose of money on Wall Street and the Pentagon, and the rest of us are left to our own devices. But there's people that do have good ideas. And if we just enforce antitrust and stop rewarding people for this short-term thinking, and that's my big question about the current climate. What is all this hoarding for? What are you going to do with it? What's the purpose of this?
Y2K.
Well,
I'm hoarding. I think it's I don't yet have a garden, so I think that.
Oh, right.
And also with gardening, like staple grains are really hard to come by. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy some staple grains.
Mark, are you talking about who are you talking about that's hoarding?
The 2,800 richest people on the planet.
Okay, so
like,
a different type of hoarding.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not hoarders.
Yeah.
Not on an individual household level. Like, why wouldn't you hoard right now? Everybody's like, holy shit. Like, I want that broken washing machine that I might be able to turn into a water pump. I need that junk car so I can take out the alternate.
Okay.
No, I like banks. Like, what are all of the banks and the Fed and the Pentagon doing with this rapacious tax dodging and capital flight? Do we just trust them to have a good idea and invite people like Jabowski here on H-1B visas, and all of a sudden we're going to have this massive independent single-family residence energy project? Like, do we think they're going to do that? Are they going to start building houses that like feed them?
Okay,
No,
I came up with a dope idea that's kind of fun to talk about.
Okay.
At the architecture department, whatever that school in Bozeman is, I met some kids from over there. They were playing with this software called Grasshopper, and Grasshopper is like a parametric design software. So it allows you to, it's a visual node-based programming language that allows you to like string nodes together to create 3D objects from like kind of an algorithm of creation that you create. So I was like, up in Butte, there's a place called the Alice Hole, and it's like a giant hole in the earth. So you could do something like take the terrain data from the perimeter of the Alice Hole, process that through Grasshopper to have Grasshopper come up with like the shape of like a triangulated dome structure that goes over the Alice Hole.
Okay.
And you could have Grasshopper output precise CAD dimensions, so it could be connected to like a large format plasma cutter. And you just keep the plasma cutter next to the site, so it's constructing the geometry on site to build this giant metal lattice over the hole. And then you could develop all of this in a hypothetical space before actually building it. Like, you could ask the architecture department of Bozeman to work on that as a project.
Sure.
And then you have a plan and you have a budget. You're like, well, it will take this many sheets of steel, blah, blah, blah. But you could turn the Alice Hole into a giant terrarium, which would be fucking crazy. It's like a terraforming tactic.
Yeah, right.
Where like a lot of terraforming designs come from craters. Like, the idea of if you went to Mars, you would try to land something in the middle of a crater to use the crater walls as like a structure.
Yeah.
Like in Butte, we already have things like that.
Yeah.
So
Holes in the ground?
Yeah,
Well,
giant hole.
Even up the hill in Walkerville, they have a geothermal loop, right?
Oh, I don't know. Like, I haven't heard about it.
There's a geothermal loop very close to here. Yeah.
They heat the gymnasium
Nope.
at Tech.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
really? With geothermal?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
They heat the gymnasium at Tech.
I want some of that.
So, Mark, did you ever go to the arcade when you were a wee child and those things still existed?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you went to the
They were mostly pinball machines, but
what was the goal when you went to the arcade?
I was a nerd that never talked to anybody, so I really just wanted to be good at pinball. But I guess there was like other people like hitting on girls or whatever, but I was mostly just playing pinball.
I never got to go to the arcade, so I
Okay.
can only amalgamate what the point of the arcade was from watching movies and TV shows that reference the 80s.
Yeah.
So to me, what it seems like getting to go to the arcade was to play games at the arcade as long as possible.
Oh, for sure. That
was
definitely.
like, you hope your mom doesn't find you.
Right.
You don't have a cell phone, so she can't.
Thank God my parents didn't care. I was just allowed to rock out.
And you want to go in with as many quarters as possible, so
Yeah.
you can play the games as long as possible.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's why I think people that have lives we can never possibly understand are keeping as many numbers in their imaginary number accounts.
Yeah, right.
They're just playing the game.
Right.
And they want to play the game. They want to be absolutely liberated to play the game however they feel like playing the game and however long they and anybody they want to plays the game.
Well, we all play Monopoly as kids, right?
Yeah, it's a fucked up
like
game.
no one gets all the railroads and Boardwalk and Park Place and everything. Like, I've conquered like 2/3 of the board.
Yeah.
No one just is like, why don't I give it all back to poor people? Like,
Right.
that's not, and
No,
that's
that's
and,
not
and
why
that's
they're
all
hoarding the
this
money.
is. Yeah, like it's all it really is. Like,
Go on forever.
It's an endorphin rush for them. Their numbers make more numbers, and that makes them feel like a winner. They may not be getting laid, their hair might be falling out, but their numbers are making more numbers, and they can look at it and they know they're winning.
yeah. Well, and then on top of that, to piggyback that and add to it, they also have all the money laying around to create all the media and finance everything that they want.
They can
put
literally
out.
shape the world however they want.
They
Why
can
would they not
shape
want
their,
more quarters?
and not just the world, but their own image, what they want their image to look like. They can editorialize themselves, and as more and more of us get put into this gig or service economy, I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of what you do for a living, you're kind of just giving a handy to a billionaire at some point.
Yeah.
And that's not fun or cool.
No, we're
That's
livestock.
like,
We're
I mean,
livestock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's rough.
I mean, Stuart.
We're talking livestock.
Tell us more about your sordid past.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So, I mean,
There's this dream that I have, guys, where
Yeah.
someday when I'm wealthy enough, I want to find someone who has the skills and the know-how, and pay them to find all instances and mentions of me online, and all accounts that with any company anywhere that has my information, like Walgreens. I have a fucking account with Walgreens. I don't feel like calling them and saying delete all my information.
Oh, right.
You know, but like, it's there. But who knows what else I fucking signed up for? Maybe I signed up for some shit when I was a little kid with a maiden name and stuff like that, and it's just out there connected to some old address I had, and like, I just want to pay somebody to just go find all that stuff and delete everything I don't want to be connected to. So I'm only connected to and presenting a curated version of myself. And I don't mean curated in the like Instagram fake curated. I mean like, like I wrote some pretty sappy stuff on the internet a long time ago, and I don't know where all of it is. You know?
They're called a
the NSA knows where it is.
Yes, I should get to know.
I think the CIA had more information on Martin Luther King than any of his biographers.
Right. Oh,
yeah. So they were like in the best position to write his biography, basically. Like, it's like, huh, maybe.
You said two things I wanted to address though. How badass would it be to build a terrarium that big?
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Like, how good of an example could that set?
It's doable. You just
to do something like
once
that.
you have a software outputting the what you'll need, you can get a precise number on the construction, and then you can like push the button on like a construction proposal.
Yeah, it's and then the other thing is when you said, the idea of being inspired by government and what it can do. Yeah. And this is my problem with the libertarians, who I agree with socially. P.S. I'll out myself a tiny bit. I'm completely socially libertarian. I think anybody should be able to do whatever the hell they want with their own human body if they're not affecting other people. But I say that to say, when Stuart talks about getting inspired by the capability of government, look at what the government just did. The COVID bailout.
Yeah, they wasted all that money.
They wasted all that money. So like, look how many times for normal people, it's bootstraps. But every time anything goes wrong for them, it is instant. There's no arguing. There's no who's going to pay for it. There's no how is this going to affect anything. It's just immediate fire hose of trillions of dollars.
The corporation has merged with the state.
That's exactly right.
They cannot fail.
Yeah.
And there's like a handful of corporations that are like baked into the too big to fail model.
That's right.
So like I've been playing with this idea that like the McDonald's burger is essentially like the communist state issued burger. Because when you have the means
of black shoe,
when you have the means of production, when the means of production merges with the state, then some people would say that's the definition of communism. So
absolutely.
So it's like a weird. It's like Marx didn't quite predict. It's like McDonald's is almost like a phantom burger. Like it's what you think it is like a projection of what you've seen in advertising. So like, it's like when you actually look at it, it's like cow eyeballs and TVP ground up and
ammonia.
Yeah,
right.
But what you see is like it's referencing some like internal memory.
With steam coming off of
it.
Like
it came out of a Japanese vending machine.
It's like a
Jetsons burger.
You're like projecting a holographic projection of a burger. Like it's like a spiritual being. It's like what you see is a hallucination. It's
Yeah.
oh wait,
Right. Yeah.
Advertising causes hallucination.
I get to eat the mirage,
which is not. People pictured communism as like an austere aesthetic, but it kind of seems that we've converged on like a communist design, but it's like this very flamboyant, like imagistic culture that produces fanciful illusions.
Well, that's the other funny thing about the Chinese way is the Chinese way is just the Silicon Valley technocratic way, but just with Chinese people. So it's good guy badges, social scores, and shut your money off. Jumping off a Foxconn roof, go along to get along, be quiet, make the widgets, shut up, here's your spam, go to sleep. Like,
I want to show a video to you guys. She's pulling it up right now. This is something I saw on Twitter the other night. So I because we've been doing 8-hour shows, I haven't been able to do the drop-in to figure out the what as much as I have. But I heard some story that it was released that Biden is not in the White House. Like, we had all these weird images of him, of like the fake office.
Yeah.
You know, you see the side shot, and he's actually sitting in a goddamn folding chair on a set. But from the front, it looks like he's a president in the Oval Office.
Okay.
And they're like, what the fuck is that all about? It's not like we're waiting for Russia to bomb us like 2 years ago. Like, why are they doing that shit? And so there was some revelation that came out about him not even living in the White House or being in the White House.
He's too tired. He's like, he's probably in a hospital.
He's probably in
ward
a hospital somewhere.
getting injected with meth and B12, like to wake him back up or whatever. Like,
Jesus.
Right. So
no, you're right. Like,
so this is
just like a weekend at Bernie's.
It's
Like,
totally a weekend at Bernie's.
Like Hillary on one side, Obama on the other.
That's so
like,
exactly what it is.
It's so weird.
It's so weird.
So we have this video I found that this is technology that a friend of mine wrote science fiction about back in 1993. But this is the technology that he was talking about in his fictional work.
Sure.
Check out this video.
We're gonna watch it.
Yeah, we're gonna watch it.
You guys will be seeing it.
7 seconds delayed.
Okay, got it. All right.
But you can hear it.
I've always found most exciting about the hologram effect and hologram illusion industry is the ability to beam anybody from anywhere to anywhere in real time. So what we've decided to do was we shrunk these giant hologram stage apparatus from big arena stage pieces into what you see right here. This is Portal. It's the size of a vending machine. It fits in the corner of a room, and it beams in a 4K resolution image in real time. You can create, you can beam anybody from anywhere to anywhere in real time. And when you're looking into the camera, you're looking into your audience's eyes. So if you're an educator, or if you're a politician, or if you're an
Klaus
inspirational
Schwab.
speaker or a religious leader, you could beam from the safety and security of your own campaign headquarters, or from your own judges' chambers, or wherever you are, into anywhere that you need to be in real time. So I can distribute Portal.
Okay, we can stop it.
To any company.
Well, there it is.
So let's talk about my friend's book.
Yeah, right.
So my friend Jim Tripp, he wrote a book. I was going to play the author of the book because he said it was so controversial. The author was going to get killed, and I was suicidal at the time. So I thought,
good call.
It's a way to, whatever, have fun in the process. But the book never got published, and I never got assassinated. But it was a part of a trilogy. Yeah, the first book was like sort of like Old Testament, but it was a mix-up of like the Bhagavad Gita and the Old Testament, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, and
all of the things.
But it was the mythic story. He was writing it around the same time that The Last Temptation of Christ came out.
Okay.
So it was a similar thing.
The Mel Gibson thing?
No, the Scorsese thing.
Oh, got it. Okay, yeah.
Willem Dafoe was in that one,
Yeah.
So the basic story was there's a prophet figure who goes off to the desert, eats some moldy rye bread, figures it out, comes back.
Moldy rye bread.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Comes back, and then there's like the state, there's the Roman state, and everyone's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
And then there's the church that's like, we got our own thing over here. And then there's the rebels, right?
Yeah.
There's the rebels that are like, yeah, fuck those guys and fuck those
And
guys.
both of y'all.
Right, yeah. And the rebel wants the prophet. The rebel's like, dude, you broke it down. You have to lead the revolution against these guys. And he's all Taoist. He's all like, no, man, heaven's right here before you.
Yeah.
We don't have to go anywhere to get it. We don't have to fight them. So everybody wants him because he's building this like, oh my God, it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Right?
We don't have to pay attention to the
we don't have
things.
to pay attention to the bullshit.
Yeah.
And so the bullshit people are like, we got to get him on our side. So he does another version of the book that takes place slightly in the future from wherever he wrote it. And the idea was like a rock and roll star who becomes a prophet figure. You know, somebody who can just break it down. Here's the bullshit, and you can break it down. Or like you say, who was Tupac? Somebody like Tupac who's just breaking it down, right? In a way where people are like, holy shit, we should do something about this. So because it's slightly in the future, they're like, well, he's an assassination risk. So why don't we hologram him and we can be doing 10 stages at once to spread the word? And the assassins won't know what stage he's on, right? So he's performing in 10 cities.
Oh, smart. He will actually be on one stage,
but
you
nobody
just don't
knows
know
what
the
stage.
one.
Right.
Okay.
So he's doing the show
Yeah.
in 10 places. That
Right.
way, if the odds of assassinating him
Yeah.
have been reduced.
That's some Pope hat shit.
That was the idea,
yeah,
right?
That rocks.
But then the problem is they also have this morphing technology where they can capture your image and voice, kill you, and now you're performing on 10 stages and somebody else has control of the message, which I think is a metaphor for Jesus and the church.
Yeah.
So
Who is that?
I don't know. he's a longtime fan, right?
Yes.
And he actively participates.
Yes,
now,
very much.
now that I see the handle, Chef Boyardee. Yeah, he contributes at a high level.
Yes.
many times.
So I see this box come out, and
Yeah,
it's like from my friend's book from like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And it we've already seen the deep fake videos
Yeah,
where they can
right.
make anybody look like anybody and sound like anybody. There's no if you do have a prophet figure, some revolutionary,
Sure.
it seems like it's really within the realm of taking his voice or her voice, taking her image or his image.
Yeah.
And then just directing it back into the herd.
Yeah, right.
Just taking whatever their message was and artfully folding it back into the story.
That's kind of like the postmodern goal to turn everything into the simulacrum, like steal its image magic and like contain it. And then, I don't know, then once again, like the CIA's participation, like at least guiding those systems, if not also performing assassinations on like cultural,
absolutely.
Any kind of cultural leader that, that stands to change things or like make people feel good or find a sense of meaning. It's like necessary to redirect them or.
That's how I felt about Obama when I saw him running, and I would see him on the talk shows, and he was like down.
No, I thought that
he was like rolling with the conversation, not like
what
anyway
you
about
two,
abortion.
What you two just said is the little spark of optimism that I find. It's gonna be the lack of the sense of meaning that I think makes people.
That's what we're dealing with. The mass formation psychosis comes from the deficit of meaning.
Yeah, so the deficit of meaning, I think, is what will bring people together and back to the table, and we can just have some bonfires and talk and like figure out what's gonna work. Like that's the only thing that gives me any sense of like.
So I think meaning is essentially like food. It's like the second you taste it. Or Dark told me a story about once his raccoon tasted blood, he had changed forever.
His diet, yeah.
So meaning is like the blood
he would
of
no longer be in a cage.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
so
he's
like
I've been eating the wrong shit.
Right.
Like if one person you could have a person whose life is devoid of meaning. If they go to like some rock concert where they find themselves, like no matter how cheesy it is, like if they somehow find themselves and feel connected for even one moment, that moment becomes like this huge chunk of memory, or like it could be a formative experience where it takes up a large real estate within their brain about the time that they, like really felt something. And so I think so it's almost like a slingshot. The more, or the greater the lack of the meaning, the more people are drawn to it. And then the more kind of crazy our overlords have to become in stamping it out.
Yeah.
So like a lot of the weird cultural phenomenons we're seeing right now are a result of kind of that manic, like stamping out of meaning wherever it may begin. And it's like, and to them meaning is like cockroaches. Like it, it's like, it pops up everywhere. It's hard to control. Like even when you're trying to control it, like somehow chaos like bleeds into a situation. Like, there's poetic justice to a situation where the very thing they were trying to prevent becomes the thing people want most, or, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, did you ever see The Gods Must Be Crazy?
Yes.
You know, where you can't start a fire because the rhinos will come and stomp it out.
Yeah. Dang, it's been so long since I've seen it.
It's
I forgot everything.
One of the funnier things in the movie. But it's like that. It's like I had a dream. I used to keep a dream journal, and I had this dream that has just only gotten stronger. Is like usually dreams fade out, and this has just gotten like more 3D over the years.
Yeah.
And in the dream, it was like there was this chick I liked, and I was trying to like, hey, chick, I'm a guy. You should be with me.
Because I like you.
Because I like you. Like,
and I'm cool.
But I gotta like.
Yeah.
So like, how do I feather the nest, right?
Yeah,
like,
right.
So it's like medieval days.
Yeah.
But I have like a 40-foot shipping container, and when I open it up, it's like everything from the 1950s. It's like it's like like 57 Windsor and like a big refrigerator.
That's
and
so
like
John Waters.
Like, oh yeah, I'm like, look at this shit. Like,
I got
here.
a pink flamingo.
Totally the guy you want to fuck. I have all these things, right? Right? And then she's sort of like, oh, that is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Hey,
This is all in the dream?
Yeah. She's all like, what's your name? And then like the Black Knight comes and grabs her and carries her off to the castle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I'm like, the mission is to save the lady
Yeah.
from the evil
feudal lord.
From the feudal lord,
And take her
evil
to
suppressor,
the,
right?
Take her to the fantasy bird nest.
So like I have this merry gang of pranksters that are like, okay, she's in the tower. We have to send her a message to the tower.
So
we
you
have to
become
get her
Robin
attention,
Hood or something.
right? So we have these people, and we're like, so we have to find ways to get her attention. So we like make a bunch of different kinds of rolly things. And we just start rolling things around, right? But then out of the castle come all the wedges. And all the wedges are like, nope.
Blocking the rolly thing.
There will be no rolling.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
Like,
right.
well, we're going to make some fucking floaty things.
So it's like the battle of simple machines, like
Yes,
wedges
yeah.
and
so we just make
wheels.
floaty things, and then all of a sudden the suppressor like no floaty going on here, right? And I'm like, well, fuck that bitch. Like she can come out. She saw what we can do. She wants to hang with that asshole. We're out. And then that was over
the
hill.
burden was on her.
Yeah. That's exactly what it felt like playing pinball for too long. Like, I didn't get the high score. This sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
My wedgie didn't hit the rolly. Damn it. Oh, good times.
I that dream will periodically run a film over the world. Like I'll read the news, and I'm like, well, here come the wedgies.
Yeah, right.
There was some movement, and they're going to stop that shit.
Yeah,
like,
now here come the floaties.
Yeah,
here's the liddies.
Here's the liddies coming on the floor. Like, I just, every time I read Twitter, I'm like, oh, there's a fucking a wedge. There's another wedge just rolled up. And
it's bad, man.
So
it's weird.
Yeah.
But it is exciting.
It is very exciting.
It's so exciting. That's the thing that I want to reiterate. Is like, you know, Great Depression, Black Plague, Ice Age, nuclear bombs, like these are all beautiful opportunities to show each other who we are for each other and to each other. So the two things that you two just mentioned that bring me a great deal of respect and patience and kindness with other people, regardless of what they spend their free time thinking about, is I really do believe in the human spirit and that they just want to have a better time with each other. I think there's a very small group of people with outsized resource access and power that don't really feel that way, and they're kind of narcissistic and a little bit creepy and weird.
Yeah.
And they're really going out of their way to bum everyone else out. And I don't know how long that can go on.
Well, this is the tack that I've tried to change. That is like to actually, this is how do you, I want to have compassion for those motherfuckers. And I'm working on that, right?
Right.
They're not having a good time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be full of so much fuckery all the time.
Sure.
It's like not a fulfilling, not a meaningful. Like, where's the meaning in just playing the app game of wealth?
Yeah.
I woke up and my wealth is bigger today. It's like Tetris. Like I you know, it's like you've played Tetris, right? And you're like,
yeah,
fuck
of
it.
course.
I will not quit until I get past blah blah. That's what's going on with these. I got that from Ainsley. She's like, this is just like boomer app game. how to have the higher score in Tetris.
Well, and I mean, and because the economy's bifurcated so badly, I mean, it's not hard to extrapolate this out because we're living amongst the pharaohs and have real life examples. How happy can Bezos be riding around in a $500 million yacht, polluting the planet and flying around on dick rockets?
I don't know. Maybe he's pretty happy.
Well, I mean,
You're like,
yeah, and how sad. I mean, okay, cool, man. Like,
Okay, this-
nice yacht and
I'm just
cool
kidding around.
dick rock hit, but like,
I'm just kidding around. I was playing the
no,
devil's advocate.
I know. Yeah,
No, one
but
time-
you should, because someone's gonna say that.
No.
But like, what service or happiness or are you providing in the world? Like, and it goes to the same thing with Gates. Like, you have this guy that's really old and sickly looking, and you know, he's married to the chick that looks like the guy from Fish Called Wanda, and
They
like
got
he
divorced.
buys up all the.
Yeah, they left because of the Epstein stuff, or
Yeah.
she left like.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because in the scope of history, she saw herself as being framed as like an Ava Braun type character.
Yeah, she's like, I'm out.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
I
But it
know
would
what's
be fu-
happening.
We should play
I
that
gotta
clip
leave.
I
of
wanna
them
play that clip.
laughing though about the next pandemic. So you have Gates buying up all this farmland while investing in a pharmaceutical company.
Have you
When
seen-
he's a computer guy, that doesn't seem a little bit unusual.
Have you seen the
and
video-
giving billions to the WHO?
Okay, have you seen the video of Bill Gates getting hit by the pie?
No.
Yeah, that's way back when.
So it's the
He
precise.
got hit by a pie in
Like
real
20
life?
years ago. or
It's the
something.
precise moment when he becomes evil and like
Oh.
turns against society. So you can see him in the video. He's been commissioned by some world forum to do something, and he's
The
like,
protest in Seattle?
No,
No,
this
no,
is like
The
20 years
battle
ago.
in Seattle?
no, this is
Oh.
no. Gates was like
Yeah, you can pull it
onboarded
up.
to some
Gates,
like
it's-
globalist stuff. Like he's
Okay.
going to a prestigious meeting where he's like,
Yeah.
I'm the computer nerd that's finally made it, and he's like
Yeah.
so beaming and happy.
Right.
No, he's so beaming and happy. Then it was like in Europe, I think. Then these people hit him in the face with a pie, and you can see his soul shatter.
Like-
Just like childhood trauma triggered completely, like bullying, like flashbacks of bullying, and he's being teleported to hell. Like
I
you
don't
can
have
visually
to take this anymore.
you
He
can see
thought
the
he
expression.
was past it. He
And
thought
then-
nobody was going to treat him like shit ever again.
And after that, I think he was like, "Fuck it, I fucking hate humanity.
Never mind.
I hate them. I will spend the rest of my life
Agenda
destroying
21.
them."
Y'all fuckers are on your own. Here we go. Here
So
we go.
he's
Police and security guards in Belgium were caught flat-footed today
Belgium.
by a cowardly sneak attack on one
Cowardly.
of the world's wealthiest men. The target was Microsoft Chairman Bill
Most
Gates
wealthiest.
arriving for a meeting with community leaders. Watch what happens when a team of hitmen meet him first with a
Hitmen. With a pie.
He's so happy. He's so.
Oh,
He's beaming with confidence. He's finally made it. He's king of the fucking world. Oh! Gone. Goner. He's quivering. He's contracting like a child, reverting into a childlike terror and just quivering with anguish as his dreams are shattered.
That guy just like disappears.
This
So
is the
good.
precise moment. Those people with the pie might have been time travelers.
Yeah.
We don't know. They might have come to change the course of history forever. This crucial moment.
Wow. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Oh, they got him with another pie. It was like two pies.
Two pies.
Three
Look at
pies.
look. He's like taking his
Oh,
glasses
shit.
off. Flashbacks. He's remembering the kids making fun of his glasses, and
no.
he's like, I'm gonna fuck over the entire human race.
You know what? Never mind.
Screw them.
humanity. Never mind. Wow. So sorry, Bill Gates. That's sad. That's sad for him.
If you're gonna pray for Bill Gates, you could focus on some kind of an astral plane remediation of this
Yeah, his
deep traumatic wound.
Child trauma, the trauma, yeah, from the past for sure.
Yeah, this is why we have to.
No. Here you go.
Oh yeah, that's right. So we are doing a fundraiser here, so we can have enough headphones for the people in the room.
Hell yeah.
Microphones is really what we're struggling with here. If you've never been to the website, postorthodoxy.com, you can go there and there's a button, and then you can sign up to be subscribe to the Post-Orthodoxy show. That means that then you get special access to the Brave House where we can have open dialogues without fear of being canceled by the overlords. We need to be supported to keep the doors open. That's all it is. So there's what that is. I wanted to play that clip that I showed you, Mark. I don't know if Stuart has seen it. Stuart, have you seen the Woodruff interview with Bill Gates where they're talking about COVID, but then she switches to talk about Epstein?
I don't know.
Judy Woodruff
I've seen a lot of clips, so there's a chance I saw it.
Okay, you might have seen it. I know Jimmy Dore did a piece on it like a long time after it happened, but right after it happened, there was a guy who I've fallen in love with who is a body language interpreter.
I've seen those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he does body language interpretation of what happens to Bill Gates when confronted about Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Now, from what I understand, he was on the plane like 32 times. Maybe it was 40-something, but I can't say.
Yeah.
It was a number of times.
Yeah, he's definitely blackmailed.
So, and apparently that was the reason why Melinda left. Is like, okay, you're getting implicated in that shit. I'm out.
That's what she said.
Right. So this is an interview of Bill Gates being interviewed by Judy Woodruff, who's like PBS. You know, you like to think that they're going to be journalists and stuff. She actually doesn't actually push as a journalist should. When you ask a question and nobody answers, you're supposed to like re-ask the question.
I'm going to react to your recent controversial interview with Bill Gates on PBS. It was supposed to be about vaccines, but she asked Gates about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And my feedback is not a criticism of Gates as a person. I'm just going to look at his specific behaviors in this interview for educational purposes to see what makes his communication come off as hinky. That's a word that police officers and other people use to describe somebody who's acting nervous, suspicious, but it's difficult to articulate exactly why something seems off. We're going to consider Gates's past behavior as a baseline to look at his answers about Epstein. I already watched his answers about vaccines from earlier in the interview
his face
to
is
see
funny.
how he would
It
normally
looks like it's
act.
paralyzed.
And this clip starts
Like
80% of the way into the
like
conversation
his cheeks and eyes don't
when
move enough.
Judy Woodruff changes the topic and
Yes.
starts asking questions about Epstein.
The same focus. I also want to ask you about something else in the public arena. It was reported at that time that you had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, who, when you met him 10 years ago, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from minors. What did you know about him when you were meeting with him, as you've said yourself, in the hopes of raising money?
You know, I had dinners with him. I regret doing that. He had relationships with people he said, you know, would give to global health, which is a interest
He definitely
I have.
is
You know, not
blackmailed.
nearly enough philanthropy goes in that direction. You know, those meetings were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I cut them off. You know, that goes back a long time ago now.
I don't think you
There's-
even have to
you know, so
analyze
there's
his
nothing
face.
new on
Like
that.
he just
It was reported.
just have
First, he didn't answer the question. She asked him about what he knew about Epstein when they first met. He replied, I had dinners with him. His answer is misaligned, and that's the first sign of trouble. He's also giving off some very distracting body language. He's shifting in his chair, he's wringing his hands and playing with his fingers. His eyes and his head are all over the place. Our baseline showed us that he did some of these behaviors here and there in his previous answers. And now he's doing a whole collection of them all at once. And that uptick shows that something has changed. That also shows a misalignment between his words and his nonverbal cues. So if we were playing poker with Bill Gates, we'd say he's giving off tells. And in the field of communication,
Yeah, I've seen it.
But we have to go to the end. We have to go to the end. We have to go to the punchline. It's 9 minutes. I know. No, we have to go to the end where he does it. The final
and to
question.
me, this should have been a very easy
back to
question.
that.
But again,
No.
his answer is way off. He replied, well, he's dead. This breaks the
Good answer.
conversation will flow well when people provide an adequate amount of information, quantity. It's a sign of conversational trouble when somebody gives too much or too little information for the situation. So I looked at all of his answers earlier, and his answers about Epstein are less than half the normal length. His first several answers in the interview.
Looking at this.
There. Yeah,
well,
go
he's
back
dead,
right
so.
before that.
And he comes across as hinky.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so in general, you always have to be careful. And the
Be careful.
Be careful we don't kill you.
Be very proud of the work of the foundation.
Be very proud of the work of the foundation.
Which is sometimes murdering people. He
So she
instantly
asks
gets
him,
more
"Is there a
comfortable.
lesson?" And to me, this should have been a very...
Well, he's dead. So you always have to be careful.
there's no more of the...
Wow.
It's just like, he's dead.
I see what Stuart was saying there, that Bill Gates has quite possibly been not bribed, blackmailed. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
because
it's like 100%.
So,
Like,
like,
we just
you
have to
look-
have more confidence in ourselves.
Yeah.
Like, we know that he was blackmailed. Like, he was on the Epstein plane. Like,
You
but,
look,
like,
you look at Fauci when Fauci's on TV lying and saying things that he knows medically
he's
not to be
blackmailed.
true.
They're
I
all a
don't
part of
think
the
so.
party.
I don't think Fauci. Feel like Fauci's like so high up that he's like been calling his own shots for a while.
Harry Mullis died right before COVID,
Yeah,
and
which
there's
is
a
why, which is
there's
why
a
Fauci
very
is
high
not
chance.
as nervous as Bill Gates was in that video.
So Fauci knows he's under the gun. Like, maybe they don't have direct blackmail on him, but within the party. Okay, so what I like to note, here's like an important historical analysis of the Epstein situation. So like the Chernobyl HBO series is really valuable because it documents kind of what happened during Chernobyl. And the Prime Minister Gorbachev said that it was the figurative end of the Soviet Union. So this giant health crisis, a public health crisis, exacerbated everything that was wrong with the Soviet Union. And that is a whole conversation by itself. But one thing that comes up in the movie is the spies. So like the party, the Communist Party, has goals, intentions, motivations, all this stuff. And the way they ensure party loyalty is by having a network of spies. So I think it was like a scientist talks to Gorbachev at some point, and Gorbachev, if I remember right, he's like, there's someone following him through the government offices, and he's like, well, there's spies everywhere. We can't go against the party. The party doesn't want to, admit that the RBMK-7 reactor is faulty, or like whatever it is. So the Soviet Union ensured party loyalty through a network of spies, and it was mentioned that the spies have a spy. So even if you're a spy, there's a spy that spy on the spies. So this way of ensuring party loyalty in kind of a fascist system is very robust and expensive.
Yeah.
And so I think that the revelation that kind of happened within the United States intelligence community is that it's much cheaper and easier and like more Romanesque, hedonistic to just do weird sex crimes.
Yeah.
So it's like,
oh, sure.
Oh, we can hire some 17-year-old Russian prostitutes. They can all give you back rubs and hand jobs, and we don't have to do anything else after that. It's like
way cheaper.
Basically, the entire loyalty system is insured at the price of a 17-year-old prostitute, which is cheap compared to maintaining an intricate network of spies.
Which ties into the MK Ultra, where you can train those
your PSYOPs video.
Can train those kids to find that person's deepest hidden fantasy secret, do it, film it.
Yeah.
They don't even want to tell their wife they like that stuff.
Yeah, right. So that gets into their Section 230 modification. It's really loud right now. Like,
what is the Section 230 modification?
That's they're threatening the tech firms with busting up their monopolies for fake. Section 230, when the internet first came out in the early 90s and became a really big deal before the dot-com bubble, there was the evangelical Christian bloc that said, oh my God, are children going to be able to watch porn? It was basically, let's not let our kids watch porn. That's basically, but they've modified it.
That was the premise.
That was the premise that allowed them to shove this down our throats. And then through the Patriot Act and some other modifications, it's grown quite expansive.
So they can shut off chunks of the internet is what you're saying. Something like that.
That's exactly right. And not only that, no, it's to be more specific than that. This alleviates firms from legal liability and
Oh, I've heard of this,
lawsuits
yeah.
of what is posted on their platforms because
Yeah.
they're supposedly just a platform.
Yeah.
So now the government is using that to manipulate them into turning over the information so that they can make sure
You
that
can
algorithm
subpoena the private information of
not
users
even
to
subpoena. Yeah, they just want it.
Yeah.
Period. Like if they don't
So they
already
can start attacking individuals. And,
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And-
And they will start putting out your creepy porno habits for
Yeah.
those that have them. I'm not.
Right.
And that could turn into a thing at some point. But like,
Yeah,
no,
you don't
but
have
that's
to have Gates and you
Yeah,
don't have
right.
to have Epstein and his thing. Like everybody has been able to
Everybody
follow
g-
their passion,
yeah, right.
their desires and their fantasies.
Yeah.
And that's all on record.
blackmail for everybody.
Yeah.
You don't just have to be
Yeah.
Bill Gates, like
Right.
doing creepy, weird stuff. Like who knows how far that'll go. But that's the conversation around 230 right now. So then when you mix it with the disinformation board, you mix it with the censorship stuff. Like there's all of this stuff cannot just be a coincidence, right? There's a very clear drumbeat and structure being created here of what are we even going to allow people to think and say, and then because they're going to think it and say it anyway, how can we create a butterfly net to catch it, and then what are we going to do about that? Like that's there's a clear funnel being built that they don't want things going into the naughty funnel in the first place, but they need a naughty funnel because then you can be vilified. And so, like this, there's some new McCarthyite stuff happening right in front of our face. And I don't think there's serious conversations going on about that or how to protect ourselves from it.
Or
how
you
to,
don't
like,
see those conversations for some reason.
I don't. This is why the show is so important to me. Like
Go to
no,
postorthodoxy.com. We do have a button there where you can subscribe for $5 a month, recurring payments. Carry on.
The intricate network of blackmail.
Yeah, right. Sure.
Western civilization is a hedonistic, intricate network of blackmail now.
Yeah.
Does anybody know what that name is at the bottom?
Nope.
No.
All right, we're going to look it up. Welcome to the show, Vitamin T. I'm watching you now.
Oh, so it's just vitamin T.
Vitamin T. I'm watching you now.
That's the problem with all caps.
Right.
Huh.
Not exactly what post-orthodoxy is about.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate the input. No, we're not going to do that.
Huh. That seems kind of spammy.
We could do it as a metaphor.
We do get we get
it's a
sexy
good
spams.
metaphor for the metaverse. Yeah, right.
We get sexy spams sometimes.
But
this is
right.
a sports spam.
Yeah.
I don't think it's spam.
Same
Can
thing.
You please do an interview with Kyle Leifett Foster Jenkins, who is the project manager for NBA 2K games. I'd love to see that.
He's a good
love
man.
that you would love to see that, and I would love for
fucking
you to be able to
love that
see
dude.
that. One, I doubt that if that person is that important that he would come on our show. And two, it's not a sports show. But thank you for tuning in and hit
I want to
subscribe.
grill his ass. Let's get him here.
Yeah.
Kyle, subscribe, hit the bell.
It's like, bro, what do you think about the Illuminati,
Kyle
bro?
It's a sports show in so much as it is a bread and circus, let them eat cake moment.
Well, Kyle Leifett is a famous Jamaican American superstar.
Okay.
Maybe he
that no one's ever heard of.
Sounds exciting. Let's get him on.
Not an NBA 2K person.
Okay.
He
Yeah,
will
wow.
be. He will be after this.
All right.
Wow, that's fascinating. Who is this guy?
Dunking on LaMelo Ball.
When it's all said and done, where do we go? He's some guy that people make fun of a lot online. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Poor guy.
Why? I don't want it. I'm not interested in that.
He's
then.
getting cyberbullied. Well, maybe
Yeah.
we gotta bring him up.
Yeah.
Bring,
Guy that people
Yeah.
know,
worship
like,
him.
look,
And,
Okay.
So, I'm sorry.
poor guy.
No, we're anti-bully. Yeah.
Yeah, so somebody made this Vitamin T, I'm watching you now, has made a bunch of spam videos about Kyle Leifett Foster Jenkins.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
And now you're the one that's asked. You're a liar, Kyle Leifett. No, I mean Vitamin T. Sorry. But yeah, anyway, he's a musician, I guess.
Go drink some tea, vitamin T.
That
You
promotion
sound,
worked. That
yeah.
spam promotion worked.
You sound like a meanie.
We read it out loud.
Should we be spamming other channels?
Yeah, you probably should.
Every other live stream?
Yeah, we should just be jumping on other channels.
You're a fool.
This one is slow enough.
Too much honor.
This one is slow enough that you can actually read it.
Get with the program, guys.
Yeah. Nobody cares. It's a smoothie. We're just making a culture smoothie.
Right.
Blend it all together.
They found the show where the feed isn't moving so fast that they get maximum exposure.
Okay.
To the fewest people.
Oh, fascinating.
Very much target audiencing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I sent our next guest her Zoom link, and I texted you.
Oh,
I texted her through your text to let her know that I sent her, because like on Facebook, you don't get to see text messages from people you weren't friends with.
Right.
So you have to go to your other inbox and find messages from people. Stuart, thank you so much for hanging out with us again today.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
Are you feeling a little more chill than when you walked in?
Yeah, I had to change mental spaces. I was.
What had you been meditating on beforehand?
I was just doing work on my house.
Yeah, it's so hard to stop in the middle of the flow. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I was like screwing, using screwdrivers, working on cement. I was casting cement countertops and polishing those, thinking about that.
Yeah. Oh, I
They're
can't wait
looking
to
good.
be doing that stuff here when we own this building. I cannot wait. Like
Yeah.
this wall doesn't need to be this clinical color.
Ooh.
I was
see.
thinking maybe flat black on the beadboard and a really super dark purple up here.
Neat.
And just turn the whole room into like a trip womb.
Okay.
As a woodworker, it's a major faux pas to paint over natural grain.
I have feelings about it too.
But
It's only
people have feelings about beadboard anyway.
the only woodworkers are like, no, you can't. Because
Yeah.
anyone that's stripped paint before is like, I fucking hate paint. Like
Yeah,
if you try to get it off, it like does
It's
something
a
to your
drag.
brain.
Yeah, it's bad.
And so then you get into the zone where you're like, I can't ever
Just
paint
can't ever
over
know.
natural wood.
No, it took
Because
me.
they can never go back. So it's like, okay,
Yeah.
you're just one person in the world that wants that color.
Screwed up that paint.
No, my father was a roofer, and I've probably realistically renovated, I don't know, 900 houses.
Oh my
Whoa.
God.
and I've built probably 40 really big buildings. So yeah, it's stuff like that is a drag.
Yeah, I just don't like it.
I say, what color do you want it?
No, just
you want it
make
to be
different.
black?
Yeah, maybe black. I don't know.
Use a black stain.
Stain. There's stains
Yeah, like a
that'll.
dark
You still have your
stain.
grain coming through.
Yeah, there's stains that'll leave it wood, but it'll still be the color you want. Just
'cause
change
wood-
the
Yeah,
color.
we can make
Wood
it.
feels
we can make it a
good.
darker wood.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with that.
Just,
Yeah.
just
Cherry.
make it the
Maybe
darkest.
we make this cherry and
Yeah.
make that black.
No, I got a really good black stain. It's called like super black or something. And you
Yeah.
just rub it on and it just
Yeah.
makes it really, really
Well,
black.
and I did a fun thing where I mixed a couple of reds that I liked with black that I liked, so it looked like burnt
Like a
black.
blood
Yeah, it
rose.
was like
Yeah.
emberish. Like you can get some fun stuff going on with wood.
Very cool.
Save the wood.
But you buy raw pigment. So you can buy powder pigment, mix it in the stain.
Yeah,
Sounds like too much work.
that is a lot of work.
Let's do the black stain then.
Yeah.
More work later.
Black stain is classy.
Yeah.
Very
No,
classy.
stain. I'm happy to do stain too. I just need it to not be this light color.
Sure.
I feel that.
Yeah, the 80s were a drag, like stylistically, in a lot of spots.
Well, and this
like-
was the lobby. This living room was the lobby of a vet clinic.
Oh, sure.
wow.
That makes
So,
sense.
Coming
Yeah.
out from that weird square on the wall, there was a countertop that came all the way out to here and went this way.
Oh.
So that was where people would come in with their dogs and check their dogs in. So
Fascinating.
yeah. Anytime a new dog comes and visits our house, they inevitably pee inside somewhere
Oh,
because
right.
the whole
They
building
smell,
smells like
yeah,
animals.
right.
Yeah. Not to us, and I've
Yeah.
definitely given my time washing antibiotics and slobber off the walls.
Absolutely.
Well,
But yeah. Anyway, thank you, Stuart.
Yeah, no problem.
You're welcome to hang out if you want to.
Yeah, totally. We just don't have a speaker for you. I mean, actually,
Is
technically,
someone else coming?
Ray is coming in on Zoom, so.
Should I?
But you need to be. Yeah, he's a friend.
Okay.
It's true.
I might chill for a little bit, then
Cool.
Instagram.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Cool.
a very relaxed sort of day. Mark, do you need to get up and have any food?
No, I don't care about food.
Do you need to get up and clench your butt cheeks a little bit, walk around? I mean, I generally just sort of clench my butt cheeks while I'm sitting here anyway, just because it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Oh, hello. Beep, beep, beep,
All right, where are we at the hour mark?
We're at 4:39.
All right, look, more than halfway.
That's right. Exciting times. Hey, Mark, will you let Billie Jean in while you're up there, please?
Oh, she got stuck out?
No, she just wanted to be out. Yeah. All right, so what have we talked about so far today? Rabbits versus Airbnbs.
Right.
Bunnies versus Airbnbs. Yes,
Yeah.
that's good. We've talked more about the freedom of expression thing. We had John Ivankovich on this morning, and we covered unions and how blue and red don't mean what they mean anymore.
Meaningful platforms if you're going to run for office.
Yes, how he was going to he's like he's a moderate and he doesn't fit in anywhere because he's pro-choice and pro-union
And pro-Trump.
and also pro-Trump for other reasons, you know.
Right.
And so like he's like, what party am I going to run on? Anyway, he's been a long time friend of the show.
Yeah.
That was really
friend
fun.
/frenemy.
Friend, yeah. I feel like he's more in the friend category.
I
these
feel like
days.
too.
It was frenemy for a very righteous frenemy.
Yeah.
Frenemiship. Frenemyship.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, a long time. Oh, here. Sorry, I sort of. But yeah. So, and then Stuart came in.
Yep.
And then tomorrow we're gonna have, fingers crossed, Aaron is gonna stop by for an hour before work. So we'll talk with him about what's going on in his world. And then Adrienne Youngblood is going to talk about her work in the alien disclosure movement and MK Ultra.
Yes.
Her MK Ultra documentary.
We can show, if we need to go take a bathroom break, we can show the trailer for her movie.
Exciting. We should show the trailer for her movie at some point anyway.
We should do it, yeah.
Yeah, and then let me check my notes. I'll
Pull
shuffle
that
them
up.
around like BMAC used to.
Yeah, pull out the trailer and we'll just watch that
like
while we're...
BMAC does, but I don't get to be around anymore.
Right.
So then tomorrow, and Mokai.
Today or tomorrow?
4 p.m. Tulsa, you have to get away from here with your farts. Get out of here.
He's crop dusting.
God damn it. I've just been sitting in it for like 25, ever since he came downstairs. It's a lot, old dog. So Mokai at 4 p.m. And
Today? No, tomorrow.
Yeah, and he's going to check in after midnight and listen to our interview with John, since they're old friends.
Very
as well.
good. Yeah, yeah.
And then Monday, Joseph Myers of the Amygdala Hijack, and probably JJ, speech and debate champion here at Butte High School and longtime co-host of the Jolly Roger Kid co-hosted talk radio show on KBMF. So that'll be really fun.
Oh, yeah, and then I got somebody else.
Because he'll be able to, he doesn't have to censor himself. He's a comedian at heart, and so when he started coming on the Jolly Roger radio show, it was really hard for him to, you can't say any bad words, you can't make any sex jokes, like things like, so we just were skirting the line of disaster on that radio show every time JJ was a host. Yeah. It was
We also have the option sometime on Monday, either by Zoom or by in-person, Dr. Cameron Hodge.
Ooh, exciting. Who has
has
been doing some work in Oregon
with the mushroom,
legalization of
psychedelic mushroom movement
for trauma.
Yep.
So yeah, that would be exciting.
He can come talk to us a little bit about the state of the art.
Yep. And Joshua Michael is a local filmmaker
Yes.
who was willing to come and talk with us about some of his deep dive research into long-standing U.S. conspiracies.
And then my friend Jason Silverstein, who's an organic farmer that thinks
snap.
people worrying about glyphosate is dumb.
Oh. You should have you two fight.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Talk to you. Yeah, you want to go ahead?
I just don't know. I don't know that much about glyphosate.
Right.
Just that some people are worried about it. So
Right.
I don't know if I would be the best for some kind of a argument.
No. Well, but see, he's one of those guys that has a post-orthodox point of view.
Right. He's an organic farmer.
He's an organic farmer that is like,
not the problem.
Roundup has its place.
What?
Yeah. He's like, look, see that clump of California grass that turns into like canes that I have to spend tons of fuel every week weed whacking, or I have to bring in a tractor to dig out like 2 yards of dirt around it to get rid of that thing, or I could just hit it with Roundup once.
How much environmental impact?
The environmental impact of fighting something you can never kill or nuking it.
Right.
Like this is he's been involved in those metrics. And so this is a guy who really cares about he cares about organics, he cares about sustainability. He learned from like the master on Hawaii who was doing organic farms before they were called organic farms. He was a guy who was it's actually a really fascinating story, and we'll talk about it, but like his friend that he learned from is the son of the guy that brought a bug to Hawaii to fight a pestilence that ended up creating another pestilence. It's like that story that happens in Hawaii over and over. So he decided to atone for his dad's sin by mastering copacetic farming techniques so that you had a healthy environment using what you got instead of just trying to nuke shit out. And he ended up like growing orchids on palm trees that pollinate themselves. Vanilla orchids.
Yeah.
Like usually they always have to be hand pollinated because it's such a particular environment. And he just created an environment where vanilla is producing beans like mad. So Jason learned from him. And so you think, well, then you must be on the train with the whole story of what all the stuff is. And he's like, no, actually I have lived experience that tells me that there are economies that are going on that are not hardlined, that because you're organic, fuck Monsanto.
Right.
Which is, so we want to have him on the show to talk a little bit about
Great.
post-orthodox organic farming.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You don't have a speaker.
Yeah.
You don't have a microphone.
I actually do. I had some ideas about that topic, so maybe I do have enough to speak about with this guy.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly the argument against glyphosate is that it kills funguses in the soil. So it's not about killing the thing you intend to kill, but killing, nuking, as Dark said.
Right.
And I've come up with some pretty clever devices that were ways robotics could be implemented in harvesting that aren't currently being done. And it would solve the whole problem of monoculture, which in theory is just doomed.
That's the real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That's
so you have
the
to
thing,
have
right?
polyculture, but the only problem with polyculture is that you can't harvest it economically. So if you find a way to harvest it economically, like I work with CNC machines, like gantry systems that have XYZ control over an area.
Sure.
You can apply this same technology, like visual recognition, like articulating arms, a gantry that's coordinated on a larger system. Like you can retrofit old farming equipment to have these robotic systems that can harvest polycultures. And that would alleviate the need for glyphosate. And I don't know, probably it's like a toss-up where glyphosate or where autism comes from. Like it might be vaccines, it might be glyphosate, but it's certainly caused by some environmental condition.
That's new.
Yeah, that's new. So
because the explosion is new.
Yeah, so to say that glyphosate is harmless, like I am a pragmatist. It's like what I said with you about dissing on new building materials. Like, like I was once like you where I was like, oh, I want to only use mud brick or adobe or like fuck modern building materials. But then when I worked with them enough, I was like, okay, these things have their place.
Right.
Well, and I was only taking the position that in hyper-localized settings, sometimes it's inefficient.
Yeah.
And because of what you brought up about global supply chains, it could become problematic.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I'll build anything out of anything. I don't care. And I want it to be accessible to people.
Yeah.
And I don't want it hurting other things. But no, I agree with you
if we
completely
have access,
on that.
we can use it.
Yeah, exactly.
It solves a lot of energy problems. So,
That's right.
Like, but then it's like, I think all things have to be considered a segue. Like the glyphosate, the pro-glyphosate guy, like.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, if you're dealing with a hard economic situation where the option is to have food or not have food, then obviously you're going to poison the land or like diminish long-term prosperity for short-term gains.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I wouldn't say he's pro glyphosate.
Yeah.
I'm saying that there may be applied uses.
Yeah.
Or
And
the
if
balance. It's about the balance.
The balance.
Well,
causing more problems.
Right.
Yeah.
Is the solution causing more problems?
And
right?
then Stuart bringing up the degradation of topsoil is also a thing that matters because that's not something that can be replaced quickly or easily.
Yeah. And of course, I'm talking about depending on a hypothetical technology that has yet to be invented.
Yeah.
so
That's the other fun part.
So obviously, that doesn't exist right now. So
right.
It could exist if we cared.
But like the natives growing like corn and beans together and letting like the beans go up the corn stalk. That's exactly right. So it makes sense that a new harvesting mechanism that could heal the abuse of monoculture in a sustainable way and still feed everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Could be something super important to talk about all the time.
So there's one project that's called like CNC Garden where they've done this on a small scale, like 4 foot by 12. But there's these irrigators that work on a radius, like we've all seen them because they make circles of green grass.
Yeah.
So that could potentially be a gantry system where if you put harvesting robots on a track, they would have articulation over the radius. So they always know where they are. You could have multiple ones on the same track, and they can do things like weeding. They can weed literally 24 hours a day.
Because that solves tons of problems. I mean, I lived in Hawaii, and the problem was not about getting things to grow. It was about keeping your things from being grown over.
Yeah, so visual recognition used with like TensorFlow, like neural network type stuff.
Have you seen the robots that go down the rows that have automatic weed? Have you seen those?
Yeah,
machines?
they probably exist.
So they're like these robots, because you've seen the things where you have like farm workers laying on a thing in front of a tractor, and the tractor's going, and they're laying there and planting. They just figured out a robot that has the visual, so it can tell the difference between the crop and a weed.
Yeah.
And it just has these little things just plucking weeds going up and down the rows.
Roomba for weeding.
That was the bane of my existence as a farmer in Hawaii, was the weeding bill.
Yeah.
The time, energy, manpower it took to keep your farm from being overtaken by the jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can, with AI, like if you're interfacing these systems with a learning network, like you can give the system an intended output where it's like, we want 50% this plant. And it has an inventory because it goes up and down the rows all day identifying stuff. So it can be like, actually, we only have 30% this plant. You said you want 60%.
Right.
And the system can learn kind of ad hoc how to accomplish that goal using whatever method it wants to establish. Like, actually, we found, or it might discover relationships like the Three Sisters gardening practice. That, but you're just letting an AI, like the AI might notice that these are growing better in these clusters, and you don't understand. You don't really know what its internal processes are for establishing what the best method is, but and they're very difficult to reverse engineer actually, which is funny because like once a neural net just decides how to do something, like you don't really, it's hard to figure out its process. So you just kind of give them control over, different sensorial inputs and some form of articulation, like a radial gantry.
Well, and this keeps coming up over and over again, being in the same room with you two at the same time. What an amazing economic job opportunity to reconnect people to the land and food and teach them high-level engineering and design.
Yeah.
Creating a bunch of good jobs, creating prosperity, creating clean food. Like these are the kind of things that derivatives could be built off of. It doesn't have to be just some like crappy fake NFT thing. Like we can reforest. We can start to address some of these things.
I have solutions.
Yeah.
So
there are solutions.
I'm like a doomer now because I've tried to propose these solutions for years. Just nobody gives a shit. So it's like, I'm like, there are definitely solutions, but I'm a doomer because people are dumb as fuck. I'm sorry. Like,
it's hard when you see the solution, you see how it could be used. I mean, because what you're talking about with the idea of the robot farm, to me, that lays right into the story of like we have incubated cities of people, like in the Matrix,
Yeah.
And then the rural is just controlled by the Borg.
Right.
And it feels like that's where we're moving.
Yeah.
That they want to just keep the useless breathers in a concentrated spot.
Yeah.
You don't want them out there in the pristine environment. That seems to be the word that I'm hearing from the World Economic Forum. They want to make everything like a World Heritage Site, which means basically no more humans go there.
Yeah.
It's not like a national park where, like, we're going to preserve it for humans. It's like, no, we're taking this from those assholes because they don't know what to do with it. That's going to be our playground, and then we'll just keep them in their pods.
Well, all the Agenda 21 FEMA camp stuff from like 15 or 20 years ago, like literally had maps laid out of this is where people aren't going to be allowed to go anymore.
I mean, it's not a bad idea on principle. It's just a matter of trusting. I came up with
stewardship,
the
stewardship of it. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah,
I came up with a good slogan. It's like, fascism is beautiful if the leader is beautiful.
So
it's like you really have to place like obscene amounts of trust in this person, but it's not like, impossible either.
Yeah, but like Bill Gates, like in real life right now.
Leader.
Well, but I mean, who's gonna like? He already owns the most land. Like he's the biggest farmland owner now. So.
Yeah. So
do people trust and love Bill Gates enough to have that much land here?
We did a show. On the theme of should we consider benevolent dictators?
I think it's possible.
And has it ever worked? Because the fuckery that happens whenever you have the committee.
Yeah.
I know in all the sci-fi movies you have the committee. And that's how things are done instead of a king or something. That's the futuristic idea.
Yeah.
But I've been in too many committees to like you can't just be a committee. It's got to be like a hard brand you with a fucking piece of iron initiation cult to have people actually trust each other on a mission somewhere.
The whole Davos situation and World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab and everybody, like, they already look at themselves as your benevolent dictator, like the
elites. They call themselves the elites.
Anand Giridharadas does really good work on this. Like, their ethics or morality are not going to change in this lifetime. Like,
so I have a thing. You could say that human behavior is a deterministic byproduct of architecture and infrastructure.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you develop infrastructure that relies on central power structures, and like say you develop a giant shoe factory that won't work unless 1,000 people are under the same leader, it necessitates that you have highly centralized political power stratas to maintain the infrastructure. But if you design infrastructure that works cellularly, then it removes the need or the necessity for highly centralized forms of government.
Sure.
And so, and if you see this as a form of determinism, like the government just mirrors whatever the technology requires. So if we have technology that requires a big government, we'll get a big government. If we have technology that requires a little government, we'll get a little government. So you can see all these problems of centralized authority as being design problems instead of sociological problems.
Yeah, but the other side of that is we are already seeing it in practice. So there's been a great deal of hoarding of capital and assets by not that many people. So we can already see what that looks like from the last 50 years. So it's like, what are they doing with all of this access to resource? And they can make the flow go to wherever they want it to go. So that's the only like, don't believe your lion eye scenario, right? Oh, is the new guest on?
She's on her way.
Oh, great.
I'm just starting up our Zoom meeting. Nice. So Ray can join us. The vitamin T I'm watching you now got kind of crazy there at the end.
He's got to get blocked.
Yeah,
yeah.
There's an option. There's no block option.
Oh,
anymore.
I understand.
There's just like a.
So everybody ignore vitamin T.
No. I can hide his comments.
Right. Oh, got it.
That's all. Okay. Farewell.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for playing.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Badoo, perfect timing. It's amazing. I'm glad you did too.
Yeah.
See you next time, Stuart. Enjoy the
Thank
rest
you,
of your
Stuart.
afternoon.
Bye.
Bye.
You gotta turn the lock.
Admit. Exciting. Me-doo.
Ray Hance. Can
Hello.
you hear us? Does our voice make it to you? I can see you. Oh, we can hear you.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, very good. Welcome to the show.
Well, it's really nice to be here. You were talking a couple minutes ago about
She's going to jump right in. She's jumping right in. I love it.
I am.
I love it. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Yes.
You were talking about like moving all the slave people to villages and only having nice things for the rich people,
Right.
according to the World Economic Forum. And I think that totally plays into the, what is the Klaus villain, Klaus Schwab?
Klaus Schwab.
Yes.
Yeah. Who says, you know, we're all, nobody's going to own anything. We're all going to love it.
You'll own nothing and be happy.
Yes, you'll own nothing and be happy. And to me, like that is the first step to this like dystopian open green space as a preserve for rich people that you're talking about.
Oh, you've heard of it.
Yeah. So top of mind to me today because like I'm like dealing with a horrible landlady. And I'm just like, wow, when we own nothing, we are definitely not going to be happy about it.
Well, if we owned nothing and then a benevolent dictator ensured that we had what we needed, then we wouldn't have to worry about maintaining anything we owned.
Well, how long does it take before that person becomes a monster?
Right, exactly. The benevolent dictator concept. We've never
Yeah,
really
we're still exploring that
philosophized it
idea.
to its
We're exploring
good-
that idea.
It's crazy.
For like the last 5,000 years.
Never a good conclusion there.
Right, yeah. It's all turned into Nero.
Well, but what if he was like, oh, dang it.
Yeah. Well, he fiddled on his way down, so.
That's right.
Welcome to the conversation. I want to introduce you. Ray Hance, I met in Northern California, a little place called Nevada City / Grass Valley.
Slash Grass Valley.
Yep. In Northern California in 2008.
Yep. 7 or 8.
Yep. The real estate bubble had popped, and my landscaping business was worth nothing. And trying to set up a new one with no real estate in Hawaii made me leave. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm doing pot in Northern California. So we met there, and then you've moved on to other places and done other things. And I see your content online. You have codified yourself in some way. You're an interesting agent of change of some sort. And I don't want to try to refine you. I would like to hear, like, what are you doing on Facebook? What is your page?
What am I doing on Facebook? That's a great question.
Because you're doing a lot of stuff.
I'm doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I took the Bodhisattva vows a couple of years ago. And so I have to think about like how do I relieve suffering? Right? Like, so I take this vows like to relieve all beings from suffering, which sounds like a fun, like a lot of stuff to do there.
It'll keep you busy.
It'll keep you busy. I was like, that sounds like a project that I could probably stick to for the rest of my life. And it's like, how do you do that? How do I carry that? Like, because it's not going to look on me the way it looks on another Zen practitioner or somebody else, you know? So, I mean, my way of doing it is intimate and like frame shifting, and mostly coming from an emotional rather than a mental place, which is why I think this will be fun. Yeah, I'm interested in frame shifts all the time, but I also feel like most people don't want to stop suffering.
It's abusive relationships. We talk a lot about our abusive
That
relationships.
cycle. Yeah.
Our abusive relationship
Yeah.
with our own family, or with our government, or with our workplace.
Or with our bodies.
Or with our bodies,
We'd love to stop suffering, but the unfamiliar is more scary than the abusive familiar.
Exactly. And people would rather suffer like in a more continuous way than be uncomfortable for like a year or even a month.
Oh.
Breach. So that's what you're doing on Facebook? This is the issue that you...
That's basically what I'm doing on Facebook. It's
Nailed
like,
it.
Do it. Making people uncomfortable as best I can.
For their own good. For their own good.
For their own good. But it's amazing to me how like little discomfort is allowed, and how much people would rather be deep in addiction. People would rather do anything than be uncomfortable.
That was a part of our conversation earlier in the hour or an hour ago where we were talking about, we know the fuckery, we know the fuckers, we have a map and a model, we have the documents, and yet we haven't held those people accountable because we're not uncomfortable enough to talk to our neighbors yet, is what it comes down to. We'd have to get out of our little reality bubble and deal with that guy that has feelings about guns that are different than mine, or that person that drives a Prius and therefore must be a libtard, or continue on the thing. If I have to, only until we have to start talking to the people that we don't 100% agree with,
right, are
we going to address the larger issue.
Well, I recently started fucking someone that I don't entirely agree with. So I'm really taking one for the team.
It can be done. Isn't that interesting?
that is the ultimate compromise.
It is. But it is. Well, he's really good at it, so it's not too much of a compromise.
I just really like.
I've started dating a libertarian with an arsenal, basically.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a step.
Yeah. I know. Thank you.
How's that going?
And you're like,
for you?
Something's agreeable
he gives
about
the
it.
best head I've ever received in my entire life. Woo! He's wildly skillful.
That's important.
At what point do you consider the things that you have differences? How do you, if you're talking about frame shifts, how do you frame shift where the thing, maybe something that you were not comfortable with or hip to, suddenly you find a way that maybe I could or should be? How is that working?
I think through pleasure.
Yeah.
I legit feel like through intimacy and pleasure is an actual path to that.
Yes. This is like one of my ex-boyfriends is basically like a sex therapist. Like he briefly dates women who are in transition from one really tough space into a freely liberated, individuated space, and is like the boyfriend that enables them to be happy enough to leave the shit show.
A professional rebound relationship?
Professional rebound.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's like he's done that for so many women. It's like, okay, this is the thing for real. But we were just talking about
like a sacred prostitute.
Yes.
He's like a temple prostitute. Yeah.
Yes.
Brilliant.
You
I hope
can't
he gets
change.
paid well.
God, we were just talking
niche.
yesterday about like change needing to come in a place where you're vulnerable, and that you can become vulnerable in a place where you're being treated badly. But the best place to enjoy change while being vulnerable is in a place where you feel safe and lovely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Good sex.
Frame change through orgasm.
Yeah.
I'll vote for that any day.
I think that's really true. And like, that's one thing I do with the women in my groups is I do like a non-orgasmic self-pleasure practice. Cause I really do believe that pleasure is transformative.
Yes.
Cause like we make it so difficult and we we want to make everything so hard. Oh, it's so hard to do this. It's so hard to change your mind. No, it's actually very soft to do these things, you know?
Counterintuitively.
Yeah, counterintuitive. It's our resistance that makes it hard.
Mm-hmm. Yes, resistance is futile.
But the resistance is a part of the culture. Like, I can't remember the line, but there was a line I came up with the other day that I was like, I was raised with the idea that I need to win a game that is obviously unwinnable.
Well, that's that's game A.
Right.
And are we really ready for game B?
And so everything is set up to be an impossible task.
Sure.
So if
and
it doesn't
set
feel
up for bootstrapping and forcing and extra effort, and
if it doesn't feel impossible, then it's probably not worth anything.
Do you know how many people I work with that are just addicted to struggle?
Oh, I bet.
They fucking love struggle. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel important. It makes them feel valuable. It makes them feel like they're doing something.
Doesn't it give you a certain neurological squish that you're like? It feels like any kind of drug addiction.
It's the toxic mimic of aliveness.
toxic mimic
Preach.
of aliveness.
Goddamn.
That's good.
Goddamn.
Yes. I like that one. Is that yours? I love that.
Yeah, and it just feeds into this paradigm, this toxic paradigm.
I know that's a
so
big
true.
one.
No, it's
yeah.
I've been working so hard over the last couple
Sure.
of years on learning how to deconstruct how I value myself and
Oh, yeah.
reconstruct a way of valuing myself just because I was fucking born. That makes me valuable.
Yes.
I don't have to do any number of things in a day to be valuable.
Right.
I don't have to achieve anything in any particular way to be valuable.
That's right.
I can
Yeah.
say it
Well,
really easily, but feeling it is still, it's only
It is.
only
Well, and it's a
partial pie.
fundamental devaluation of the feminine too.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is exciting. This is very exciting. Thank you. So I'm sharing your website, reihance.com, REIHANCE.com.
That's me.
Yeah. How long have you been doing this?
For the last 2 years. Well, for the last 2 years, I've been coaching people.
Right. It's been codified for 2 years.
Yeah.
You've probably
And-
been doing this for a while.
Oh, I would say so. I've been, life has been relentless forever. So I've had to learn how to metabolize. So I've had to learn how to metabolize, whatever comes. And to me, like that's any spiritual practice is just building your metabolism, right? You learn how to absorb what nourishes and shit out the rest. And so how we do that step by step, has become my work. And it's so weird. Like I would not have thought that I would be doing what I'm doing today, but it was just like one next right thing after another.
Yeah.
You know, like it's, yeah. It's been totally emergent.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing for you to say and a beautiful way to say that. It seems like when big things happen, it goes fast and it comes out of nowhere. But like what you just said, it's those million baby steps that you were absorbing along the way. And through the heat and pressure of stress and deprivation, you turn spiritual coal into diamonds. So, and then you finally, like some of the biggest mistakes I've ever made in my life personally that I felt guilty and scared about and regretted ended up being a really good blessing to me and made me who I am now. It just took 20 years sometimes because I couldn't see it the right way.
And isn't that the thing?
Yeah.
It's just, where are you standing in the room? What, like the position of the observer creates the reality.
Sure. There it
From
is.
the quantum to the gross, right? Like the
Yeah.
observer's position dictates so much.
That's right.
I think I had a lot of the Sorcerer's Apprentice moments when I was in my 20s when I started realizing that this idea of instant karma, where like I could ask for something and I could get it, but like I didn't have the grounding or the sense of time as a 22-year-old or 23-year-old. This is why they're not supposed to study the Kabbalah until you're 40 something. You like get into some weird shit. Like I had this sense that oh shit, what was I talking about? You were talking about
having a proper sense of time to not see something properly that gave you a great lesson.
Right. Fuck, I lost it.
You lost it.
Sorcerer's Apprentice was in there.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
the Sorcerer's
that's
Apprentice.
Nailed it. She got it.
Right. Of like being able to conjure something out of the universe, but it would be like the fire truck would show up, but the fire had been out like a month ago.
Yeah.
Like I could get the shit I was asking for, but it was never in the time frame where it was useful.
That's awesome.
So I had all these, I'm conjuring, but everything was just like passing each other and like.
That's funny.
So that's the task, is how to like really. It just takes a lot of time in the studio of asking for things, getting the things you want. The Buddhism that I practice, that was after coming from like a fundamentalist Judeo-Christian thing where life is terrible, get used to it until you die.
Right.
In the meanwhile, get a business degree. Like
Yeah.
then, like the opposite side of that was like I started practicing Soka Gakkai Buddhism in Los Angeles.
Oh,
which is
were you doing that?
the Nam Myoho Renge Kyo?
Yeah,
and Nam Myoho Renge Kyo translates to the mystic law of cause and effect,
Which is the title of the Lotus Sutra.
which is a wonderful book. Burton Watson's version is amazing.
Great book.
Yeah.
Great book.
Yes, I that practice basically, when I talked to the guru, this guy named Ted Fujioka, like he was very not what I ever expected from any kind of religious figure. He's like,
Right.
He just really broke shit down. He's like, figure out what you want, and then ask for that when you chant,
Right.
and then
No.
you'll get it, and
But
then you can
maybe not in
decide.
the form that you asked for.
You'll decide if that's what you want.
Exactly.
And then if it's what you want, donate to the church, carry on. If it's not, donate to the church, carry on, and then ask for something else, because you will keep getting what you want.
Yeah.
Often we don't ask for what we want, so it just lives on the cookie jar on the fridge.
Sure.
But if you ask for it, you get it. Then is this satisfying or not satisfying? And then you keep trying to go forward to find out what is ultimately satisfying.
Yeah.
I think I took the Bodhisattva vow, but I wasn't in a Buddhist thing. Like it was in my early 20s. I was like, I'm tired of achieving things
Right.
that I thought were going to make me happy, and it turns out they didn't.
Oh, God,
so,
yeah.
like, I want to try to find something that I can do that I'll never achieve. That way I won't be disappointed anymore.
Exactly.
And I was like, I want to figure out how we as humans on the planet could give each other the wink and nod and be having a better time with each other. Like,
Amen
how do
to
we
that.
do that? Could happen. And
Yeah,
there's all this
right.
fuckery that's keeping it from happening. I'm
Stop
like,
chasing for the
like-
fake thing.
like, if I
That's
get that
not gonna
one-
make you happy.
yeah, if I achieve that and we all start having a better time with each other, then I guess I can be disappointed and find something else to do.
What would the something else be at that point? That's good. Yeah.
Yes.
That's a
Psych out
cool
the
thing to
Buddha.
ask for.
It was the ultimate thing.
Yeah.
I've been asking, I've been practicing.
Well,
and you want to hear a funny story? I'll
ultimate-
tell you. This
you're
is like
doing it like right now.
there was like I dropped acid with a friend of mine.
Yeah.
We drove up to Angeles Crest in Los Angeles.
Love it
and
there.
and there's a place where when the fog comes in, when there's a moisture layer, when you're up in the mountains are islands in the fog.
Yeah, right.
And then this underglow of the lights of Los Angeles. It was just this gorgeous thing. And we're right at the fog line, so the fog is sort of like rolling up like slow motion waves and going down. Acid hasn't even come on yet. We're sitting there, and I'd been practicing this Buddhism, this Soka Gakkai stuff. So I'm like chanting for what you want. I'm like, you know what that wish? They're like, if you could have, one wish, what would you wish for? I'm like, I'd wish for 1,000,000 wishes. I'm like, no, you can't do that shit.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Right. So I was trying to figure out how to do that in this Buddhism.
Yeah.
So like chant for what you want. I'm like, well, I'm going to chant to harmonize the microcosm of my being with the macrocosm of the universe. And if I'm in line with the shit, what else could I want? So I'm going to chant for that. So I'm with my friend. We're sitting there and we're talking deep philosophical shit. And I'm like, I figured out what I want to chant for. I want to chant to harmonize the microcosm of my being with the macrocosm. And this meteor goes flaming across the sky with orange and green coruscating tail and goes over the horizon. And then we're like,
You just asked for it.
that wasn't acid.
Yeah, right.
We saw the thing flame into, and then, so at that moment, I'm like, hey, is that the thing? And I kind of stopped chanting at that point. And then like a year later, a couple of years later, I went with a girlfriend to a Buddhist thing, and they're all chanting, and I'm like, I saw Buddhism. I said that, and this old tutu, this is in Hawaii, this old Japanese lady's like, that's like saying that now that you've eaten, you'll never be hungry again.
She got you.
Yeah, she got me. Now that I'm full, I'll never have to eat again.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't last very long.
God damn it.
But it was asking for that thing that started a whole chain of events where I was redefined, and like what is important, what is in the world. Is it the Ferrari? Is that really gonna, like, when you figure out that you can get the things you want, even on the small level, it's really easy just to fast forward and figure out if that's where your desire path is.
Yeah, for sure.
Or you could just go ahead and feel the way you expect the thing to make you feel.
That too. Absolutely. Put yourself in the state of being.
Ideally, yes.
Right.
I think, right?
Say it
I mean, is it
again.
really about the thing or about the way that the thing is
Gonna make you
something
feel
to make-
yeah.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
screaming down a freeway in Miami, snorting coke and getting a blowjob. I mean, whee!
Yeah.
Like we've all been on a
Right.
roller coaster, right? You know,
I like that.
It's like so, but
Yeah.
you could you could put yourself in the space where you could just go wee, like
Right.
I've had a few carrots and a piece of chicken today. Like I'm cool. Like I
You
can
might be
just-
able to get that on the swings at the playground.
Yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. Like exactly.
Not have to go through all the other hoops.
Exactly. Or kill anybody on the way. It might possibly be less harmful to get those same sensations from a different
Something potentially.
yeah, a different
It
catalyst.
might be
Yeah,
possible,
exactly.
but how do you know until you try? Like this guy who was at the Buddhist KaiCon in Santa Monica, California. I told him I was having a hard time or whatever, and he's like, "You just got to do what you want to do." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like,
No, tell the
like,
whole story.
If you want to go to a concert in San Francisco and you don't have a ride, steal a fucking car if you think it's important. Go steal a car, go to the concert, figure out if it's that important. If it's not that important, then shut up. Like,
right.
I was like, blah, blah, blah.
Stop bitching.
Yeah, like figure out what you want, and
Well,
then
and
go
figure out
get
the
it.
difference between a preference and a desire too.
Yes, this is Ainsley's new catchphrase for post-orthodoxy is preferences
Versus principles.
versus principles.
Oh, big difference.
And we live in a society where principles have taken backseat
to preferences.
to preferences.
Absolutely.
That's why
we're ruled by our preferences.
So that's why we can censor and do, because like if we all agree that this is our in-group's pleasure
Right.
and our preference, then we don't need principles anymore.
But the problem is, all of Facebook is not one group's preference. There are groups
Right.
on Facebook. You can have a group on Facebook that is a particular way, but the point of things like the internet originally was to be a neighborhood like our physical neighborhoods, where we could interact with people all over the place organically. Anytime you introduce censorship or an algorithm, it's no longer an organic interaction where Bob gets punched in the face because he was being a dick.
Right.
You know, like, and so I think there are plenty of ways to create a community on the internet that has specific rules set out in advance. But for instance, things like the principle of should people have free expression as humans on the planet or not?
Yes.
Well, except if it's about something that goes against what the government is saying, or something that's dangerous, or something that's a national secret, or something that's like is rude to a particular minority group. Like,
But aren't
really
we
squishy.
feeding that? Like from a mimetic point of view, like aren't we creating the machine learning that's growing the algorithm that is in turn growing us?
Maybe not, because I have a
used to
theory
think
that
so.
the AI doesn't get irony, it doesn't
Oh,
get
I would agree with
sarcasm,
that, yeah.
it
Right.
doesn't get metaphor,
Or
and
poetry,
so
yeah, exactly.
right.
Yep, yep,
So
yep.
like that is being edited out of the conversation. So if I posted a thing that was a quote from the propaganda minister Goebbels to talk about propaganda, and they're like, "You're spreading Nazi propaganda," and ban me for 90 days. Like, I'm like, that's
Like, no, I'm trying
that's
to talk
the
about how
algorithm
propaganda's bad.
not getting
Yeah.
the subtleties that we as humans. So like all that stuff is being edited out in the algorithm. That's the part that I'm raising alarm about, is that people are losing their capacity for those subtleties and irony and sarcasm because of the whole cancel culture thing. If you've crossed the line, you're out of my life forever.
Ooh,
And maybe I didn't get the joke.
So it's almost like we're being shaped by the memes more
Yes.
than we are shaping the memes now.
Yeah.
Oh,
I feel like that's what's happening.
horrifying.
And the
That's
reality
fucking
tunnel,
horrifying.
these reality tunnels, like what is the job at its core, at its purest, quote unquote, purest form? The job of a Facebook algorithm is to keep us online as long as possible. And so the Facebook algorithm is going to show you whatever you interact with most, which in most people's cases is things you already agree with. So the Facebook algorithm is going to continually show you things you already agree with because that keeps you interacting. It gives you positive endorphins and you keep scrolling. Now, some people do get off on being shown stuff they disagree with, and they spend more time on Facebook commenting on things they disagree with, so they get shown more controversial subjects.
Contrary material.
But
yes.
most humans are are helping the algorithm create this reality funnel for themselves that just gets narrower and narrower. An example that we brought up was when Elizabeth Warren didn't win the presidential nomination. We knew a lot of people who were honestly surprised because their entire Facebook feed for months had been only people supporting Elizabeth Warren. And they thought that meant that their entire neighborhood supported Elizabeth Warren, their cyber neighborhood.
And then she won 0 delegates anywhere.
Yeah. And it was like, no, she was very popular among specific demographics, and because you didn't like posts that involved people discussing Elizabeth Warren's flaws or constructive criticism of her voting history, things like that, Facebook stopped showing you those things. So you stopped knowing that some of your neighbors had an issue with her, and you started thinking everybody liked her.
Why wouldn't you vote for her?
Yeah.
My feed says she's a genius.
And it does these reality tunnels. Oh, sorry. It does these reality tunnels on every subject, you know? So some people only see nerd memes from gamer groups and things like that.
So we're all living in alternate reality bubbles.
From each other.
And we think that that's our world.
Right.
So that's
well,
what...
I mean, unless we reclaim the sovereignty of our attention, which isn't that hard.
Oh, that's a cool thing to
The
say.
sovereignty of our attention.
So I want to tell a story. I want to tell a story
oh
about
my God,
you.
is Ray ever going to get to talk?
No, I want to tell a story about her, and then she can tell me about it. I want to tell about the time when you were working on a book, and in order to limit your time online, you paid for an app that limited your time online.
I did.
I need that. What's the app
Yeah,
called?
tell her about that
It
story.
was called Freedom. It's a subscription.
I'm triggered. That's a trigger word now, Ray.
Cognitive sovereignty at its finest.
Yeah, right. So I've actually had to just actually learn to not go online as much.
So she had it set up with alarms, so she could only.
Yeah.
It was a jail on her Facebook.
Yep.
So that okay, I can't do Facebook. I guess I'll keep working on my book.
It was a jail for the whole. It was you could choose your custom jail. Like, what things can you not go to?
Yes.
Oh my God,
That's awesome.
That was like the John Stuart Mill Panopticon, but volunteered by the self. That's amazing. Designed by Ray. Panopticon brought to you by.
Yeah, you could brand your own.
I would turn off my phone sounds, all the vibrations, and I would put it behind books on the bookshelf. So I knew where it was, but in the time it took me to go and retrieve it, I would realize that I was feeling stupid about going back to my phone, even though it had not summoned me. You know? And so I would just, and after a few minutes, I would get to a point where I was able to focus on what I was working on for a while. But when that constant endorphin rush of, if I'm checking messages, I'm doing something, is available, it's hard. I self-soothe with it all the time.
Absolutely. Well, there's the discomfort piece again.
Yes.
There's an actual discomfort in not touching the phone.
I start panicking for me, it's a lot of ADHD and trauma from my childhood is I start panicking that I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm not sure which thing I should do next in the grand scheme of all the things I'm supposed to be doing. And so I'll just pick up my phone and start doing some things on my phone.
Because then you're doing something.
Because then I'm doing something.
Yeah.
I'm not.
So then you're not uncomfortable anymore.
Yes.
Right. To soothe the discomfort, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But then what have you that's expensive.
Oh yeah. Yeah. To the tune of many, many hours a week.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Well, the other cool, beautiful thing that you just said is, as the economy continues to bifurcate, people are getting pushed into a situation where they're going to have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Yeah. And I think that's really cool about the things that you're saying, the work that you're doing. It matters. It's okay to be uncomfortable. We can get through it if we treat each other with vulnerability and kindness.
If we can witness each other in our discomfort instead of trying to fix things too.
Yeah,
that's a hard one. Especially for
it is.
I think that's more dude oriented.
Super hard for dudes. Super hard.
You want to either slay
things.
the dragon. You want to slay the dragon. You're uncomfortable. How can I fix it? Right. Instead of letting the process of uncomfort flour to find the source, and there's a whole process. And dudes just want to stop that shit because it's uncomfortable.
Right.
Oh, there might be emotions and crying and shit. We were gonna go to the fucking lake. You know,
right,
like,
but think of how powerful like all of that energy turned toward just witness is.
Sure.
It's a meditation. I'm learning to do it, but I catch myself like suddenly like, how do I like slay the thing?
Right.
But I'm learning the amazing benefit from actually being witnessed and present, and whatever, holding space for someone going through a thing rather than trying to solve it. Ainsley.
Yes.
Oh, God damn it.
This Zoom started doing a new thing. We usually do our show that's 2 hours with Zoom guests.
Well, and Zoom says if you're just doing 2 people, then it's unlimited if it's just between 2 people.
2 groups. Yeah.
2 computers. And so I don't know why it's thinking that we're not just using 2 computers.
Suddenly they started like cutting us off after 40 minutes, and then we have to clear the room and come back.
Right. So you'll
my God, really?
You'll get kicked off in 10 minutes. You can see.
Do you want to come back for some more time?
Yeah, I would love to. This is fun.
Oh, good. Yeah, come back for some more time.
I'll prepare another link and invite and send you that link, and you can just click that one once you get booted off of this one.
In the meantime,
okay, that sounds great.
I want to tell people why they should give us money.
Oh.
Because you always talk to beautiful
home.
people like you.
Yeah. No. She's got like 8 minutes.
Oh, 8 minutes left.
Yeah.
I have 8 minutes. I thought it was 8 seconds. Okay, now I'm
okay.
okay. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yes, we got time.
People should give you money because you're speaking the truth.
You think so?
Absolutely.
I want to ask you about this idea of like you're like, I took the bodhisattva vow to alleviate suffering in the world. Like, what? That's not a light thing to do. Can you tell me about that thing and how's it going?
Well, it's going great as long as people don't want to suffer. But most people really are. Their identity is crafted out of their suffering. So it's I just don't. My boat is not. I don't get those people don't come on my boat.
Right.
You know,
you've been doing this for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And how are you? I'm curious, just from like a mechanical perspective of having this show and building community, finding people who want to have these conversations, being able to get a little past the 101 so we can actually laugh a little bit instead of like wait for the lesson to sink in. Like being able to commune with our friends on stuff. Like this is what we're building, and I would love to talk to you just about the mechanics of that shit. Like, how did you decide to go from your living room to cyberspace, and how is that going? Like, what avenues are you finding that are working? We were talking about like marketing. Bill Hicks is one of my favorite comedians. He has this piece about marketing, which is brilliant, and it makes me always squeamish when I have to think about marketing myself. And I think it's different when you're marketing for a mega national corporation that's destroying chunks of the planet in perpetuity,
selling
forever.
Cigarettes forever.
Right.
Yeah.
That marketing versus trying to get your what you're doing to people who appreciate what you're doing. That's really the small thing that I'm trying to do. Other people want to have these conversations.
Does it serve? Does it serve? Who does it serve? What does it serve? Because then it's like then I become more fearless and shameless about it, because I'm just like, I'm fucking putting shit out there every day because it serves.
And that makes you feel better about
totally
asking for support in that effort. We're learning that.
Absolutely.
We're totally learning that right now.
Absolutely.
That's why we're doing 4 days of 8-hour shows a day to just keep the conversation going and get more comfortable with like having these moments with you, because I think more of these moments should be had. That's my personal feeling.
Absolutely. And I get to have, I feel like I started a podcast because I got I wanted to have these moments. And so I just invited people I like to come on and like talk for an hour and give them an I Ching reading. And then we have a conversation, and it's been so replenishing to me, because I feel like, God, there's so much like that just doesn't happen enough. Like I just miss out on the opportunity to go deeper with people. Like by doing the I Ching thing, people come in with a question that's really alive for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so that actually creates like that creates much more intimacy right off the bat because people are coming in with something that's urgent and intimate and that they care about.
I think I remember doing an I Ching reading with you in Nevada City.
Yeah. Yeah. And you introduced me to the Brian Brown Walker translation.
I love that
too,
book.
That's a great book.
I use that book all the time, and I really like that book. If you're not familiar with it, it's worth looking at Brian Brown Walker's.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah. So I did my own version last year because it was like there was still something missing for me. Like there was things were, and it was really kind of around this like terror of the feminine that seems to penetrate so much of the I Ching and so much of that Confucian heritage that it has on it. So like it felt to me like there was a need for a restoration of the feminine in the I Ching. And so I wrote that last year. And then I was like, okay, now I feel like people are very, the I Ching also seems very intimidating to people in the West because of there's a lot of Chinese cultural context. So I was like, I'm just going to be that, I'm going to be that middle-aged white lady that just decontextualizes this sacred document.
And is that available for people to check out? Is that on your website?
Yeah.
Or is that
That's on Amazon.
PDF or what?
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
Is it a physical book as well?
It's a physical book or it's whatever you want it to be.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's great. I'd love to check it out.
It was weird because it's just been like 25 years with the I Ching now. And so I'm just my relationship with that. And I think of it more like as a field of being in a way, like my relationship with it just wasn't being reflected even in the Brian Brown Walker, although that came the closest.
Right.
There's still this like, formal distance. I wanted something that was like an I Ching you could have a beer with kind of,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Cause that's kind of the way I felt about the Walker book.
Yeah.
Like I had the choice of like, when I was looking for some meditation tool such as that, tarot cards, and I'm like, that seems like so much work.
And also like tarot has so many figures and it's so wrapped up in archetypes.
Right.
Whereas like the I Ching, it's more like energetic snapshots. It's more like how energy actually moves, you know?
So is that what you used as the catalyst for saying, hey, let's get together and have a conversation?
Yeah.
Is that how what you do on Facebook came from? Was like having those readings and interacting with people, or how did the podcast come about?
That actually came after.
So you were just doing in-person readings.
I was just doing in-person readings, and honestly, like the coaching or guiding or whatever the fuck you call what I do, the fuck suffering stuff, that really came out of my dark night of the soul, and then getting sober, and then being disenchanted with AA, and then going to Zen, and then taking the Bodhisattva vows. And then I was like, oh, okay. This makes sense. How am I going to honor these vows? Well, I'm going to do it in the way I do it, which is like showing up and doing lives and like not being afraid to like put myself out there, which I was for a long time after like I had a weird situation in my 20s where I got weirdly overnight famous and really never wanted to show my face again. Once I decided to leave LA, become a pot grower and do all that stuff. So I just wanted to kind of write and be sort of a hermit. But then I was like, well, that's really not my nature.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
I do.
That is really not my nature. So I have to show up according to my nature, or I'm not really showing up. I'm not really being responsible for who I am.
That's beautiful. Thank you for that. That, the integrity that it takes to feel good about your own existence at times, I think, is a beautiful gift to give other people from your own experience that way. I appreciate you being that vulnerable.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what else I would do.
Right.
I think about it sometimes. I'm like, I would really like to just sit on a hill and watch clouds move for a while.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It feels like doing this is what I want to do, and also feels like the most compelling thing to do.
Which thing?
Having conversations with people at this time in our story, our societal story. I feel like it feels imperative that we're talking to each other.
It does.
We've spent time this season on this show asking the question of our guests and of ourselves and of our society of like, how do we come back together again? It's been hard for people to come back together in ways that we were coming together pre-pandemic. And so I've been asking for people, like some people are like, I'm just not. Oh, she's timed out.
Oh, ho, whoops. Here we go. All right. We're going to bring my mouse over. Going to go back here. Going to start this. Going to send. Wait, go back. Going to send her text. So she has her text.
I'm glad she agreed to be on the show today.
Yeah, how fun. And she's just like jumping right in. She was listening ahead. I love that.
Right into the stream.
She's like,
yeah.
So what you've been talking about.
Yeah.
It's very good. Pills and Ibiza, which is a reference to a pop song that I really like. On Twitch says, what is this abstract drivel? And I said, it might not be your style of conversation, but welcome.
All right. Yeah, welcome to the show.
There you go.
Abstract drivel.
Abstract drivel.
We have this chat bot for you to ask that question.
Some people.
And to ask any question. Yeah. If you would like to talk about something in particular, just type a subject into the line, and it could be abstract or concrete. Let us know.
Yeah. Some
Welcome
people
back.
might only need to, whoa, hello. Some people might only need to, go out and chop some wood or something, and then they'll feel way better.
If it's drivel to you, it might be a projection.
Or they might have other shit they'd rather be doing.
Yeah.
Or that.
Yeah.
That's okay
I mean, like,
too.
it takes all kinds to build a society, and there's, like, plenty of people in society that really do, like, heal themselves by just going fishing.
Yeah.
So I was asking a question about how do we get back together again? What has been your experience? Because I think this is good. Getting together in this commons is good.
Yeah.
But I'm also interested in like if are you coming together in real life? Are there
who's Pills and Ibiza? He sounds fun.
Yeah, I know.
we
don't
agree.
Know. We're gonna find out.
Welcome, friend.
Yes.
Philosophy taught by imbeciles. A lot of talking, absolutely no substance. That's so
LOL.
interesting. All of these things are completely subjective terms: philosophy, imbeciles, and substance. So I'm just curious about Pills and Ibiza's metrics for what makes a conversation have substance and what makes a conversation not have substance. And also, why does he think we're imbeciles? You don't know which of us have college degrees.
Uh-huh. And does that mean you're an imbecile or not?
Yeah. I mean,
does it?
Right. I was just going off one metric.
I do invite Pills and Ibiza, if they would like to have a stimulating conversation, something that would stimulate them, please.
They should come on.
Put the subject.
Exactly.
Put it in the subject line. Start the conversation.
You're welcome to say something.
Yes.
And create the conversation. You're
Let's
welcome
have a
to
prompt
actually
from Pills and Ibiza.
That's what we're asking for. Show us how to do it,
If
buddy.
you can step away from straw man fallacies and red herrings to ask us a legitimate question about what we're talking about, we would love to include you.
You are invited.
Yes. And no, we do not determine intelligence by college degrees.
Absolutely
I was
not.
being flippant.
Yeah, I dropped that after a year myself.
Yeah. No, I did 5 years worth of college, but don't have the piece of paper.
We've been talking
doesn't count then.
Yeah, and we've been talking for nearly 6 hours.
Not counting the 8 hours yesterday.
Yeah.
So he could literally be dictating these interjections by the last 5 minutes.
Right.
I mean, I don't even know what he's asking about.
I mean, maybe he doesn't know what the I Ching is.
Right. Which would be a good thing to.
That could be drivel if you don't know what that is.
If you don't know what it is,
Right.
if you think that your experience of religion and spirituality is the only experience of religion and spirituality on the planet, it could be understandable that you feel defensive hearing about something that you've never heard about before.
Sure.
That's possible.
I'm going to be a little edgy until this person says something worth talking about.
They're gonna fade out.
No, if
we give them attention, they'll stick around. If we give them attention.
No, we have to ignore this person. At this. Like, wait.
Well, I've invited them into the dialogue.
Yeah.
If they have a question that we can respond to, I'm happy to go in.
You're welcome to actually say something.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would be happy to take an IQ test while these guys talk about something much more meaningful. I did do the Mensa test last year. I tested higher than my husband.
It's true.
And I qualified to be invited into Mensa, but I didn't want to pay them to do it.
That's right.
So
that shows that you're really
I
smart.
have the emails. Do you
That's the secret question that you passed.
Do you measure intelligence by the Mensa tests? Because they're really outdated and narrow.
Yeah, they are really narrow.
Right.
It's a lot of either or stuff going
I'd rather
on.
give attention to old Deb, who's coming in with her well-beloved zinger Regardless, chop wood and carry water.
Very good.
And dance. Chop
Yes.
wood, carry water, and dance.
Thank you, Deb.
Well, Pills and Ibiza might be thinking about the old phrase that if you meet the Buddha on the road, kill them.
Oh.
So
kill him.
Does he have to kill us? Because
yeah,
we're
because
not
we're
saying
talking
we're the
about stuff.
Buddha.
Yeah. So yeah, getting back together has been a topic. I want to have these conversations. Like I don't mind if Pills and Ibiza comes in and says some stuff.
Oh, me either. I think it's fun,
This is what we
actually.
do, right?
And it's funny.
Yes, it adds spice to the soup.
God, this is what we used to
It does.
have when we were
Right.
doing copacetic conversations with Mokai a few years ago, before the algorithms came in and then before the generalized censorship came in. Like, we would have 15, 20 people. We would have interactions. We had randos popping in. This one guy was doing like psychic readings of the astrological omens for us from Britain. He'd be like, oh, it's of course that's going on right now because the Venus is doing this thing. And we're like,
That's fantastic.
like, can you be a regular correspondent?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Dark,
Oh my God.
well, and Dark was king of the world, professional troller.
Oh, that was 2004.
Yeah.
That was 2000. That was Yahoo Chat. That was
I
Yahoo
know, but
Chat. That was a
that
different.
was like you being Pills of Ibiza to a bunch of other people.
No, I was that guy. This is my karma. This is my karma.
It's come
This
full
is-
circle. Like
But
you,
why-
you deserve this right now.
I do.
But why do we have to drive in this karma?
No, we could just talk to Ray.
Let's just talk to Ray.
Yeah.
Yes.
How
And
do we-
I've been getting
Agreed.
trolled for as long as there's been an internet, so I'm completely immune to it.
Oh, word. Yeah.
How do we get back together, Ray?
Seriously.
Dance. We dance. We do all the physical things. We do the things that people have been doing from all time. Like I was where oh god, what
That
was
was
it called?
beautiful. What was that?
Is that a gong?
Oh no, that was actually my stainless steel French press hitting my stainless
It
steel
made a
cup.
beautiful
That
noise.
was like so resonant.
It's like a purge cast that was like dispels things.
That was
yes.
the perfect way to get into the I Ching.
And now for your reading.
What, where was I? It's a place in New Mexico. Now I forget what it's called, but it's like an ancient site. And they were having, the person that was guiding us was like saying, well, you know, we can't figure out what's going on in this mystic site where all these people came together and there are these dark rooms that don't have kitchens or windows. And I was like, well, it's a mystery, like what human beings do in dark rooms without kitchens or windows. Like where a bunch of villages come together in one place for like an annual meeting according to as the cosmos align. It's like, well, they sound like fuck chambers to me. Like that's what
Baby
that's
boom.
what people do
I mean,
when they get
what?
together, right? Like that's
Yeah.
Weird.
that's what this is for. Like all these people came from all like from God, now I'm forgetting what it's called. It's a national monument. It's in New Mexico. And
Is
now
it not? It's not
totally-
Chaco, is it?
No.
Mesa Verde?
Yes, thank
Mesa
you.
Verde,
No,
yeah.
is it Mesa Verde?
No,
it's-
Mesa Verde's in Colorado.
No, it's not Mesa Verde. It's the other like it's.
I
it
know
was
the.
a huge
I'm also
gathering
not
site.
thinking of it.
Yeah.
I know what it is, and I cannot say the name.
New
Is it the one up on the hillside?
Bandelier,
Yes,
Petroglyph.
No.
No. New Mexico National Park Service. All right, give it to us. And National Park Service. Aztec ruins, Bandelier, Capulin, Carlsbad Caverns, Chaco.
Yes, Chaco.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Today, the massive
Chaco.
buildings of the ancestral Puebloan people still testify to the organizational and engineering abilities not seen anywhere else in the American Southwest. For deeper contact with the canyon that was central to thousands of people between 850 and 1250 AD, come and explore Chaco. I've been there.
And the fuck chambers.
And
you know,
the
my
fuck
mom
chamber.
didn't tell me they were fuck chambers when we were walking through when I was 14.
Well, I mean, this like I couldn't believe that the guide was so mystified about what human beings do who come from all over the place. You know, they're coming from all. I was like, so basically, it was like an ancient Burning Man of sorts, like where all the people
Right.
gathered at a certain point of the year, and like, yeah. So how do we all come together? We come together by forces greater than ourselves. Like we get called to ceremony, don't we?
Yeah.
So
And the ceremony is revealed like a peony is, you know, like one step at a time.
Sure.
Is it happening in your neighborhood? Are people coming together? Are these events occurring? Are the ceremonies happening?
No.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Oh, no. Yeah.
that's the conundrum that we're working
That
to
is the
solve.
conundrum.
It's like, how do we do it again? There's a lot of people that are gun shy that would be ready to go out to an event and be game for some things. They're sort of like just got out of the habit of. It's that discomfort thing that we talked about at the very beginning.
Exactly. We have too much
I'll have to
stability.
get
I mean,
out of
look at-
my discomfort to do it.
Look at the Jenne Mosque in Mali is kind of the same thing. It's a mosque that's made of mud. It falls apart every rainy season, and people come from villages all around to remud the mosque. And that's how they meet. That's how they mate.
Right.
That's how they exchange from village to village. Like that's how romance happens. That's how like the whole tribe comes together. The extended tribe comes together because there's a necessity.
We have something similar in Butte where when all the ice melts and all the trash that has been blowing out of dumpsters reveals itself in the gutters.
Oh, that's awesome.
We all gather to pick it up, but there hasn't been a lot of fucking after that. It's kind of a different...
That's not the hottest foreplay in
yeah,
town.
Yeah, it doesn't... The ceremony is lacking some luster.
There's no dancing bonfire after.
No, if they just do the dancing bonfire after, this would be one of the cleanest cities. Yes.
You have to pile up the garbage into a stick man and then like burn it.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly. If you had a bonfire after, I think it would have a lot more resonance.
you need the exorcism.
It seals the deals on a lot of things. Yeah.
That's the hot foreplay.
Fire always does it.
Just getting dirty and stinky and muddy and cold snow, like that's not hot.
No.
Then you're just
No, it
dirty
needs
and
a fire.
tired. Yeah, like,
Exactly.
I,
But it
I
does
just want to
get
get
people
warm and clean and go to sleep.
Does get people together though.
I mean, music and dancing, right? Like what else?
Our town, it's the bar. And that's the thing that we've struggled with is that we're a bar culture town, mining town. It's been the historical third space. There were always more bars than churches in this town since its beginning. And that's where you meet. That's where you find out. That's where you get the gossip. That's where you get jobs. That's how you find out what happened to so-and-so. It is like the old, it's the town square, but various squares. So you go bar hopping one night and you get the bead on what the hell's happening in your town. You talk to the various people at the various places and you find out the stuff. But then often, if you're a well-liked person, people buy you drinks and it becomes detrimental to go out and talk to your peeps. So we're trying to find ways to like socialize in the bar scene or outside, like finding some segue where we can socialize without getting shit-faced, because it's a part of the culture,
right
here. And I just don't want to get shit-faced all the time anymore, but I do want to be in the scene.
Well, that was a really beautiful thing you just said too, that it's cultural and part of the culture to self-medicate in a collective space around alcohol
To avoid discomfort.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Right.
Perhaps.
Well, or to numb previous discomfort that may have very recently taken place.
I'm going out.
like-
This is my night off. I'm gonna have a good time. I'm not gonna think about all the shit.
Yeah, it's it's like the Shania twainification of like social discourse. Like,
Oh God.
you know, like.
So we want it, and a lot of I've had conversations with bars, with people at the bars that I haven't seen in a long time. It's like, yeah, it's great to be out, but I don't do it very often because I'm yelling all the time, and like there's all these drunk college kids around now. Like the COVID thing shook it, like unplugged and plugged everything back in, and nothing's working the same as it was.
Right.
That bar crowd is different now than that bar. Like suddenly everything got changed around, and people just that core of where you meet your people, because so many people were divided by the story of COVID. So many people who used to associate. It's not about life or death. It's about I don't agree with you anymore, so I won't go to that bar anymore. So it's been a sorting of like these traditional community spaces got chopped up. And new people came in, which could be good. I mean, this is where the cocktail happens. But again, it's around a cocktail.
Right.
And people, I'm like, we should have a kava bar. And people I'm like, but I guess, there's probably not enough people around here to support that. And they're like, fucking A, I would go there. I don't go out because it's always around alcohol and loud noises and shit.
Right, yeah.
So I'm constantly trying to do a survey to see how people are getting together out there, what things are being utilized, and what the desire is. Because people will get together when they feel like it. And I'm feeling a little sad that we're not feeling like it. We're not getting together in the way that we used to.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it definitely changed when I stopped drinking.
Right.
Like, for sure.
So how do you socialize now if the bar is not a place?
Well, she gets head from the libertarian gun guy.
That's right. Doesn't need to.
I'm just busting your chops.
What more socialization?
No, I love it.
No need to go
No,
out.
it's really quality over quantity, my friends.
Ray's fun stays in house. What happens in Ray's house stays in Ray's house.
Quality over quantity.
Yeah, it's really like, well, I mean, in a way, right?
Yeah, right.
But yeah, I kind of, I miss it. And also the town that I live in right now is like weirdly touristy and old. So I'd like to, like the town next door is more vibrant, but the music scene and the nightlife scene hasn't really picked up again yet.
That's right. Yeah.
Like, so there's like, I would love to go out for live music. Like this one restaurant would have a disco night every month. And it's like, I miss that. I miss just like dancing with people.
Sure.
Like, I really miss that.
Yeah.
A lot of people got used to doing this. And I think there's a refining of this cyber conversation, like,
right.
I would love to just hang out and have a conversation with you, but you're on one coast and I'm in the Rockies somewhere. I'm
Right.
glad that we got to catch up, that we get to drop in and have this conversation.
Me too.
I think we should do it again. I'm not cutting us off, but I would like to continue this. Like, I want to, what we're trying to do, by the way, this weekend with these long ass shows is raise some fucking money for what we're doing. And part of our idea is to be connecting with people who are doing similar things so we can maybe start cross-pollinating some audiences.
I think that's great.
I think there's some people in our audience that would totally love to know what you're doing, figure out how to get involved with what you're doing, and hopefully the other way around.
Yeah, like Pills in Ibiza.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. That's his first time participating in the show.
He's going to be booking a reading any day now. I can feel it.
He saved your website.
Yeah.
He wrote it down.
He's over there studying the I Ching right now.
It's, it's definitely on a Post-it note on his secondary monitor. And it's going to stay there through several gaming sessions.
My God, this isn't gibberish. Yes.
Huh. Striving? What?
So how'd you figure out the podcasting thing? You just turned it on and just started doing Facebook Live, or?
Facebook Live. I just started. I actually had like my computer camera covered until like 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was like, you know what? Okay, fine. It's time.
I'll let the
it's time to like reemerge into the world. It's time to like come out from like my like cave hole. Yeah.
I'm gonna
reluctantly at first, but then I was like, yeah, fuck it. I can't let and I think it was just like a lot of like trauma around showing up for me, like, so letting go of that and like knowing that I would like take my hits, like, and that was just that's part of what showing up looks like.
God,
right.
Who's your web designer?
Absolutely.
Who is your web designer, Ray?
Oh, me.
Ooh, la la.
Yeah, I had no idea how to do that either. I had no idea how to self-publish a book.
Holy
I had no idea how to
shit.
build a website. I had no idea how to do a podcast. I had no idea how to do anything, and I just figured it out.
Yeah.
Pocket coaching portal. What the hell is that?
Oh, pocket coaching is like where I coach people via WhatsApp. So I give them like voice memos and
nice.
texts. So they come in for a one-on-one every 3 months, and then in between I just coach them on WhatsApp, and it's
In
actually
between,
really beautiful.
They have access to you.
Yeah.
How do you modulate? How do you moderate how much access people have to you?
Oh, that's important.
It's 10 total texts in a day on the pocket coaching program.
They're
So the
allowed
people
to
can-
send you 10 total texts?
No.
a day?
It's 10. It's 5 and 5.
Okay.
Total exchange of 10, not to exceed a total exchange of 10 in a day. Because I want them to be mindful of like what they're asking, so that they can learn how to they can self-regulate as well. That they're only really asking when it's something that's significant enough, like that actually is meaningful, and that they've actually distilled where the discomfort is before they come to me.
Wow.
So, yeah.
This is awesome. What a great website.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And boundaries, like working with people on boundaries is such a significant thing because to me, that's like just systemic. People think boundaries is about no, but it's really about yes. You know, it's about turning toward what's more alive.
Healthy yes.
Yeah, it's about turning away from what's half dead and toward what's alive, you know, toward away from what doesn't belong with you toward what does.
And you use WhatsApp because it's encrypted and what?
I use I use WhatsApp because everybody has it already.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could use part of me is like, well, maybe I should switch it to Telegram, you know?
It's connected to your phone number, so it's not like it's like keeping you secret or something. I don't know.
Oh, no, I don't worry about being secret.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no
private.
Yeah,
I mean private. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess putting it through an app legitimizes it slightly more than you can text me for therapy.
Yeah.
I don't I don't necessarily want them to text me.
Right.
Yeah, like I like to have a little bit of separation between business and my regular life.
Yeah.
And having it in the app does actually give me that little bit of space, which I like to have.
Yeah. So work people come through WhatsApp, and if it's not WhatsApp, you know, it might be a friend.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I mean, life is just strange. Like, I really don't know how all of this happened. I honestly still don't know what's happening. That's why I was like listening at the last minute, because Dark was like, have some idea of what we're doing. And I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't like to have any idea of what I'm doing ever.
I'm much more of a fly by the seat of my pants person too. Like,
yeah, I like that beginner's mind space.
Dark, you just made a face like, what?
Well,
no, I should say,
it depends. You have to
clarify.
Clarify, yeah.
Psycho-emotionally and in moments of like, I would rather not have time to think about your question.
Totally.
I will do better if you ask me your question cold turkey.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
other people, like, I feel like my superpowers come out when you ask me a question cold turkey. It's just like, wow, you know? And like other people are like, oh, I'm going to need some time to think about that, you know? I think I've said that to somebody like 3 times in my entire life. I'm going to need some time to think about that.
Like at the same time, me being able to listen to you 3 together, it does come off as an outsider, as a bee pollination situation.
Oh.
So it really is, it does bring it into a micro level of, because what I just heard Ray say sounded like the Big Bang going on within a human being. So when she says, I don't like to ground myself in anything, I'm in a constant state of yes, exactly. So that's what it feels like to me when I get to listen to 2 beautiful, powerful women like you two talk at the same time, and then her and Dark being grounded. Well, having access to the Eastern timeline, right, which tells us that it really is expanding at the same speed, and it is going on forever. So right now is going to be your expression of forever and the eternal. It's really fun to hear statements like that say, I can decide who I am at any given moment, and I could explode into a pollination thing at any time. So I really appreciate your time today, and it's been so profound and provocative. Yeah, it's like,
or sporulation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Stuart talking about like this particular pesticide is really bad because it's killing the fungus in the ground,
right?
Which you only know is super bad if you know that the entire planet is held together with fungus.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Which I didn't know until I watched the Fantastic Fungi Netflix documentary.
Oh my God, that movie is amazing, isn't it?
It's so nice, sober or high. Like,
Amazing.
it's so good. It's like, wow, all the time lapses of the mushrooms growing, and then the fronds, not the fronds, the mycelium layer going out. And they're like, basically, the entire planet is held together with mycelium under the dirt. And like the trees use mycelium to send each other messages, to share nutrients, to decide who's going to flower that year. Like, it's the shit.
Well, that's a super pretty thing to say too. Like yeast, yeast is not that far off from human DNA. It's like a living thing. So like this thing that grows bread that sustains us. And when you grow in a really old sourdough, like you can see it living. It's alive. It's breathing. It's like gelatinous,
I love
like the
sourdoughs,
blob,
man.
and it moves around. Yeah, like
I miss it.
It's not very far off from
It
that,
is.
so,
It is not dead.
Yeah, it's
And if
not dead.
And if it is not
Yeah.
dead, then it must be something else. And the only
Yeah.
other thing you can be when you're not dead is alive.
Yeah.
You know. And so therefore, this thing bubbling in my oven is like me. You know, like this is the shit we could ponder if we couldn't pick up a phone in between every task we had to complete.
if what you are is what you eat, you want to eat my pizza.
Yes, because it's alive. Mark. 'Cause it's alive.
It's alive.
No, this is torture. Mark flew in from Texas to do this weekend with us to help helm the ship over 36 hours or 32 hours of programming. And what I see of him, and maybe you can tell Ray what you do and how food
what's
is in
your
your
mission?
life, because I think you two should definitely meet. But I see pictures of his pizza all the time, and he's been here for several days, and I haven't tasted it yet. So I'm trying to be like really cool about it, but
But we're really looking forward to the pizza.
yeah, we're really looking forward
You
to
haven't
it.
tasted his pizza?
We're doing noon to 8 every day. It's been a little crazy.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Maybe tomorrow is pizza day. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, but Ray, what I would say is thank you so much for your life and your time. Like these little snippets that we have with strangers that mean something come from somewhere. So who you are as a person, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that and say thank you. And I think
thank you for bringing great pizza to the world.
It's a service.
It took a long
So
time. Other people might not say it's good. No, but it's just been fun. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
So amazing. And yay pizza, right?
Yeah.
But no, I guess if I have to boil me down really quickly, I just believe in like energy independence and sustainability for individual households. Like if I could just give birth to 1 billion tiny houses where people could hang out and have bonfires, and they don't have to be connected to a grid, and it has clean water, and it grows some food, and people are able to make love to each other and have families and make babies, and there could be like a village of tiny houses that are
Well, that's really
like,
interesting because that's the guy that I'm dating. He has this whole like tiny house eco village plan. Yeah.
Right.
I think that's really essential.
We should all be talking to each other more then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's really important. Like, how do you do co-housing with privacy and sustainability? You know what I mean?
With shared space, with the important thing of the shared space. like,
Everybody
where we
needs
have
to work out their private stuff privately, but still like it takes a village, right? It
does.
Like
It does.
We just have to be we just have to learn how to be a village again. Without the anger and screaming and trauma. Like if there's someone that needs care, let's hug them, say I love you, what is the care that you need, or whatever has to happen. But then at the end of the day, when the sun's about to go down and we're all full and happy and someone's strumming a guitar around the fire, let's go ahead and decide what needs to happen tomorrow when the sun comes up. Like, I just think that's a really, we need to start deciding what this is going to look like going forward.
Are Americans prepared
pizza.
to be contextualized in that way, though?
I don't know.
What way? Wait, in what way?
Yeah, no, that's
In the village sense. I was having a really interesting conversation with somebody, like a
Right.
Japanese guy, the other day about
yeah.
how like he comes from a high context culture. And so like those kinds of parameters are kind of natural to him. But America is such a low context culture.
Sure.
You know, like we're used to having like nothing like that. Do you know what I mean? We're used to making up everything as we go. And so and like I like Dark, you even know, like even in the grower culture, like there was so much resistance to any kind of context, or like some people would create context, and there wasn't really any kind of real community.
It was
available.
really disappointing. Like
Yeah,
when
it
I
was
went
to me
there,
too.
I saw all the growers, and I'm like, you're acting like outlaws, even though most of what you're doing is legal, because it's kind
Right.
of sexy to be outlaws. But you're a huge number of people in a small town, and you could be running this town.
Absolutely.
But instead of fixing the education system,
right,
getting one of your friends in and fixing the education system, you're paying through the nose for a private teacher.
Right.
And I was like, you guys are still acting like you're the underdogs and the outsiders, and you're the majority of the people in this town, and you could run it, and they just chose not to.
Right.
They just chose to like invest in their very bubble scene.
Right.
And you went from bubble to bubble, but it was really hard to feel like there was a sense of real community that was going to do something beyond their bubble.
But have you ever seen that in America? Like I
have.
love this idea. You have.
I
Okay.
have.
The Puritans, for sure.
Well, in my own life, like when
got it.
when I lived in Hawaii, there was a sense in Hawaii of ohana, and everybody takes care of everybody.
Sure.
And the need for the lanai culture, your living space is mostly outside, and you're on your porch or somebody else's porch. So there's always a cross-pollination. You actually give a shit about what's going on.
In my blown out ghetto in
Yeah.
Southwest Detroit, where I grew up,
Yeah.
like it was that way too. Like
you had stoops, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yep, we
right.
had that in Philly too. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So in Detroit, it's all single family residences, but the cops had to ask us for permission to even stop by to question somebody. They had to make appointments. Like we could close the blocks off whenever we want. Like there were little internal squabbles that had to be dealt with, and sometimes people got murdered because of that. But no one from outside the neighborhood was allowed to say anything about it. We could shut the whole thing down whenever we felt like it. And then it was a really tribal community where the elders got together. Like, my own personal pop had 3 blocks down and 3 blocks back.
That was his kuleana.
That was his.
Hawaii.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So like you had to like ask, for permission to do anything outside the accepted activity in that realm. And then you had the biker gangs on one side. But no, I get that kind of structure for sure.
It does manifest in our culture in really, I think, in diverse and weird ways. I think it's been minimized by I think, in particular, the lockdowns. It was happening before because of the digital space, but the lockdowns definitely. Mark was talking about growing up in a neighborhood where there was communication between people who knew each other or didn't. The level of communication was still direct. It wasn't like you don't talk to that person because you don't know them. There was constant cross-information, cultural pinging going on that was setting tones, and dynamic people would set tones.
We all knew the state was not there to help us. So that's what created the conversations in the first place. Yeah. There was nobody to call. Like you just had to work it out. So and then on top of being blacklisted from the real economy, so much of it is dope. So then you're playing 3-card Monte with dope houses, with spotters, with binoculars on the roof, talking to each other over walkie-talkies about where the state is.
Right.
Or if there's anything off going on. And all the reputable families that actually like had normal jobs, everybody left them alone. There's like no purse snatching going on in my neighborhood. They knew where the dope houses were.
Keep the trouble low.
Yeah, exactly. You take it easy. So it was like the state was only there to take money from us, or beat us up, or rob us, or imprison us, or sometimes kill us. So no one wanted to pick up a phone for anything. It all had to get
Had to be
worked
handled
out.
internal. Yeah.
It was a micro economy. And like, so whether it was auto plant money or dope money, it doesn't matter. Like, it supported all the restaurants and barbershops, and our little micro economy took care of itself. We knew there wasn't help coming from anywhere. We weren't Goldman Sachs. We couldn't pick up the phone and be like, hey, Larry Fink, like, we have this thing going on. Like, so you had to do business with nefarious people sometimes, and the lines got crossed a little bit. But as long as everything was cool, it was cool.
Do you miss having parts of that or any of that?
I miss the sense that people can be in control of their own everyday life and live safely at a very high level without being dictated to by a landlord. The one badass thing about my neighborhood is everybody figured out how to buy their own house.
Right?
Yeah, so, and we had beautiful 100-year-old maple trees. Like, our neighborhood was beautiful. Like, Mitt Romney went to high school only like 20 minutes away from where I grew up, drive. So we could have rich white society tell us that our neighborhood was bad and ugly and spooky and weird, but just living in it, not knowing what the outside opinion was, it was actually quite beautiful. I mean, you had good food everywhere. You had beautiful families everywhere. Everything was functioning. The neighborhood was clean. I mean, once in a while, you'd go jogging and trip over a dead body that had its face shot off. Oh, so that's a little bit unusual for some people to...
Right.
But for me, it was just normal. I didn't know that was weird. Like,
right. It's just a hazard.
So, but it was a beautiful place to grow up, and it was a vibe. It was a real neighborhood. Like, it was a real neighborhood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like we're running out of time again.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
No, it's not you. It's the thing.
It's okay.
It's the Zoom thing.
It says we have 4 minutes, and then we'll have been talking with Ray for 80 minutes, which is...
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you having me. This was so nice.
This is what we do.
I love this.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it again.
I'm excited about, like...
I would love to.
What you
this
do.
Is great.
Very much. I loved your website. That was so beautiful.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just wanted to make little cutout things, and so I did.
Did you make those physically with your hands?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, that's it. Yeah, that's legit for sure.
Well, I want things to feel that way, right? And like I like that primal innocence. Like, I feel like all of maturity for me is about like recapturing innocence and cultivating innocence. Like restoring my heart to its rightful place. You know?
Oh,
despite the world.
That's a gorgeous thing to
We're
say.
all feeling it.
Yeah. That's beautiful. What a wonderful thing to say.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to keep talking? You can keep talking. If you have other things you want to do, then we can just call this the organic end.
Well, I think I'm going to have this be the organic end.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm ready to like, it's 8:16 in Maine.
Oh, I see. Yes.
And so I'll be rolling up my my rug in another 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And if you're
I go to
ever
sleep at like 9 o'clock.
if you're ever in Butte, Montana, you have to
I
come
may
and
well
see us.
be.
You just come right on over.
Yeah,
I
thanks.
would love that.
Yeah.
Thanks for responding and agreeing to be a part of the show. Let's keep talking more often. This was fun. It was good to catch up with you.
I'd love to have you on for a full 2 hours to talk about your work.
Yeah.
Oh,
on
and
our
just
regular
talking
show.
about everything too. Yeah, I would really love that.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Ray.
And is Tulsa okay?
He's here.
He's still alive.
He
Yes.
is. Oh God, give him a big ear scratch from me.
Yeah, he's 13 now.
Oh.
So he's, he pauses before he goes up the stairs, but he's doing all right.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it.
We're giving him all the good stuff for the old doggies as best we know how.
Oh,
She knew Tulsa as a puppy.
Oh,
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, sweet puppy.
Oh, I'm so glad he's still good.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me so happy. And that's 13's old for a big dog
It
like
is.
him.
Pretty crazy.
It is.
Yeah.
That's
His
amazing.
mind is fine. His mind is fine.
He came to teach me some things, and I'm a slow learner, so it's dragging out for him.
I feel the same about Vito. Vito passed at 13, and like, man, he
was like, girl,
he had a tough job. I'm so glad to hear that. And it's so nice to meet you both. And thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
it was fun.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Let's do it again.
We'll
Okay,
talk
talk
soon.
to you later. Bye.
I'll see you guys.
See ya.
That was fun.
Wow.
Did you say what time is it? Oh, it's 6:18. So all right, we still got some time.
We're gonna be fine, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, Mouse. Come on. There we go. Whew. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, how about that pizza, Mark?
Yeah, got to get the dough going.
Okay, so is that a tomorrow morning thing?
No, I should do it before I go to bed. More growth is better.
Yeah.
When we get done for the day.
Does that mean that I'm gonna be left with a sourdough starter?
You could be, yeah. I could absolutely.
But it'd be like a brand new baby sourdough starter.
You would have to keep it alive.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I just don't bake often enough, man.
That's what I'm saying. Don't torture yourself with it. Don't do it.
I don't. That's not the phase of life I'm at. I used to do that shit.
It's the most high maintenance plant you could ever ask. Like, don't keep it alive. Don't do that. And from what I learned scientifically and mathematically and biologically, there's not really that much difference between something that's 6 days old and 15 years old.
I used to have a sourdough starter that was like 120 years old.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not it's not biologically or chemically that different from something that's like 6 days old. It just isn't.
Really?
I hate to let the cat out of the bag. I know. I used to be a snob too. I had one that was 12 years old. And I was so proud of it.
What happened to it?
It died.
And then how did you feel about it? Like, what was that? Just talk about that experience.
I felt pissed and sad. Like, dead people bum shit out.
Yes,
and if you think that I consider a 12-year relationship above a proper pizza crust sourdough, you don't know me very well.
Man, it's value.
I mean, at the end of the day, you got to be on that YOLO, right? That's why all this right-wing stuff plays well. So when it really comes down to it, at the end of the day, like, I have to love and pick me. If I'm not the fungus spore that's like blowing everything around, then like who else is it gonna be?
Right.
It can't be Donald Trump. Like I gotta figure out how to outlive him, right?
Right.
No, it's and I don't mean to be flippant about that. Look, when it comes to a good sourdough.
Flipping about the sourdough.
Yeah. So we're talking about yeast, not human life. I'm not going Soylent Green.
Right.
And I respect Donald Trump, and I like him for a lot of things. So I'm going to tone this down a little bit.
Okay.
When it comes to being a sourdough snob, I let mine die. That was really old. And then when I made the new one, even though I felt sad and loyal to the old one, when I made the new one did what I wanted it to do.
Damn it.
And then after,
pizza.
Yeah, it was still really good pizza. And after learning about a bunch of other guys like Bonci that I really respect that makes pizza in Venice, I collected a bunch of pizza makers, right? Like you know how weird I am about food. So I when I want to learn about something, Like I want to be spoken to by people that I respect and are saying something serious. So after I dove down the sourdough rabbit hole, I learned that there's not a lot of difference to aging it, I guess is the quickest way to say it. So all you sourdough snobs that kept one alive that's 55 years old, we don't know if you're lying or not. We appreciate you keeping it alive, and thank you, because the world needs good Neapolitan pizza. But for any of you that, like me, had to move or got busy or whatever the life thing was,
You're not a bad person.
You're not a bad person, and you can make a new sourdough.
God
it only
damn it.
takes 6 days. And you can still make a good pizza in 1 day, which I'm about to show all of you.
Yes.
Yeah, I had to ask how you felt about it because, you know, I can imagine if you had a tight connection to a sourdough.
Yeah.
And you've had a long relationship with it.
You make so many tasty things
and
with
it
it.
dies, that it could do something to you that you didn't have to rationalize why old pizza doughs.
Oh, good point.
You might have just,
touche,
because of trauma, had to discount
right
in order to not feel the full loss of that 12-year relationship.
Okay, so I agree with that premise completely because when my sourdough did die, that I was really snobby about, and it was really old, and it was given to me by someone that I respected that had already kept it alive. Yeah, so he brought me the jar and was like, hey, I know how much pizza you're making. You have to dump it into this big bucket, and then this is what you have to do to keep it alive. So he gave me super strict rules, and it had already been kept alive for quite some time. So I like your idea of having to justify murdering my sourdough that was given to me by someone that I respected, right? Like, so, you know, I have a few great mentors of my life, right? So, like, there was this guy named Skip that taught me how to refinish the acrylic windshields of airplanes. And he was a scout in Vietnam, and he was not allowed to discharge his weapon unless he was in imminent threat of being killed. So what that means is he had to hike miles and miles before the platoon and radio back his trail markings and signals and so on and so forth.
Right.
So everybody he had to kill, he had to do it with his own bare hands.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right. Like, he had to kill everyone with a Bowie knife.
Right.
Like, yeah.
No,
and
you really killed that person.
he had to kill that person.
Yeah, you killed them.
Which is really how war should be, right?
Yeah,
like
it wasn't
if
the
you
gun.
if you hate the magic boogeyman so much, like, shouldn't you have to, like,
Confront
go
it. Yes.
Yeah, like,
Yeah,
should,
physically.
Like, is this drone missile thing okay? Is the nuclear bomb? Like, if you're really so mad about something, like, shouldn't you just have to, like, go samurai stab somebody if you're that mad about it?
If you can't charge mostly naked across a muddy field like a Scotsman, do you really care?
Do you really care?
Do you really care if you're not shoving their face in the mud while the bubbles come out?
If
you know?
don't want your wang non-flapping in the freezing cold, covered in mud and leeches,
yes,
with a
stop
sword
this
and a
guy.
shield in your hand. Yeah, right. Like,
Right.
it's
No.
are you that serious
Right.
about it? So, like,
what is this war even?
well, the psyops thing, well, that's the video gamification of military conflict or what. But anyway, Skip and Bowie knife and pizza dough. I know that's a weird transition. So when it comes to mentorship, I like the idea of me justifying my remorse around killing a pizza dough given to me by someone super cool. I could have just kept it going and been cool.
Oh, boy.
Regardless of what I was going through. Like, I could have just sacrificed enough of my time and attention
To save the pizza dough.
to save.
Because he literally saved lives in the war.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the same guy.
Okay.
But
No,
it
I
was.
thought it was
But
the
it was.
same guy.
No, it wasn't. No, I'm just saying. I appreciate levels of mastery, right?
Yeah.
And I know when I'm around it, which is one reason I really love Post-Orthodoxy and give money to the show.
Yeah.
So,
woo.
So no, like, I have mentors in my life, which I consider you two literally to be at this point. I really do, for specific things in specific ways. So yeah, maybe I could have figured that out. Maybe I was a dick for letting it die. But I still know how to make really good pizza.
I'm making light. I'm trying to, like, have a little fun with the idea of trauma, you know, which people have told me not to do.
Yeah.
But I can see, like, if you really had a strong attachment to something, how, like, even though it's pizza dough, it doesn't minimize the effect of the feelings that you had about the story.
I have a dog named Fat Nico.
Yeah.
That when he croaks,
oh,
I mean, both my dads are dead already, right? Like
Then-
my biological father's dead, and the guy that actually raised me is dead, and they were like superheroes to me, and it like burnt me out on death.
Right.
When my little dog right now, Fat Nico, croaks, man, I don't even know what that's gonna look like.
You're gonna have to find that all dogs are stupid.
Oh, my justification for the pizza dough.
Yeah.
Why do you always do that? I could grow another Fat Nico if I just kept the sourdough alive.
No. I'm just saying,
yeah,
like it's
I
like
get it. Right.
it's funny.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dead things always bum shit out.
It
right?
bums shit out.
Yeah. But it puts it in perspective. Why we should all be on the YOLO and talking about cool stuff?
I already know that, like, when Tulsa Dog dies, like,
Yeah.
all dogs are going to be done for me, and I'll never have another dog.
Man.
I can't imagine ever,
I
like,
can't.
why would I?
I
You know,
can't.
like, yeah.
It'll never be that again.
No.
Yeah.
No. So I have those feelings. Those feelings are fucking strong.
Yeah. Well, it's also why we need to be planning for the future. What are you going to do with all your non-Tulsa time?
Right.
Yeah, right. So, no, to bring that into present day, I mean, you know, Dark Money stopping by, Stewart stopping by, Ray stopping by. I mean, how many Baskin Robbins flavors of Americana were we just able to?
That's pretty good,
right?
Yeah, it's
like,
a nice cocktail.
We have the 51 flavors, baby. Like you can count us out right now, but it's there. Like all the things are there.
There was some common ground.
Yeah.
We all decided that this was a good idea to hang out and chat loosely
Sure.
with no planned topic for a little while and have a good time.
Yeah. This is the second day in a row we planned nothing and it's almost
Had
over
a blast.
already.
And then had a blast the whole time. Yeah.
And we didn't even get into anything.
Yeah, your notes still are untouched.
Well, your charger's still untouched.
The what?
The people you think rule the world versus the people who actually rule the world.
Oh, that thing.
That
right.
chart's gonna.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. We haven't pulled.
There's
we
a
had
lot
some
of
tricks. for
Hey,
the
everybody!
show.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I had some things planned for today's show. I figured I'd like some tweets.
Yeah.
Buy some twits. That I thought we could just go through our Twitter feed and
Sure.
then, like, you know, do Beavis and Butthead on Twitter. There's some
That's funny.
There's some shit to share
Yeah.
that I thought would be interesting.
Yeah.
What's going on? Stone Fruit Media. I have a friend who says wars should be the heads of state fighting to the death with swords. Yes. Yes. I kind of like the idea of the old days where the guys were like, fuck you talk shit about my wife, I'll see you at noon with a duel. And then, like, it keeps people from talking shit so much.
Well, I mean, to bring it into the modern iteration and not be flippant about it, right?
Yeah.
Like this gets into the globalization that Stewart was alluding to. And it also gets into the flag waving patriotic China problem that John was getting into.
Right.
So the idea, like, the planet is a small thing and there's a lot of us on it. So we can glorify the conquest of previous nation states. I would imagine that if you were a Turkish kid, you might feel really cool about the Ottoman Empire and re-expanding that.
Yeah.
If you were a British kid, I would imagine if you're having a hard time, you'd be enamored with the idea of Brexit and a tiny little wet island in the middle of nowhere in the UK taking over India again and creating the Opium Wars or whatever the... So this gets into the nature of empire, right? And in the American manifestation, it gets into manifest destiny. And Mark Twain was a vituperative opponent of Theodore Roosevelt at the time. The actual policy of manifest destiny that has created our current Pentagon clusterfuck. Like, we didn't even get into AFRICOM and the African engagements that no one talks about. But people don't realize
we didn't talk about them either.
Yeah, yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, right, exactly.
We got a couple more days. We'll get to it.
Yeah, they're going by so fast.
I know, not to break.
I don't have anything else to say. I said all that to say,
yeah,
we might want to start addressing these origination of silos and monopolies and ideas that are currently dictating our intellectual resources, our economic resources, our emotional resources, and our spiritual resources. At the end of the day, capital really is human capital. And there's been no real investment in humans. There's been investments in the things that make humans more productive, which make the rentier class richer. So that's worked out great for some people. But the words "a more perfect union" mean a lot to me. And if we're going to continue to have 882 military bases that are supposedly going to be the good cop of the whole planet, well, number one, what is the goodness that's founded on?
America, fuck yeah.
America, fuck yeah. Well, America, fuck yeah. Coming to bomb your fucking neighborhood. Well, I mean, so that's like the cynical, spooky side, right?
Yeah,
but like, but no, but I think there were times that there were good things that did and could happen. So a more perfect union. We have the words to see it through. If we can all just talk to each other and agree with each other that it's a project worth reviving and worth seeing through properly.
When you say a more perfect union, and I think I've heard you say that a few times before.
Yes.
Like water, it's dripping in a little bit. I'm like, that's having a better time with more people more often. Is a more perfect union.
That's your modern iteration that I completely agree with.
Right. That's what we're talking about.
Yes.
But when you say a more perfect union, it makes it ye olde sudden.
Yeah, right.
And then like the First Amendment is like the right to freedom of expression is like completely like we have all kinds of reasons why not now. And the more perfect union, I think for people who are so hyper divided, it may feel too antiquated as a thing to seriously entertain. And I have an anxiety that's a thing.
Well, that's why Post-Orthodoxy calls it a better time with each other more. Yeah. What do they say the words?
A better time with more people more often.
Bingo.
That's we could be having a better time with more people more often. That is not like a huge, I mean, even just a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe 10% better time.
Right.
With more people and 10% more often.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, I think, would be a huge healing process and people like getting beyond our ideas of each other and having to deal with each other.
Well, the other...
It's uncomfortable to do that right now. And people are a little like, I don't know if I want to, like, he didn't wear a mask, whatever.
Well, Ray just said that so pretty, right? Like, fuck the people that are doom and gloom, right? Like, I mean, some people aren't going to want to, like, hang out at the bonfire and be cool.
We just have to hang out with the people who do, and then
it's
more room at the bonfire, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. You just said it the right way. I mean, some people are going to be scared and sourpusses and fight or flight. Some people get really blusterous and boisterous and angry and mad when they're scared. And okay, I mean, if you're stuck in a trauma response, we're just going to be over here by the bonfire, like figuring out how to grow food better and strum the guitar and be cool. And then whenever you want a hug or need a hug, just like come get a hug and we'll
take a moment.
Yeah. Take a moment.
Take a moment. Yeah.
You can join in whenever you want. Otherwise, we're just going to be here talking about this stuff. So, and that's how it's going to go.
Stone Fruit Media says, Twain and Anti-Imperialist League were awesome.
Yeah.
And then he also says USA, AFRICOM and war, China, Belt and Road Initiative and infrastructure.
Do you guys want to bring Stone Fruit on to talk about globalist issues for a little bit before we wrap up for the night?
That's up to you two.
Sounds good to me.
It's up to you two.
Is he game?
I don't know. It seems like he's
off
off
work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could round some things out.
I'll get her going.
We could give Boyce a synopsis of the ground that we covered today while he was at work.
Yes, go for it.
Actually, I'm too tired.
It
would require
No,
thinking.
I still have this entire document full of like things that I was looking forward to talking about.
Yeah.
That we haven't even gone into because we've been like today was great.
Yeah.
Having guests made it go bing bing bing.
It was natural.
That's fun. I would do this every week. I would have an 8-hour thon every week.
When I had to go pee, I was like, holy shit, this could be a thing. Because it really is nice to have the revolving door.
Yeah, come on in.
Yes, yeah.
No.
Let's have a conversation. And have the
It's
flavor
like
change.
church day.
Yes.
Like when I used to go to church.
That's right.
When I used to go to church, we would
Preach.
wake up and we get ready for church and you think about it and you're really excited about it. And then you go to church at like 9:30. It starts at 9:30, but you hopefully you get there at 9. So you try to bust your siblings' asses so they'll get ready so you get there early so you can visit with people before church starts, right?
Right.
Be there when the boy you like shows up. That sort of thing. So you can watch him as long as possible from the perfect vantage point to not look like a creeper. And was that just me?
No, church girls are so foxy. Like we all agree with that. Like
I was not foxy. I was just sad and lonely.
Well, we didn't look at it.
I would
that
have
way.
loved to have been foxy with that boy. So you get there at 9. Services from 9:30 to 11. In that time, maybe you have to go help take care of a baby or something, which means you get to traverse the bowels of the church and talk with people on your way to the bathroom to change the baby's diaper. And so it's a lot of social. And then there's like social afterwards, and then Sunday school at noon. And so then that's more like maybe you have to leave Sunday school and go talk with people on your way through the church. And then hopefully you stay a little bit longer after Sunday school. So you're there until like 1:30 in the afternoon. And then you go right back at 5 p.m. So you just go home, have a snack, have a nap. Maybe you have a friend over if your mom's nice. And then you go back to night church and you hang out with your friends some more. And it's like this whole day.
Yeah.
We could like do that thing. There's like a whole day of friends showing up and visiting and talking about the shit.
Yeah.
I like that.
Well, it was also way more important when that was the only day of the week where you're actually seeing other people.
Yeah, that's true.
But I don't think it reduces I think that's what makes it a charge. That's what makes the church yummy, is that you really value the time you spend with those people when you have it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and then we shouldn't discount the sexual tension brought upon by church environment.
Not having any
is like
other social.
Yeah, that's like an added bonus.
I think you had a different experience of church than I did growing up, Mark French.
Oh, right. Yeah, because I was a Catholic. Oh, that
And
does
you were
make
in the
sense.
public sphere.
I was at a Catholic school in a really big city. So,
Right.
yeah. So I was at like church with like 2,500 repressed chicks at a time. So, yeah, I completely agree with
Repressed
you.
and liberated. They were repressed, but
Potentially.
also psychologically felt perfectly comfortable doing. I mean, from what you're saying,
Yeah.
like they were being told all the time what they were supposed to do, but they knew in their heads that they could actually just do whatever the fuck they wanted if they could get away with it.
It was
Is that what
just
you're saying?
it's just every kid's rebellious nature to say, fuck you, mom and dad. I'm going to do whatever I want.
No, it's
That's
not.
all it was.
It's not every
Oh.
kid's. No.
Oh, got it. Well, that was
Like,
so.
there are a lot of kids who just don't ever, because
Oh, right.
then they wouldn't be loved anymore.
Well, no. That's why I said most rebellious kids.
Yeah.
Like, so there are some people that take rebellion and doing something
Yeah.
different so seriously.
I think it
they
would
don't
have,
just think about it; they do it.
it would have been healthier
Yeah.
if I had thought that I could stand up to my parents.
Oh, interesting.
I think that would have been healthier.
That
You say,
wasn't an
"Oh,
option for you."
rebellious kids.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't think of that as like, if a kid feels like they need to do that, that's because there's something unhealthy in the home environment.
Oh, got it. I
If
understand.
a kid is being treated like a fucking human,
Yeah, right.
that's developing and aging and discovering things,
Yeah,
they
sure.
don't need to quote unquote rebel. They might want to run off, do something, maybe not tell you one time, but it's like it's not the end of the world.
Oh.
Like the rebellion thing is being squeezed out because of unhealthy repression.
Got
And
it.
I had an even unhealthier thing, what I perceived to be even
Uh-huh.
unhealthier, which is that I wasn't going to run away with the guy on the motorcycle when I was 16.
Sure.
You know, I didn't even kiss anybody. I didn't hold hands.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't going to stay out later than I had told my mom I would stay out because the consequences were so grave.
Oh,
the
got it.
consequences of when your home environment
Yeah.
is your only social environment.
Right.
And then there's one person who has the ability to take that connection away from you at any moment and
Yeah.
just ostracize you in your own home.
Complete
Make sure
isolation,
make
yeah.
sure you know that
Yeah.
you're a bad person while you're in this building that you can't leave.
Sure.
24/7, you know?
Well, so
like,
the
and
advantage-
poison other people against you. Like then
Yeah.
it's like I'm not going to do anything.
No,
Like,
that's a really big
I can't
deal.
go talk to that boy.
No,
Like,
I understand. So the neighborhood that I was in, there were so many broken homes, so concentrated and packed together. The consequence for getting kicked out was just to join the rakish, roguish community in the ghetto where no one had any of the staunch Catholic Jesus rules. Like you could just go a few blocks
it was like
over.
the Lost Boys. You kind of wanted to get kicked out.
You could get kicked out, and some people wanted to get kicked out. So I understand the isolation and desolation of what you just said. In my neighborhood, where there were people coming from such a concentration of broken homes that were being
Yeah.
held down in that way.
What would have fucking happened if I like my mother was never going to free me.
Right.
She was never going to say, "Well, then fucking get out."
Yeah.
I had people I could have gone to if
Sure.
she'd said that.
Yeah, right.
But she was never going to tell me to get out. She was just going to make it shittier for me to be there.
Of course. Yeah, that's exactly right. So my sense of freedom coming from such a big city where everyone was already so
There was infrastructure.
There was infrastructure.
Yeah.
I knew I knew by 8 or 9 years old, my family, like the first time I asked my own mother to help me with a math problem that I could see in her face, she did not even understand. From that second forward, I knew I was on my own. When I got to 5th grade and I asked my dad to take me school clothes shopping, he was like, "Cool. How much money do you have?" And I was like, "Wait, what?"
Oh my God.
So he's like, "I'm going to go ahead and go buy your shoes and clothes for this year, this time. But if you're unprepared again, don't ask me to drive you somewhere." So between those two things and the neighborhood that I grew up in and the 14 and 15 and 16-year-olds that I had already been around in my own life, all of my aunts and uncles are only a decade older than me at the most.
Oh, yeah.
So I basically had a bunch of older brothers and older sisters. So I already knew what it meant to go against the family and how you could be ostracized. I knew what that looked like from a very
them.
Yes, exactly. From within my own construct.
Yeah.
So I knew what it looked like when you had to just be a Charles Dickens chimney sweep kid running numbers and sweeping parking lots and smoking cigarettes and doing whatever you got to do in the neighborhood. Like there's a really cool musician that I like, Jack White, White Stripes, Raconteurs.
Oh, yeah,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, so he grew up like 6 blocks from me,
Wow.
and he used to upholster car seats in my neighborhood.
Wow.
And we're not that different in age from each other. And one of his first album covers is from the Hotel Yorba, where my little sister Maria was conceived. So, like, you know, so like I used to get to watch Jack White at a place called the Magic Bag. It was like
I only know one White Stripes song.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that like you could see what happened to people in my neighborhood that were no longer accepted by their own families.
Yeah.
So I was willing to take that risk to like have a little bit of independence and push the boundaries a little bit. I knew they could kick me out if they wanted to, because I could look at my own mother in the face and be like, you can't even help me with my schoolwork. And I could look at my dad and be like, you won't even buy me anything, bro. So it's like, from a very young age, it's like, I gotta sort this out.
Yeah.
So it's like, I knew I could hop on my bike at any given second. You know, I started a street sweeping parking lot business, and I would collect bottles, because in Michigan you can turn in scrap aluminum and glass and plastic for 10 cents.
Oh, nice.
So I would collect all the bottles and cans. So I was cleaning my neighborhood, getting a little bit of scratch, sweeping parking lots. I was really professional and serious about my paper route.
I can see it already.
And I would run numbers for my dad. So like you could play the daily 3 and 4, you could play the lottery, but he would pay you 50% more if you actually hit. And it was based on the state's lottery numbers. So if you were going to hit, why wouldn't you get more money? So I would go collect all the money from the guys at the plant that were running the numbers for the day. And if they hit, it was my job to collect the money and go pay that guy.
How old were you? When
I was 11 years old. Yeah, I was 11 years old when I started those businesses.
I'm trying to understand this business model for your dad. So if someone in your dad's neighborhood wins the lottery, he will give that person more money?
Yeah, if you play his lottery.
Oh, it was your dad's lottery.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Yeah, but you run it off the state's numbers that are in the newspaper, so no one knows there's any game plan. They can't lie to you. They can't trick you. This is the same thing this is the state's lottery numbers.
I don't understand gambling.
So you're paying everybody's paying, they're submitting a number and then paying your dad
They're
to submit
submitting
the
the number, that's right.
But the number, for clarity, is actually the official number. So he just you have a higher return on investment.
Yes. You have a higher ROI.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you two know how I went into derivatives and banking.
Yeah.
Right. So, but I mean, we should be having a better time with each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like kids deserve to be treated better here. Guys should be allowed to tinker in their garage.
Yeah.
Americans should have food and houses. This is the richest country in human history, and we work hard. Like, let's just keep talking about all of this stuff.
We've turned on the microphones. We're here doing it.
Yeah.
I try not to get too what.
I sent Boyce our link. He hasn't seen it yet.
Oh, okay.
Just FYI.
Might have had to take a shower after work or something.
Yeah. Wow, Mark. I just want to hear more stories about your childhood.
No one wants to hear that.
I do.
I think we all have really interesting. The contrast is fun for me to hear her story.
Because everybody.
And then to see you try to relate to her story.
Everybody acts
we're all trying to triangulate my experience with your experience that happened at an age
we all
or whatever.
Think we had,
Well, the hurt is the same.
I don't do this, but I know a lot of people do tend to assume we had similar childhoods. You know, like the American childhood, or like I had a poor kid childhood.
Oh,
and
right.
It's like, but did you have an abused poor kid childhood or a loved poor kid childhood?
Right.
Did you have a triangulated poor kid childhood with broken up parents?
Yeah.
Did you have a narcissistic parent? Did you have a foster kid poor kid childhood? Like, there's a lot of kind of poor kid childhoods.
Right.
You know?
Right.
I find it so beautiful and generous that you let me into your viewing, because it's something that I would never. I never would have been exposed to it otherwise, right?
Exposed to what?
A rural kid in Utah going through this Jesus thing in this family way with this specific hierarchy in this specific environmental geological area? Like
I mostly grew up in Southern Illinois.
Southern
I
Illinois.
never lived in Utah. I know that's the thing when people are like, oh, so like Mormon. But like, no.
I don't know why I said that. Yeah. Like, so, but.
It was mostly Southern Illinois.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but just to hear it and be able to put those shoes on and the shirt on is, it teaches me so much.
Me too. I love trying to like imagine what it was like being, because Dark did a bunch of the jobs as a kid too. I didn't get a job until a couple of years into my marriage when I called my mom and I was talking to her about how hard our finances were. And she's like, well, why don't you just go get a job?
Right.
And it was like kind of a stab in the gut because they'd been telling me my whole life I couldn't go get a job because that was my husband's job to provide for the family.
Oh boy.
And I wasn't ever supposed to leave the house until I got married.
Yeah.
So like for her to just be like, why don't you just go get a job? It was like, it was obvious that the things she was spouting as her worldview all the time were not her internal ethics.
Yeah.
Because when it came down to it, she was wondering why I hadn't gotten a job.
Right.
You know, so I really like sitting in on your description of your experience and kind of like imagining like, so he did a bunch of jobs. He was really independent. He knew that his parents were not smarter than he was as a child, and saw dead people and like just like thinking like, oh wow, and being able to go to the library by yourself.
Yeah.
And
She
just,
didn't have that
just
autonomy
look at
at all.
whatever the
Right.
fuck you wanted to look at. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm still constantly observed.
Right.
Psycho-emotionally. Like
Yeah.
everywhere I go, I'm dealing with this sense that somebody is judging what I'm doing.
Sure.
So like I would just love to be able to go to the library and just go to whatever section I felt like.
Oh, that's fun what you just said. Like, I automatically assume that everyone is judging what I'm doing. I just don't care. Like, I have to do what I'm doing.
Why do you even think about them judging you then if you don't care? Why would you ever notice that somebody was judging you if you didn't care if they were judging you?
Well, that's a good question. So I'll put it like this. I have to do what I'm called to do regardless of judgment. That was the proper way to say it.
So you have a deep sense that what you think is the right thing to do is the right thing to do.
I don't know if I even think it. Sometimes it's like it's just what I'm called to do. It's what wakes me up at night. It's what grounds me. Like, it's why I can't ever rest.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if I think about it that much. It's really just what's inside me. So all of us have this really unique hamster wheel of heart to head. So if you feel something, you'll start thinking something. And then once you think something, you'll start to feel something. And that's how things can like really spin cool, or it can go, like, so realizing that connection, I have to pay attention to what is really like deep and rooted and sourced. Once I deviate in any direction, whether it's based on exterior stress or judgment, or once it's based on interior fear, I immediately deviate. And then you shut the river off. Like, the flow gets so low. So through my family, through Jesus, through the normal social constructs of our current societal iteration, and on top of that, just on a practical level, being a small business owner,
right.
I'm always publicly available, and people can vote me out of the club at any second by not buying my stuff and what I do.
Yeah.
They could literally starve me to death whenever they feel like it. So that's what I mean by constant judgment. My own self-awareness mixed with what I consider to be God and cosmic awareness and spirituality, mixed with the expectation of my family and friends, mixed with what I'm supposed to look like in my culture and society,
right,
to be listened to.
Right. You have to dress a particular way.
I mean, whatever the it is, right? So that's what I mean by being constantly judged. But I still have to look at myself in the mirror at night and do what I think is cosmically, eternally the right way. Because I know I'm on borrowed time. This weekend with you two is forever to me. Like I'm laying down and saying things. I'm laying down verbally my values that will remain the same millennia from now after I'm dust again. Like, so healing people and making people laugh and feeding people and kids not feeling trapped or ostracized like you, that's very important to me. So that's what I mean by like a more perfect union. Like that's the cosmic bonfire, right? Like it's all going to play out. I just want it to be more cool than more scary. Like I would, the scale of justice, right? Like scary or cool. I would, like I would pick cool most of the time.
Yeah.
Like that would be better. Like,
yes.
Scary or cool. Did Chad Okersh ever text you back?
Maybe.
If you'd be so kind, just to check. Billie Jean, how you doing down there, honey? I do have a lint roller, by the way, Mark.
oh, I don't care. She's nothing wrong with having Billie Jean.
He said 7 works.
Oh.
My house, but it's like 5 minutes to 7.
Yeah. My house. He said my house?
He said your home.
Yes, our home.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long ago did he say that?
A long time ago.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, I shouldn't have let you take your phone away.
No, you shouldn't have. I didn't know you did the text.
See if he's
4:59.
available to swing.
4:59.
Oh, God. I'm sorry, Chad. It was 2 hours ago. Oh, God damn.
All right, you guys say stuff. Oh, I just said, oh, God. I said, oh, hod instead of, oh, God.
Again?
Hey, that's perfect.
Yay.
The hod thing's catching on.
It is. Voice is all about hod.
Hey, for hod's sake.
For those that don't know, I accidentally created a deity. I typoed somebody. I said, we're on a mission from God, but it accidentally said hod. And then my friend said, what's a hod? And I said, it's God's second cousin. And then, boom, now we have a deity.
And everybody's, yeah.
We're into it.
Hod is more fun than God.
Hod save America.
Hands down. Hod's more fun. Billie Jean, you know you're going to have to just deal with having dinner late these days. Specifically these ones.
Oh yeah, she knows right when 6:30 is.
She does.
Every
That's
single,
when she showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, by the way, guys.
Hey, it's 6:30.
Hey, just so you know, Tulsa will be down here pretty soon because
Yeah.
in his old age, it's the only fun thing for him is dinner time.
Right.
Yeah. So, Billie Jean. Deb Lynch says she also feels as though she's moving through the world constantly observed. She says we're moving forward together regardless of the toilet paper on the soles of our shoes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The soles of our collective shoes.
Right.
I like that.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you get trouble from people for being a child-free person who's trying to help the children?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to make sure it wasn't just me. They're like, maybe there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, right. Why don't you just be a choir teacher?
Yeah, let's just think this through. So
Yeah.
I want to help children because I spent 20 years already taking care of 6 children,
Yeah.
which is why I'm now a person that's not having my own children so that I have time to give to, because like you don't, this is nothing against mothers, oh my fucking God, or teachers or nannies or whatever, but like
That's a slippery slope.
God.
That was a lot of chicks.
That's a minefield. That's a minefield right there. Oh my God. Step back. Go backwards.
You don't need to be with somebody their entire life to have a massive impact on who they become as a person.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
And I've experienced that from people that just were in my life very briefly or only said one thing or we only had one day that we spent together or whatever the fuck happened, you know?
Yeah.
And those moments were a pivotal shift where if I'd never met that person, I would have been on a different timeline for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I would have thought differently. I would have believed different things,
Yeah.
you know, valued different things.
Sure.
And I know how meaningful it is unfortunately, having been a primary caregiver, how special it is for the kids to hear from someone besides their primary caregiver.
Yeah.
Even if that person is just reaffirming something the primary caregiver says, it hits like a lightning strike.
Sure.
When it's some cool person that you only have limited access to, you know?
Right.
And so I recognize that role in society of like the crazy aunt that whirls through town and has the strange gifts from a faraway country and smells of spices, you know, and wears a silk scarf or whatever. And it's like, that is an important role.
Yeah.
And we diss it a lot in Western culture, but like it's a journeyman. It's like a family version of a troubadour or a minstrel, you know, this is like the family minstrel that goes around and comes back and tells you what the fuck is going on out there, especially for kids that are isolated and sheltered.
Yeah.
So I love being a person that just is able to drop in. I would love to have more time with some kids that I've developed a relationship with. You know, I don't want to develop the idea that this kid is counting on me to be around for them and then I'm never around, you know?
Right.
But I do love being able to be someone that actually, like, if a kid shows up in my life, I'm going to treat you like a fucking person.
Right.
I'm just going to look at you and talk to you and actually stop and square my body off and actually turn my whole body towards you and give you my attention instead of just talking at you over my shoulder like most adults do with children. Like, oh, yeah, that's nice, fake human. You know, give it 10 years and then you'll be worth talking to or whatever.
Yeah.
Is this Chad?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I saw somebody walking around the corner looking at his phone. Your headphones are still on.
Chad's for tomorrow.
Chat what?
We're going to set up a time for tomorrow.
Oh.
Nobody.
No,
Then
it's just a dude walking
It's just
around
a
the
dude
block.
walking around the corner.
Yeah.
All right, Chad for tomorrow then. Yeah, I said 7. Yeah, anyway, my bad. Sorry, guys. Anyway.
But it's so beautiful what you just said. And my personal experience and perception is a little bit different, but it gets to the same watering hole, right? It goes to the same conclusion. So for me, being as old as I am, I've already had to be around grown children that come from traumatized environments, right? So I know what the 5-year-old looks like when it turns 30, when it comes from a neglected, depraved situation. So from my feeling and experience, I have to hear people all the time that might biologically be 25 or 30 or 40, but they're still just a hurt child.
They're still living out of their wounds.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's like, so my motivation is if we can stop fertilizing and traumatizing and creating that situation over and over again, what would it look like for those children 20 years later? So that's, so on top of just the fact that, like, child, yes, I'm going to stare at that thing and feed it and do whatever it needs and make it laugh and play with the blocks, and we're going to do all the things. We're going to like do the puppet show, and like, you're the producer. Like, I'm exactly like you around children. Like, yes, like, let them be the producer.
Yeah.
They are a human being. I want access to that expression. That's unperturbed and unabated.
Yes. They're not at the point where they're not thinking about how everybody's thinking about them all the time.
They haven't been morphed into anything.
Yeah.
They're just being them.
Yeah, yeah.
And it reminds me of when I was just me. And I'm always trying to get back to that, right? But at the end of the day, I don't want to be surrounded by 20 and 30 and 40 and 50-year-olds that are just indebted grown children screaming about shit. That's really my selfish desire. Is
you have a particular area of life that you feel keen to help.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you're supposed to be helping everyone. I have people where I'm like, I'm not in the market for helping people like you. There are people that are in the market for helping people like you.
Sure.
I'm here to help particular kinds of people. You know, like, I don't think that's selfish at all.
Yeah.
I think you have a particular access and gift and message and way.
Expertise.
Expertise.
Yep.
You know, there are people that do not know how to treat children like humans. They don't
It's
know.
true.
Right.
I think one thing that she and I share, and apparently you share as well, is I remember being disrespected as a kid.
Yeah.
And having enough self-worth to say, make one of those lifelong promises of like, whenever I grow up, I'm never going to forget what it fucking like to be a goddamn kid, because apparently all the adults have.
They've forgotten.
They forgot
Sure.
what's going on in here.
Yeah.
You don't have the tools to express it all yet, but it's still going on. And I think that's what she and I share, and it sounds like the same thing. Like I can, when a kid says something absurd to me, it's not absurd to me. That's
Right.
you know, that's the thing where instead of shutting them down and saying no, let's say
Or
yes.
trying to
and.
reinterpret it into a default world.
A default world thing, right? Let's just go into that sidebar that you want to go into.
Talk about the blue grass. I don't fucking care.
I find it
you
really
know?
refreshing to just hang out in the absurdity of a young mind playing with reality. It's
Absolutely.
fun.
Yeah.
And I think I got my gift from maybe a few people in my life that I only had very limited experiences with.
Sure.
Who basically were looking at the human and not the kid. And that's all it takes, is just to be seen. Have
Oh,
somebody
God.
go like, oh, yes, what's going on, young man? And like actually see the young man in the little kid.
Yeah.
A few of those moments were enough to say, okay, I can weather
It's
this
weirdly-
projection that's going on to me a little longer, you know?
Mhm. It's almost, I've noticed it's almost weirdly dismissive to when you're treating a kid, because we do this weird fake hyper attention. Oh, hi, George.
Oh, God, shut
it's
up.
so nice to meet. How are you You know, is
Yeah.
that your teddy bear? You know, we don't talk to humans like that.
No.
But we do that to kids.
Yeah.
And so, like, I
Small
found,
window,
like,
that's good.
Yeah.
kids get off on, this is the weirdest sentence. Kids get off on being dismissed. And I don't, let me contextualize. Like, if a kid can be talked to the way they know adults talk to each other, then they feel real. Like, it'd be like, hey, George, nice to meet you. You know? And if they don't say anything
What's going
back,
on with you today?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
then
what's
just
up?
leave him alone.
Yeah, just leave him alone.
What's up?
Yeah.
What's the
Yeah.
deal? Yeah.
Like, you don't need it. You don't go up to a friend and generate fake conversations with them if it's a real friend, you know?
Right.
But, like, so somebody's like, I'm Bob, I'm Amy, and then this is our son, George. You'd be like, hey, George, you know, like, welcome to my house. The bathroom's over here. I don't care if you're 4. Like, you know, this is what I would tell anybody. And then it creates, you don't get this disgusting feeling that this person is latching onto you in a weird way. You get this feeling that, like, oh, that person's just, like, doing their thing. What thing are they doing?
Right.
You know? And then the kid is kind of, like, going to follow you into the kitchen and be like,
So what is up?
What is up?
What are you
know?
up to?
Yeah. Like, like, we all know
Yeah.
that thing is almost always universally primally more attractive
Yeah.
when the person is just a little bit inaccessible.
Yeah. Sure.
You know? And like, to be that way to be genuine with a child.
And, and for the kid not to have to play the role of child.
Yeah, right. Like, let me turn myself on right now and be a see and say for
Parents
your
like,
pleasure.
Tell them the thing.
Yeah, like, oh, hey, Mrs. Smith, I've been working on the fucking Paul Revere thing.
How was
like,
school today?
Say kid things.
Yeah,
I
like-
gotta say kid things like a
So
kid.
stupid.
And then to
Like-
be relieved of that duty, then you're
Yeah.
like, oh my God, there's the possibility I might be able to tell her about my idea.
Well,
Right.
even,
Like,
yeah, right.
Something I'm thinking
Yes,
about, which
right.
is not what I did at school today.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
People ask me about school. I was like, I couldn't say I hate it.
Right.
That's
How was
antisocial.
work?
That's not the thing to say.
But I hated it. you know.
Yeah.
That's the
That's
new
the adult
thing, right?
comparative,
Like,
you know?
right, yeah, and even as a middle-aged man, when someone I don't know very well or a total stranger like asks me what's up, it makes me so scared and uncomfortable. I don't really know what to say. Like, they're just trying to be like cheeky and friendly or
Yeah. What's
whatever.
up?
Like, hey, what's up? And I'm just like, about
What
what? Like,
sentence?
yeah,
How
like
do
what,
I?
What area am I
Yeah.
supposed to tell you what is like?
And then you have to do this horrible grammatical thing where you're like, I'm good.
Yeah,
Which
right.
is not the sentence you should be answering that
And
sentence
I'm
with.
not gonna do the "what up, bro" thing. So
Yeah.
like, someone asked me what's up, and I'm just like, about what? Like you
specifically.
Do you have 6 hours? Like, do you know how long I'll start
How
talking?
much-
Like what?
How much do you want to know what's
Yeah,
up?
like you have to give me a direction, man.
Context.
Like,
Contextualize your question.
So I don't like to do that to kids. You know what I mean? If it
No.
still makes me feel that way at almost 50, like
Yeah.
I'm not gonna,
How
walk
are you
up to my new
doing?
5-year-old little buddy and be like, "Ugh," like
Yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. And God, to be a person that allows a child to just have their own thoughts in space if they want to have thoughts in space.
Yeah.
Like, fuck. I saw this great TikTok. It was a TikTok that had been put on Instagram. About, it was a video of a little kid hitting a fence, a metal fence, with a rock that he'd found, and he was like, ding, 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 ding,
Making
bing,
different
bing,
noises.
bing, bing.
Yeah.
And the video was like, things to say to your child when they're doing explorative play. And then the response was, nothing. Try nothing.
Try nothing.
Try just letting them fucking explore shit.
Yeah.
That you don't need to say, oh, what kind of sound is that, Johnny? Or like, how
Yeah.
many taps was that, Johnny? Or like, are you high or low? And
Yeah.
it's just like, that's something that parents have been given recently to feel as though they are being good, engaging parents.
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful thing, and it's much better than being neglectful or abusive. But there's something that's different from neglectful, which is having your own goddamn space.
Yeah, right.
To think about shit.
Yeah.
Do something and not have somebody be involved.
Right. Yeah, like I had a cousin named Jerry from Tennessee that I found a little bit odd, and I had fun like watching his experience. He was a few years older than me, and the little rubber bouncy balls.
Oh yeah.
When you're a kid, like
dime.
Yeah,
vending
they like
machine
bounce
things.
far
Oh,
as
they're
fuck.
amazing. Yes.
Yeah, so he had
Super balls.
Yeah, he had super balls, and he had a red one that was his favorite. And he used to bury it in weird spots. And then he would dig it up and pop it in his mouth for a while and roll it around. And I thought that was freaky as hell. I was like, what the? Why?
Right.
Like, what? But I never told on him. I never confronted him about it. I
just
just
observed
watched.
it. You
I
observed
didn't-
that.
And that was his fucking thing. That was
That was
Jerry's
his thing.
And
He had, like-
and he was allowed to do that
He
without
dug
anybody
up
giving
the
a shit
red
about
Super
it.
Bowl, and I was just like, I mean, whatever, bro. I mean, if that's your thing, man. I mean,
You probably kept.
I'm
him
gonna
from-
go get on my Dukes of Hazzard big wheel right now, and I'm gonna ignore the red ball thing
I'm not going to think about
for
that.
the 80th time. I'm just gonna go ride this big wheel. And we'll see what happens later. I hope he's happy. Like, I don't know how it turned out.
He
but,
might be one of those people that like
He could be a super
He
genius.
might be a scientist.
He might.
He's
he
probably
could-
like reading the
found
minerals
some way
in
to
the
read
earth.
the soil or
Like,
something.
he
like,
could have
get in
invented-
tune with the
Yeah.
environment.
He's doing it for a reason.
He could have invented Bezos's dick rocket for all I
Right.
know. I don't know.
Like, maybe get in touch with this cousin, have him on our show.
Did you see the comment from
Yeah, Deb,
Deborah
what
Lynch?
do you mean conditional dignity?
What's that?
Well, conditional dignity means sometimes you have dignity and sometimes you don't have dignity.
Oh.
Unconditional dignity would mean you are always treated with dignity.
I was looking at the earlier comment where she said, I suspect that we shared a nurturing environment that included everyone except us.
That was when me and Mark were talking about our childhoods.
Okay. Is she
So,
talking about her own experience?
Maybe everybody was nurtured except the nurturers.
Huh.
Potentially.
Conditional dignity. Yeah, well, I wonder.
Obviously I was nurtured
Yeah.
in some ways.
Yeah.
I'm alive.
And you're smart.
I don't want to kill people.
Yeah, that's good.
Like, my therapist says that my jaw indicates I was smacked upside the head before.
Yeah.
But I don't remember that.
But you don't remember that.
It was a long time ago. But like in the grand scheme of childhood experiences, I would say I probably land on the spectrum of pretty nurtured.
Yeah.
Maybe not
On
celebrated.
On the scale. Right.
Yeah, I think the word that I used when I was trying to get back in touch with my mother a couple of years ago was like, I know you love me, but that's not the same thing as liking me. And what a child really wants from their parent is to be celebrated for their parent to be like, wow, you exist.
Yeah, you can maintain a child.
Yeah.
With nutrition levels and
maybe
accommodations.
Maintaining is different than nurturing, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you can maintain a child.
Yeah.
And the funny thing with like, I like that book, The Soul's Code, because it does sort of like, it doesn't matter if we're kids or adults. Sometimes we just don't like each other. There's some personality types that just don't jibe.
Yeah.
And it might be your dad, it might be your brother.
But that's a problem if it's a blood family member. You're
It's
not
a
allowed.
big problem.
You're not allowed to not jive with your household members.
But there's some like, for parents who have 7 kids, and then they say, they
love them all.
They have a favorite one.
Yeah.
And they have one that's. You have to, because that's what we do with humans.
That's what happens.
There are
in
some
community
humans
groups.
you would rather spend time with.
Yes.
Than others.
Yeah.
And like that weird public-private thing where the family, we have to pretend. That to me is grotesque than actually just being honest about favoritisms.
God, it would so suck to poop out a child that you just really didn't get along with. To be like, I just need to make sure, because they would always
Then
know.
you have to maintain
they
the
would
child.
always know. You can always
Yes.
pick that shit up when someone is liking you because they're supposed to like you.
I think that's one of the funnest things to witness currently is like, you're taking a 50-50 coin flip when you actually like make and pop out a kid, right?
Oh God.
Like,
yes.
It could just turn out to be just the most whiny, entitled, complainy, angry douche ever and hate your guts the whole time, even though you like feed it and water it and do all the
Just be
things.
an energetic problem.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
dig your vibe.
Yeah,
Pops,
right. Yeah,
it's
right.
Or Junior. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I'll jump into a conversation on the nature of man in our last 45 minutes.
Yeah,
Do
good.
you think humans are born with flaws?
Are you talking about original sin or some other thing?
Yeah, because he just said sometimes kids are born that are assholes.
Oh.
And I don't think people are ever born assholes.
Oh, no, I understand. Like, I meant that what he just said, I was only trying to reinforce sometimes you won't jibe with the energy of the thing that you created in your own house.
Okay, yeah.
That's all I meant by that.
Yeah.
Not that the other person is a bad thing. It's just like
It's just is what it is.
But most parents...
we got different taste, man.
Most parents do conflate preference with bad behavior.
I
prefer
difficult.
that you don't try to get my attention in the store, but you are, and so I'm going to treat it as if getting my attention is bad behavior.
Sure.
Most parents do discipline children for behavior that's not actually unhealthy or assholey behavior. It's just something the parent didn't want to happen.
There's a reason I moved out of my house when I was 16, right? Like, I mean, sometimes it just doesn't work. Like, by the time that I could emotionally and mentally take on the fact that my parents were just 17 and 19-year-old kids.
Yeah.
Kind of
They were kids when they had you.
They were kids just eating strawberry mescaline in the park, and they were really attracted to each other, and they're from completely different backgrounds, and the families hated each other, and like,
oh my God.
So by the time that I could just be like, whoa, they were just kids, man. You're gonna have to sort this out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't blame any. I have no animosity to either of my parents. Like, my father was a superhero to me, and my mother is like one of the sweetest, most patient, loyal people. Like, that's probably where my mind is my father, my ethics and my heart is my mother. So regardless of what my experience was with them being children, literally figuring out what young adulthood in the early 80s looked like during a really desperate time where they were from and where they came from. Like, they were just doing the best that they could. So I have zero judgment or interest about that. And because I've only had direct involvement in raising 2 daughters that were single mothers that I chose to have a relationship with for some years, every child that's all the way in my life is just my child. So, so regardless of what their personal intellect or emotion or ethics would have been, whether I agreed with it or I didn't, I would always just continue to fertilize that little human so that they could be fully realized. I have no judgment to pass on anyone. So my thing when it comes to being involved in a space like that is just to cultivate it and let it grow, regardless of what my personal thoughts about it are. Like, I just, the little spongy minds that absorb so much and are able to give back so quickly, I just want to fertilize it and water it, and whatever happens, happens. That's none of my concern. Like, that's where I come from on that level.
I see a lot of parents that don't know how to connect with their own kids. They know how to be good parents, but they don't know how to connect with their own kids. I see it a lot.
Sure.
What do you mean?
Well,
You
that
mean like
whole thing about
good at keeping the thing alive?
well, and nurturing and obviously loving and all that, but not really being able to connect.
Like
I've seen that.
Yeah.
in
they've
kind of like
collected all of the skills of parenting.
it's still that thing around like it's an emerging human that we're helping grow versus
It's a human.
this entity that is now finding ways to express itself.
Yeah, right.
It feels like there's not a recognition of the entity. I've seen that with it feels sad to me because that's what happened to me. You know, my parents love me.
Yeah.
They fucking love me. Of course
Yeah,
they love
right,
me.
sure.
But they never saw me. They never like saw like, oh, right, you're not going to be a young Republican with a
Yeah.
business with 40 employees or a senator or like. They had aspirations. Everything else was bullshit from their aspirations for me.
Yeah.
So for me, like that's the kind of thing where I'm
they
like
thought of you as being born blank.
born blank, and they were just trying to instill in me a program that would make me happy.
And
as far as they knew.
And because they believed that that's what was happening,
Yes.
you are ultimately a reminder of their failure.
Right.
Every time they see you.
Because I didn't want to do it.
Yeah. No, because they believe that kids are born blank.
Right.
And parents can program their children. They wouldn't put it in those words.
Right. Sure.
But parents train their children up in the way they should go.
So
and
if I didn't become a senator,
because
then
you
they failed
didn't-
as
yes.
right.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We just didn't do a good job with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did something wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
I watched my dad and my oldest sister. I watched them, but like she's 10 years older than me. But it, like from the time that he was trying to get her to eat food in the tray, they were like, "Fuck you."
The two of them.
You're gonna eat this before you get down. Well, fuck it, I'm not getting down. Like this from early on. There was always this like, and yet my sister wanted to be loved by my dad, and that was by being
Too bad she didn't have a dick.
trying to be right. That would have helped.
Yeah.
But even like if there was any kind of like, that was the control problem. That was the idea that a kid is a blank slate, that you are like forcing to, you're conforming a wild beastie to your will is really what it is.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like humans are actually a little demonic that have to be humanized.
Sure.
And the demonic part is just like, wow, I'm alive. Hey, let's have a good
Real
time.
freedom.
Fuck you. You know.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Go get a job.
Yeah.
Don't poop here. You do poop here.
Yeah.
Yes. Some of that stuff is great, but then it's like it just gets.
It really bums shit out.
We don't.
Yeah.
Like, it's an old trope that we have to get a driver's license, we have to get a gun license, but there's no required training to figure out how to nurture a human being. And it seems like it would be within the scope of a society that wants to have a healthy, if that's the goal, right?
Yeah.
If the goal is a more perfect union,
Right.
that we're like, some people have kids and they're not ready.
Yeah.
And we need to find a way
I would
to
say
say to them,
most people right
This is-
now in the U.S. that have kids are not ready to have children.
Yeah.
If most people have children for the wrong reason. I would like if I could just like do this magical survey of all the citizens of the U.S. and why they had kids. Like, can I even hypothesize? Maybe 15% of people in the U.S. that have had kids because one, they wanted to have a child. They meant to have a child, and they understood that they were, in that sense, ushering a new and unique being onto the planet. Maybe less than 15%.
Yeah, not a lot.
Yeah. Like, especially that third part.
Right. Especially
I know like maybe 30% of the planet intentionally had their first child.
Sure.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Maybe not even.
That's favorable.
I would say that's surprising.
Yeah, and that is me trying to not just be reductionist and dramatic, you know, but like if we really think about it, like this abortion issue that's been going on.
Yeah.
I posted some shit in my story. You know, that tends to be where I dark writes articles, and then I do stuff in my story where I like tend to get fired up and I'm eating my granola and I should be house cleaning or whatever, and I end up just sharing like charts and thoughts to Facebook, to the story on Instagram and Facebook for like 45 minutes, you know, and it's like a essay in tiny pieces. But like I did an essay and I'm like, basically my personal ethics are, I wish we didn't have to have abortions because everybody was so well educated about sex and had such amazing access to birth control and the ability to not get pregnant when they didn't want to get pregnant, that the only people who needed abortions were people where they meant to have a baby, but it was medically unviable and unsafe.
Sure.
I would love that.
Yeah, right.
But since we aren't going to just magically have accurate sex ed that helps people not get pregnant, and we aren't just also going to magically have always access to contraceptives and condoms and things like that, then we need to have abortion. Because I would much rather, like, because I zoom out and I weigh in the scales, like the potential of this person's life versus the potential of this person's life. It's a unique being. At the point that it gets implanted or whatever, it's no, like when the sperm and the egg meet each other, it's not the mother and it's not the father. You can say it's not a baby, that's fine. You can call it the potential for life. You can say like it doesn't have a heartbeat.
A lump of cells.
Yes. Doesn't have a heartbeat until 11 weeks or whatever, but it is unique. It is not another being. It is the potential for a being, just like a 2-year-old that dies in a car accident was the potential for something. And a 17-year-old that dies in a car accident is the potential for something. Like, but when we talk about the pregnant person trading their entire health and well-being and psychological infrastructure and relationships and reputation and all of their plans and dreams for the potential pregnancy, the potential presented by the pregnancy, that doesn't weigh out to me. And we got to look at that. And nobody wants to look at it because then you're looking into you're looking into the slippery slope. It's a slippery slope because if we're weighing the value of individual human lives, instead of just saying every life has value, every life does have value. They have different values. I'm sorry. They do.
Then you can kill 3-year-olds and just call it a late-term abortion. What are you talking about?
Or you can kill kids with Down syndrome, or you can kill elderly people. You know, like it's a big issue and it's complex and we can't just be reductionist about it. But so I did this whole essay, and the few people that got back to me are they're critically thinking, they're generally moderate, they some align left, some align right, but in general, these are all people who could not fit into either political category, like John from the beginning of the day.
Yeah. Right.
And they're like, look, if I could snap my fingers, I would make it free for every man to get a vasectomy and free for every man to get a reversal. And that would be the easiest, healthiest thing the planet could ever do for themselves. Like, you hit puberty, you can't make babies until you go through this class. Mm-hmm. And the women have to go through this class. And obviously the class is going to be fraught. And that's a whole nother issue that you got to triangulate and plan and create. But like you guys are saying, like, how many people on this planet that got pregnant the first time meant to.
Right.
And meant to at that point. And meant to with the intention of being a vehicle for someone else's experience for 20 years.
Yeah.
I guarantee you most parents did not get pregnant for that purpose.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And that pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's so generous of you to give yourself in that way, right? Like, as a middle-aged man that doesn't have any children, and I'm not a woman, I can't physically make any. I appreciate hearing it from source, right? I feel like I can only go so far in my thoughts and feelings about this thing.
Right.
So I feel like I'm not even allowed to have a voice on what
the practical solutions would be or could be or should be.
I'm sorry that society has given you that idea. I think
It feels that way.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's
fraught.
It's very true.
I feel frightened to talk about abortion
Yes.
publicly. I feel super scared because
you don't have a uterus.
I don't have a uterus and I'm an old man and like so I get very frightened about that.
Yeah.
So
I don't want it to be that way. But people who aren't as empathetic and ethical as you have stepped on and dictated other people's lives. And that's why we've just thrown this blanket over the whole thing that, like, if you don't have a uterus, you don't get to talk about what happens with uteruses, which is false, ethically speaking.
Yeah.
We all always engage in ethical conversations and principles that don't have to do with ourselves directly.
yeah, so it's too big of an issue for me to speak about in the moment. I will say what you gave me the bravery to say is this. I think the vasectomy and connection idea is a fantastic idea. Like,
really?
well, it
'Cause, I
could,
mean, that's me
it could
talking
be.
about
It's a
men's bodies,
practical,
you know?
but that's the other side of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I would say being a middle-aged man, like, you don't have to ejaculate inside of the other person in the first place, which, you know, people should know that when they feel like they're going to start having sex. Like,
Right.
we should
have accurate sex ed.
They should know that already.
Yeah.
And like know that's what can happen if you do that.
Yes.
So like that's a big choice
Yep.
in and of itself.
Here are some other yummy things you could do instead.
Here's some other things you could do instead. Yeah, like, you know, but the vasectomy thing or male birth control,
It'd be
if
like
you
a
will,
stopgap for the next 50 years while we figure out what accurate global sex ed looks like.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. There should definitely be a conversation about
Because it's not castration. That's what a lot of guys online this time.
It's
They're
so
like, what
preposterous.
you mean we want to cut off my ball? No, that's not.
Give me a
it's-
break. It's a tiny little wire snip that is so easy to
like
open
some
back up
men-
and stick together again. Like it's
Some
not
men
like
still impregnate their wives having gotten a vasectomy. It is not a be-all, end-all form
Yeah,
of birth control.
right.
It's just a kind of thing
Sure.
that doesn't fuck with anybody's hormones.
Right, yeah.
You
Well,
know?
that's the other
That's
thing.
the thing is
Yeah,
like
right.
we're saying, well, we should just have birth control for all the girls. I'm like, yeah, let's put all of the future, let's put all the women on the planet on a chemical that fucks with their hormones and gives them cancer. It's
Weird.
a great idea.
Yeah, that's
like,
bad.
What's something else we could do? You know, there's a
Right.
reason that they've never fully funded male birth control.
Yeah.
Because guys don't like feeling like shit. And they say,
Mm-hmm.
this made me feel like shit. And so it never gets funded because guys won't do things that make them feel like shit. But women have to do the thing that makes them feel like shit or they'll be fucking pregnant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a brave, cool thing for you to say, and I hope you keep saying it. And I agree with it.
I feel like such a baby feminist. I like it's not even about me. It's just like, I don't know what you mean by brave. What do you mean by brave?
Well, I just think I would appreciate more women saying this openly that feel that way. That's all I meant by that. I don't have access to a lot of women like you in my personal life. So to even hear these things as a fully formed thought,
Rather
that
than
is a
just
thought that I don't have to contemplate in my own personal life.
I'm not just saying like, fuck the men.
No, that's all I meant by that.
Yeah.
I don't get to hear these things often. And I wish I did hear it more, and I think it's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I meant by that.
Talk about more mild women's rights issues.
Mild?
Mildly talk about more women's rights issues.
Right.
It's important.
Yeah,
well,
for sure.
Yeah, I think this idea of not having some kind, and this is what makes it really difficult for me, not having some kind of societal or community way where people who want to, where it feels good to go and learn how to be a good parent.
Yeah.
and not have it be a shameful thing. They're like, oh shit, you don't know anything about humans.
Or a
Come in here.
stupid thing like carry an egg around for 3 days.
No, stupid. No, like to actually do some goddamn real psychology. I think a lot of people who think they're ready for kids are not ready for kids when they have them. I think that scares me when somebody says, I think I'm ready to have a kid. I'm like, oh God.
No, you're fucking not.
Like you had no idea what that means yet. Because the shift, and I think this is why a lot of parents, I've seen friends of mine who do not connect to their kids because they think they're ready. We're going to have children, and then they have a kid, and then something happens when you see that thing where the responsibility, the role, the sort of all this primal shit comes up where you actually, it's really hard not to leave back that mind that where anything was possible, because now everything's sort of focused on protecting your fucking genetics.
Well, and Ainsley just said that yesterday at some point when she was talking about people outsourcing their own personal responsibility and creativity because they popped this thing out of their body and now all the focus is on the thing.
I didn't get to do all the things that I was going to do to self-express
because of this
thing that I birthed.
Right,
so now I will have this thing self-express in the ways that I wished I had.
Literally living vicariously. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's the projection shit.
Yeah.
I'm going to project myself onto this blank slate.
Yeah, right. Your personal life doesn't stop just because you gave birth to this thing that's going to do its own thing.
Your kid was born liking things and disliking things.
Yeah.
And it's only going to pick up more preferences as it goes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Some people are born with sensitive scalps and some aren't.
Sure.
So you try to brush their hair and it hurts a lot. And then for some people, it doesn't hurt at all.
So you should get mad at the one that says it hurts because they're just pussies.
Yeah. Just do their hair and force them to behave.
That's the way the person who doesn't give a shit about the hair pulling. Yeah. You should behave exactly like them.
Yeah. Like the first time I got my nose broken was by my mother. So she rejected the Catholic Church because she had a baby too young with a white person her family didn't like. So she found this snake bite non-denominational thing and all the tongue speaking and like, but I had only seen the Stoic Catholic ritual and I had grown okay with that. I'm like,
so how old were you when the switch happened?
I was like 9, I guess.
Oh, okay.
8 or 9.
All right.
So, you know, I went to school at Holy Redeemer and the building was beautiful and I'd gotten used to getting whacked by nuns or whatever. Like it was all fine. Well, yeah, it was not that kind of whack.
You just learn to negotiate. You know the territory and how to negotiate.
I know the territory, right? Yeah. So when she switches to the spooky thing, that's fucking really scary and weird. You know, I got sour about it one night and was walking too far behind, and she's like, you know, what's your deal? And I was like, you know, I'm not going to do this weird snake bite thing. Like, don't ever ask me to do it again. I'm super uncomfortable. It makes me think that you're weird and I don't trust you. And then, you know, so I got swiped across the face with her heavy ass purse and it put my nose like under my other eye and broke my nose. So like she let me know where she was coming from and that was cool. But I was happy that I stood up for myself, and I also thought that was cool. Yeah. Like it was worth the broken nose because I never had to go to one of those. I didn't go to either church anymore. I was like, I'm not going to school until I get to go to public school. I'm taking a stand here. Like I'm not going to do the church thing for a while. You've introduced me to the cosmic Santa Claus in the sky. Some things about it I like, some I don't, some feels good, some doesn't. But I'm going to go ahead and just keep reading and sort this out on my own now, if that's okay with you. And I don't want to go to any Jesus school for a while right now while we live together. So, yeah, when it comes to parents being heavy-handed with their children, it's something that makes me uncomfortable. When I see it, I have to be around it.
Yeah.
Deb says compromise indicates a willingness to engage in conversations about where we go from here.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
That's something you ought to be able to do with your child. And you can only do it with them if you recognize that their existence and their experience is just as valid as your existence and your experience.
And unique to them.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are we going to do for dinner tonight, guys?
I don't know. Tell everybody to give us some money first.
Yeah, that's good.
It's
7:41.
It's just Deb.
It's just Deb.
We're allowed to just end it and go eat. Good night, everyone. We love you, Deb. Thank you.
I've been, I think Stone Fruit's on there lurking a little bit back and
Oh,
forth.
got
One
it.
of the people is you on your computer.
Yeah.
I've been going through all of the 540 people that like Post-Orthodoxy on Facebook.
Yeah.
You got to stop licking stuff, weird dog. And from the very beginning, back in 2018, I crafted this message on my lunch break, and I was like, you've been liking Post-Orthodoxy since it was Copacetic Conversations, and this is what we did on Copacetic Conversations, and then it evolved into Post-Orthodoxy. And if you would like to be involved, please favorite this page, because we want to have an engaged community, and we don't get to have anybody talking with us because the algorithm decides what to show you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, I said, if you think you know what we're about and you value it, please favorite our page. If you think what you know what we're about and you don't think it's valuable, please unlike our page.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
seriously.
Let's just curate that shit.
It's been crazy going back through the list of people that liked this back in summer 2018.
Sure.
And it's like, a lot of those people were instrumental in censoring, gagging, and banning us from the radio station.
And they're still liking Post-Orthodoxy page.
And I think it's just because they
Carryover.
don't know that they like it, because the algorithm never shows it to them.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going through and I'm like, literally, get involved or go home.
Yep.
Find another tribe. No judgment here.
Right.
This
Yep.
might not be the space for you, but I don't want to be going on here every day and seeing 540 people who like this page and only one person on a given day likes something that we post.
Sure, yeah.
Fuck that shit.
It doesn't match. It's weird.
Take
It's
over
strange.
from the algorithm. Take over from the algorithm.
Yeah.
Get involved or go do something else. Seriously. Then that's fine. That's absolutely fine. So I've been working I haven't even gotten into 2019 yet.
Oh boy.
But yeah.
Oh boy.
So that's I'm trying to think of things that we can do to make our 8 hours here worthwhile, other than the awesome time the three of us are having talking
Right.
with our friends. You know, like, it's really hard for me because we used to be able to invite a guest to our show and expose them to an audience of people that were interested in the people we were bringing on to talk about, and that
Sure.
all stopped with COVID.
Yeah.
And now we have a guest on, like Adrian, who's doing important work with aliens and MK Ultra, or
Yeah.
Mokai, who's getting a philosophy and business degree in South Africa and trying to change his generation's life.
Yeah.
You know, and nobody's going to see it except Deb and Stone Fruit. And we
Whoa.
appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
We do appreciate you guys. But, like, this was the thing I felt like we were trying to talk with John about at the beginning of the day, is like, we don't have the power to just get an audience, because we have
Right.
to use these tools.
And these tools are throttled.
And these tools are being throttled.
Yeah.
Like, how do we... I can't even hang up signs at the post office because people that hate us tear them down and throw them away.
Right.
And that's just locally.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm trying to think of things that get around the algorithm, like direct messages.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
put up or shut up, friends.
Yeah.
And that's part of what
Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking do it.
The letter that I sent out was that, like, I don't, if I'm not going to be, if I'm going to be continually throttled on this platform, I can't continue to stay on this platform.
Right.
And I can't gag myself in order to remain on the platform. I can't pretend
Yeah,
to
just
be
post
something
photos of
different
dogs.
Yeah.
just to be here.
Yeah.
So I invited people to come and participate, to subscribe to the show, to find out about our website so they can keep up with where we're going, because this club ain't cool anymore for the conversations that I want to have and the kind of experience that I want to have.
There's something that changed last year that really pissed me off that I have not been able to find any way to reverse. Facebook stopped allowing you to see most recent notifications. It just decided it's just going to show you some
Curate.
notifications.
Yeah. It's gonna
I
curate
don't
your shit.
get to see so people think I'm not responding to them about stuff that we've started a conversation
You never
about.
saw it.
I never saw it.
Yeah.
Events, my friends are posting events. I don't get event invitations in my notifications. Like I have to go to local events or like similar things your friends liked.
Right.
And that pisses me because you used to at least click most recent notifications and actually see what has happened. But you can't do that anymore.
Well,
There are things that are happening that involve me that I don't get to see.
And those are two big things. They want you to have to spend the money to boost it in the first place. And then they still might decide not to show it to everybody you paid to even boost it.
Yeah.
We don't know. Yeah, right. So
Or show it to your haters so you're discouraged.
Yeah, that too. And then the other side of it is there's clear and obvious collusion with the state to throttle things they don't like. So they're cannibalizing itself as a platform. So
we're being cannibalized in what we thought was our neighborhood.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's important to just do the work and then figure out what the medium's going to be. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. So I would not be discouraged by the lack of eyes that Facebook is giving you. You're doing the work that you're supposed to be doing. It already exists now. People are going to see it. So whether you touched thousands of people today in real time, or whether you touched thousands of people with the conversations that you just gave them, which is the culmination and sacrifice of your life and your work, and how loving and generous you are, they're going to see it. It's there. You did the work. You made the sacrifice. It can't be taken away from you now. You did what was right because it's right. So I agree with you that all hands on deck to figure out a way to get around it, but you still did it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. I think what we're doing, I like what we're doing, and it feels relevant. You know, I'm an artist. People say, what do you do? I say, I'm an artist because one, is the easiest answer, and because nobody knows what that means. And often the idea of like looking at history of if you're a good artist, most people don't appreciate you when you're doing it.
Yeah, they wait till you're dead.
Yeah, but time is moving faster, and I think this is half the job of the artist in the new age, where you do have a distribution, you have distribution tools at your half the job. I realized this when YouTube happened, when blogs started happening. I was like, half the job of the artist is to make the work, and the other half of the job is to figure out how to get the work to the eyeballs that want to see it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the challenge that I'm glad we're doing this weekend, because I think it's like putting our show on fast forward. I like this long form conversation. I like not having to like cut it dead at 2 hours, because that's what we do. And just being able to have this whole conversation.
Sure.
I think I really appreciate you being a part of this experiment and sitting in with us, being moral support during this marathon. And I think it's like putting the show on fast forward, figuring out what we need to do, what we don't need to do, where we're going, how we're going to do it. I think the last 2 days, last 16 hours of programming over the last 2 days has been really informative for me.
I know that the programming is valuable. I do believe that. I believe it's valuable. I believe if we had people participating, they would be finding value, and we would be building on, like, we're just laying bricks, you know?
Yeah.
And I've experienced it before in the early days of Post-Orthodoxy and back in copacetic conversations. People would join in and we would be building together.
Yeah.
You know? And so I know it's possible, and we just have to find a way to get around the algorithm. to get to the eyeballs of all the people that told us they wanted these kinds of conversations back when they knew we were doing them.
Sure.
Do you want to play maybe on the way out as a teaser for our guest tomorrow, Adrian? Do you want to play the trailer for her movie?
Sure.
I don't know if you've seen this yet.
I haven't.
Yeah. I got to see a version of it. This is her first movie that's her movie instead of being on other people's movies. This is her first project where she interviewed a lady named Kathy O'Brien, who is a survivor of the MK Ultra.
Okay.
She was involved in, she sort of got rescued by somebody who was in PSYOPs that recognized PSYOPs and realized what was going on, helped her deprogram herself. And then there were Senate hearings in the 90s,
right,
where they were laying all this out with names, places, people.
Yeah.
And then all that stuff, they said, thank you very much, and then they sealed it away. But she wrote a book with her partner called Transformation of America, where she, part of the training of MK Ultra is compartmentalizing the brain,
right,
so you can be a delivery system of information.
Sure.
We can brainwash you, put something in your brain, fly you to China, and you deliver the information.
Yeah.
So she has a photographic memory of all the stuff. So the book is stuff they talked about in the hearing that got sequestered,
Yeah.
and this movie is about the person who was a part of that whole story and wrote the book.
That's awesome.
And we're hoping to get her on the show sometime in trying to help promote the movie.
So hard to come running out of a hell that nobody believed existed. My name is Kathy O'Brien, and I'm a survivor of MK Ultra mind control. The MK Ultra program was to ultimately control the minds of the population for implementing what Adolf Hitler first termed the New World Order. When girls reached age 30, they were murdered or they were sacrificed. I was going to be killed as well. I was to go out in a blaze of glory and be burned alive. I'm so fortunate that an intelligence insider who saw the kind of corruption that was going on in the highest levels of government decided to take action and rescued me and saved my life so that we could begin to expose what was being done.
So there's that.
Yeah, it's so incredible. Well, and to reinforce Kathy and amazing, people act like the Smedley Butler speech didn't happen. Like he really laid this out about a fascist takeover of government happening in real time. The highest ranking, most well-respected American general in our history to that point, basically.
Yeah.
Right at the invention of being able to even record something in that way. I mean, the war is a racket speech happened, like, for real. You can watch it.
I think this movie is really important in a time where we're all being gaslit.
Yeah.
Because the stuff that she went through was so horrific that to stand there and tell you what it is, it's almost like you can't do anything about it.
Right.
Because it's so far above and beyond horrible that you just have to kind of ignore it. So to be somebody in the world who's gone through that, has come out, wrote a book and told people, and yet no big force has mobilized to make sure that that doesn't keep happening.
Well, it is, though. Listen to how cool what you just said is.
Okay.
If they already did it, why do you assume that it isn't due? There's did, done, do. Like what?
The science is even better these days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What? That's what they do. It's what they're doing because it's what they've done and it's what they did. Like that's not a far leap. That's not conspiracy. It's history.
Right.
Like that's
So I recommend that movie if you're
Yeah,
interested
absolutely.
in the MK Ultra story.
For
You
sure.
want to wind it up over there, radio engineer?
Yeah, I'm ready to figure out what we're going to eat.
Yeah, big
I'm
time.
excited about that part.
Yeah.
I like that part a lot. Thanks for tuning in today, everybody.
We have a few guests tomorrow, but Adrian Youngblood, producer of...
Aaron, and then Adrian, and then Mokai.
Yeah,
I've got lined
Mokai.
up. And then Chad Okrish.
All right, Chad Okrish
music,
coming
maybe.
in.
That's
Fun.
a busy day.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
We're doing it right now. We're having a better time more often with more people. 8 hours
Already,
a day,
us
4
here.
days in a row, multiple guests showing up on the couch.
Woot woot.
See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for visiting our outpost in the borderlands. Post-Orthodoxy is a project of Sevier Studios. We host ongoing, interactive conversations centered around cognitive liberty, and you can join in by catching one of our live streams on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. You can also catch each conversation after the fact as a podcast by searching for Post-Orthodoxy wherever podcasts are found. If you take value from the work we are doing and the community we're building together, you can support the Outpost in the Borderlands for as little as $5 a month on our website, Better Time. That's betterti.me. Visit the Sevier Studios page and subscribe. You can also support The Outpost by following and connecting with us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and/or Substack. Our Post-Orthodoxy theme music was composed by Frank Pascal, and a special thanks goes to our voice actors, Amelia, Colin, Zbo, Rosie, Gabo, Vicky, Mokai, and Tony.
Thanks for playing.
What's outside your reality bubble? I think I dribbled a bit that last one.